Welcome to Book 1, brought to you by Ember and Echo Audiobooks. A journey of passion, desire, and secrets awaits. Be sure to like and subscribe so you can continue the adventure with us.
Chapter 1. Elene. I can't do this anymore. I thought it would get easier. It hasn't always been like this. And I thought maybe I was just going through a phase. There was a time when things were different, when I almost enjoyed this, a time when it came easy to me. I felt like the luckiest girl on earth because I had discovered a job that allowed me a level of freedom unknown to any 9-to-5 office slave. I only had to work 2 days a week, sometimes less, and still made more money than most of my friends. But at some point, things changed. I started doubting myself. I started doubting this profession. I started doubting my moral compass and my own emotional health. I started disliking what I was doing. But that's normal, right? Everybody hates their job once in a while, don't they? It's called work for a reason. It's not a hobby, not fun. Most jobs aren't fun. But my job is all about fun. Fun and pleasure. Not mine, of course. It's the client's pleasure that counts. I provide a taboo service. Unthinkable, dirty, immoral. I've never been bothered by that, but it seems that all of those societal judgments are catching up to me. I can't shut down the self-doubting voices. They've been gnawing at my conscience for too long. Things that once came easy to me no longer do. I want more than this. Or at least something different, something better. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind. Now is not the time for me to be thinking about all of this. I have to focus. I have work to do. I shut my eyes firmly, forcing out the uneasy thoughts as I wrap my lipstick-painted lips around his cock. It's a smaller than average version that almost disappears inside my hand when I enclose my fingers around it. He's rock hard, so I know it's all I can expect. This is all he has, poor bastard. I don't care. I don't need to care. This is not about my pleasure, it's about his. I moan and squirm beneath him, moving my hips seductively while I feel his eyes glued to my every move. He's panting heavily, standing tall and tense before me, his right fist clenching around a riding crop. He's almost ready to burst, and I know I could make this end any moment now. I open my eyes and look up, trying to catch his gaze, but I'm really just making sure he's too deep in the zone to realize where my eyes wander next. He closes his eyes, now not even looking at me while I'm working his pathetic cock. I peer over at the clock on the nightstand next to the bed. Still 20 minutes to go. He paid for a full hour, and I need to give him his money's worth. I can't let him come just yet. He lets out a desperate moan when I ease my lips away, keeping my fingers locked around his stubby member, but my eyes wandering up to his sweaty face. He's old enough to be my father, but in good physical shape and fairly good-looking. He wants me to call him Sir. And that is all he is to me. I don't know his real name, and I don't care to know, even though he's one of my regulars. The fact that he can afford our services multiple times a week speaks of his wealth, as does his appearance, his expensive suit, the obvious and somewhat tacky Rolex on his wrist, the Salvatore Ferragamo shoes that are waiting for him next to the door. He's fucking loaded, and I know I'm not the only girl at this agency who serves him regularly. I have no idea who he is, but he's one of the big guys for sure. He might not even be from this area. He might be married, even though I've never seen a ring on his finger. He might have kids, a family. He leads a life that's completely unbeknownst to me because I'm not a part of that life. All I am to him is this. I am his whore. He has his own schedule just like every other regular. He wants to see me about every other week, always for an hour, always in this particular hotel room, always with similar requests. He is all about routine. He likes black and never wants to see me in any other color. He always expects to see the same hairstyle and the same makeup. He always wants to hear the same words from my mouth, and he always wants to come on my face to finish. He is so fucking boring. Slut, he breathes, glaring at me with a look that's supposed to deliver dominance, but somehow seems misplaced on his face. You're lazy today. He always calls me slut and never cared to learn my real name. Most of them don't. Seems like you need a little encouragement. His voice thunders above me, shortly before the riding crop meets my ass, sending a hot wave of pain searing through my behind. I flinch and yelp, exaggerating my reaction for his benefit. Another blow strikes my skin, then another one, and the one following that is strong enough to rob me of my breath. Shit, that fucking hurt. My pulse speeds up and my head is painfully clear in an instant. It happened again. I drifted away. I retreated back into my head, dwelling on my newfound resentment for this job. Soon I won't be good at this anymore, and I won't have a choice but to quit. And that's a big fucking deal because I've always been good at this. No, not good, great. It's not arrogance that leads me to say this, but I know I'm one of the best because of the prices clients are willing to pay for me and the number of times I've had to turn down taking on a new customer. I can choose my own clients and don't have to fuck every money bag that comes around. I groan when he hits me again, closing my eyes as my hand tightens around his cock. His strikes are painful, deliciously painful. Each blow makes my core tingle with heat, making me yearn for more. It's the best I can get out of this job, and my key motivation for disobeying. I crave the punishments, the pain. Agony is the only thing that my body responds to. I wish I could beg for more, but I know he doesn't like that. He just wants two things, dedication and obedience. Right now, I'm reluctant to give him either. Move, he barks. I know what he wants from me, despite the vague command. He wants me to lie on my back so he can shove his puny dick between my legs and fuck me. For 2 minutes, maybe 3 tops. Then he'll pull out, climb on top of me, and stroke his cock, panting, sweating, and... Slut! His exclamation is accompanied by another striking blow with the crop. I yelp in pain. A devious smile finds its way to my face when I look up at him. Take it, I tell him, my voice hoarse and creepy. Take what you want from me. His eyes flicker for a moment. I've never said anything like this to him, and his reaction is hard to predict. Usually I'd be more careful. I'd never risk upsetting my clients. But today I don't care. I've made a long overdue decision. On your back, he yells at me, grabbing a fistful of my hair at the back of my head and yanking me up. I'm smiling sadistically as I hurriedly gather myself to my feet, stumbling when he drags me over to the bed where I fall into the sheets, dropping onto my back. My legs spread apart on instinct, and I produce a well-rehearsed moan when he parts my lips with his hard tip. I coil and squirm, knowing that his small cock is gliding inside with ease. The agonizing strikes with the crop, the pain, made me wet for him. But I know I won't come. I never do. Never have, never will. Climaxing while a man has his way with me is nothing but an illusion. And that's fine with me. I've developed my own routine to handle this particular shortcoming. In about a minute or two, I will tense up, rolling my eyes back into my head as I let out a tirade of groans that will make him believe what he wants to believe. I won't come for him, but he will think I did. I count to myself as he rams into me with rhythmic motions, waiting for the perfect moment to start my act. It's a routine, a boring routine that only awakens the voices of self-doubt. But I don't care tonight, because I've decided. A smile tugs at the corner of my mouth when I close my eyes, getting ready to make him feel good about himself one last time. One last fake orgasm. One last showering of his cum on my face. One last smile as I lick my lips when I clean it off. He doesn't know it yet. but this will be our last time together. It's decided. I'm going to talk to Miss Barry. I'm quitting.
Chapter 2. Damon. It's never enough. No matter what I do, no matter what I achieve, no matter what I buy, nothing ever gives me that elevated feeling I crave. Nothing ever makes me feel full and accomplished. I've reached higher and higher, earning what others can only dream of making, and all I'm left with is this damn void. Nothing ever lasts. I know what it feels like, that euphoria rushing through your veins when you get what you've wanted for a long time, when you finally make something, or someone, yours. But after that first rush is over, it's gone, and there's nothing. Nothing. Like the hollow emptiness that lingers after the effects of a drug is worn off, leaving me back to the shell of a man I was before. Why does it come so easy to other people? Does it come easy to them? Or are they pretending? The smiles plastered on their faces might be as fake as most women's gasping orgasms when anyone fucks them, except me. I know it's common for them to pretend to get off, but they can't lie to me. And they better not fucking try either, because I will know. I hate being lied to. Who doesn't? But it's even worse for me, because I can smell a lie from a mile away. Betrayal reveals itself to me so easily, it's almost tedious. I pace back and forth in my living room, a tumbler of scotch in one hand and my phone in the other, restlessly pondering the conversation I just had. Is the revenue promised by this new endeavor going to make any difference in my life? Do I even care if it does? The call didn't excite me as much as it probably should have, but maybe that's okay. Maybe I shouldn't be excited about a mere business deal, an investment. It's the first time for me to consider doing something like this, so of course I'm curious, maybe even nervous. But excited? Hardly. I have very little to lose and a lot to gain if this investment turns out to be lucrative. I sigh and then idly take another sip of my scotch, my gaze drifting across the bustling city skyline below. I literally live at the top of this city. At least it seems that way when I look down at it from here. Very few buildings are as tall as this one. My penthouse stretches across the entire uppermost floor, and about a third of it is an open terrace. I've only been living here for a few months, and I'm continually surprised that I haven't grown tired of this place yet. It's by far the nicest, most expensive place I've ever called home, and there's hope that it will calm my restless nature at least for a while. Before moving here, I could barely stand to stay in the same place for longer than 3 months. I was always on the move, quite literally. I flinch in surprise when the buzz of my phone disrupts my rambling thoughts. I expect it's Scott, the startup guy I just spoke to, but am taken aback when I glance at the screen. I recognize the number, but it's not him. "Hello?" I greet, my voice subconsciously laced with caution. "Mr. Graves, Belinda Barry here," a female voice pipes at the other end. "Calling from Violent Delights." "Of course, Miss Barry," I answer. "What an unexpected pleasure." "Don't worry, Mr. Graves, I'm not calling with bad news," she responds, with a defensive edge in her voice. "Why would I think that?" "Well, you wouldn't be the first," she says, and even without seeing her, it's easy for me to imagine the face she's making. It's been a while since the madam and I have met face to face, but Belinda Barry is a character to remember. Most clients seem to anticipate bad news when I call. So I'm not the first one she's calling today about whatever this might concern. I'm simply surprised. We haven't spoken since you first signed the contract. Yes, I'm aware, she says briskly, finishing my sentence. And I promised you back then that we'd only contact you outside of commissions if there was an urgent matter to discuss. Correct, I agree, downing the last of the scotch in my glass in one full swig as I wait for her to continue. I don't know if urgent is the correct word for this, she goes on, but I was wondering if I could steal a few minutes of your time to discuss an opportunity that I'm sure you'd be interested in." "An opportunity?" I inquire, surprised. "What kind of opportunity might that be?" "An opportunity to enhance both your pleasure and business portfolio." The taste of Scotch heats my tongue as I wait impatiently for her to expand. Her vague tone agitates me, to say the least. "Care to elaborate?" "Of course," she enthuses, "but if you don't mind, I think it's best to discuss this in private. Here." "You want me to come to the agency for this?" "You won't regret it." "If this is just about introducing me to a new girl, you could just—" "No, it's nothing like that," she interrupts. "Mr. Graves, I would never consider inconveniencing you if I didn't believe you'd benefit from it." I suppress a tired sigh, turning my back to the window. Heading in the direction of the seating area in my living room, I pass by the upholstered furniture and aim directly for the bar. One more drink tonight should be fine. "Can you come by tomorrow, around noon?" Miss Barry asks. "I won't take up much of your time, and I promise—" "Noon sharp." It's my turn to cut her off. "I'll be there."
Chapter 3. Elene. She doesn't look happy to see me. Miss Barry gestures toward the chair with a dismissive wave, her every motion emitting her obvious impatience. She looks immaculate as always. The black pantsuit hugs her figure tightly, emphasizing her feminine curves, and her hair is styled in a tight bun, leaving not a single strand out of place. I admire her chic, professional look every time I see her. Everything is so perfect, so pristine and flawless. Even her makeup looks as if it were freshly applied, even though it's almost noon, and I know she had an early start to her day today. She told me when I called that she'd be at the agency all day starting at 9 o'clock, which seemed unusually early. The majority of this business is conducted in the evening, after all. No one, not even the madam, has a reason to be at work this early in the morning. I'm curious what, or who, is responsible for today's early start. Regardless of how much effort I put into my appearance, I always feel inferior next to Miss Barry. I'm wearing one of my Valentino ensembles, a navy skirt with a matching blazer that features a playful ribbon at the waist. The dark color stands in stark contrast to my long pastel-colored hair that I've swept up in a loose bun sitting low on my neck. The basic white blouse under the blazer is far less upscale, because unlike the skirt and blazer, it was not a present from one of my clients. "I don't have much time," she informs me as I sit down opposite her, her massive office desk separating us. I cross my legs at the ankles in an attempt to curb my fidgeting. I pay special attention to my posture, sitting unnaturally straight, to convey a confidence that typically escapes me when I'm in Miss Barry's presence. My confidence is especially taking a beating today because I come with bad news, and she looks stressed out already. I shouldn't have pushed for an as soon as possible appointment. It's never a good idea to push the madam. I should know that. But now that I'm here, sitting across from her with nowhere to go, I need to go through with it. "I'll get straight to the point then," I begin, taking a deep breath to prepare myself. Short and fast, like ripping off a bandage. "I'm handing in my resignation." I didn't even notice that I had closed my eyes until I hear her gasp. My eyelids open instinctually, and my stomach turns when I see her shocked expression. Miss Barry has never looked at me like this, a combination of perplexed and outraged at the same time, as if I've just done a very, very bad thing. "You want to quit?" she exclaims. "But Elene, honey, what could possibly make you want to do that?" I swallow hard, unable to come up with an explanation fast enough. "Does it have to do with one of our clients?" Miss Barry prods. "Did someone mistreat you? Did something happen? Because you know we can—" No, it's nothing like that," I hurry to assure her, raising my hands and opening my palms in an appeasing manner. "It's just that I feel I need to be doing something else," I stutter. Why did I come here without any preparation? I should have invented some kind of excuse, some well-spoken words that wouldn't make me look like an idiot. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. Miss Barry looks at me, unable to hide the regret on her face. You have been with us for 4 years, I finish her sentence. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Miss Barry, I really am. But I think it's time for me to do something else. Like what? You know, if you want to go to college or something, this would be the perfect job for funding that. You could cut down on the number of clients and still make enough to... I know, I say, biting my lip as I interrupt her again. She is right, and it's not like I haven't considered that option. I started this job when I was only 18 years old, and when I first started, I thought it would be a great way to pay my way through college. That and nothing else. I even took a few classes, but soon realized that none of them held my interest for longer than a few weeks. I've never been the scholarly type, never did well in school, and my options for college were limited. It didn't come as a surprise that it didn't come as easy to me as it did for others. It felt more like something I should do, not something I wanted to do. I don't think college is the right direction for me, I say, nervously fiddling with my fingers. I don't know, but I think I need to try something else. I lower my gaze, but I can feel Miss Barry's eyes on me, holding me down, paralyzing me, while painful silence builds between us. Is she waiting for me to speak? What could I possibly tell her if I don't even know myself? All I know is that this job was okay for a while, but it no longer is. I need something else. Another job. That's all I know, all I want. Miss Barry lets out an exasperated sigh. I'll be frank with you, Elaine, she says. I'm not happy about this. You're one of our most popular girls, and we love having you here. I don't like the idea of losing you, and you know it's not only your looks that make you an asset to this agency. You're smart and a great conversationalist. Your clients often mention on their evaluations that they genuinely enjoy spending time with you above and beyond the play part. I swallow hard, unsure how to respond. Is she trying to lure me back with this praise? Miss Barry leans forward, placing her elbows on the desk while fixing her eyes on me. Her gaze is intense and piercing. It's making me feel uncomfortable, but I manage not to blink or look away. Be honest with me, honey, she says in a low voice. What is it that suddenly bothers you about this job? Is it the sex part? I bite my lower lip. You can tell me, she encourages. There's no room for secrets here. I take another deep breath. Quite frankly, yes, it is. It didn't bother me at first, but I no longer feel comfortable doing this. She nods. So, it didn't bother you before. What changed? Our eyes meet, and she tilts her head to the side in a questioning manner. I just respond with a puzzled expression. Well, maybe I'm being naive, but I like to think that our girls actually enjoy their jobs, Miss Barry says, and that they aren't just not bothered by it. Oh, damn it. How do I get out of this one? A smile curves up at the corner of Miss Barry's lips. It's all right, honey. Don't worry about it. You don't have to tell me what I want to hear. I value your honesty. Besides, you always did a very good job. I've heard nothing but the utmost praise for you, which is why I'm so surprised to hear that you didn't actually enjoy it. People usually don't become this good at something they don't enjoy. I feel myself blushing. It's not the first time that I've heard this. Most of my clients have been more than charming, showering me with compliments and gifts, and almost all of them wanted to see me again after the first time. It always surprised me. How could they feel something I didn't feel? Why was this so much more to them than it was to me? Maybe it was just in the nature of things. After all, they were the ones paying for me and not the other way around. But what if there is more to it than that? So, if I understand correctly, you are resigning, yet you haven't come up with a plan as to what you're going to do next. Is that correct? Miss Barry states, interrupting my quiet musings. I nod reluctantly. Yes, you could say that. Her eyes rest on me for a few moments, her deep red lips twitching as she ponders her next words. I feel terribly uncomfortable and wish for nothing more than for this conversation to be over. I expected it to be unpleasant, but I also hoped it would be quick and over with by now. Miss Barry must have girls quit all the time. I don't understand why she seems so upset about me leaving. "I may have a proposition for you," she says, watching my reaction. "A proposition?" "A way for you to continue working for me without having to do anything that you no longer feel comfortable with," she elaborates. "Do you mean an office job? Here? Like in accounting or something?" She smiles, shaking her head. "No, we're all set on that front," she says. "But we're looking to expand our business and create something new, something very special and unique." She pauses, further observing my reaction as I await what she'll say next, my eyes wide with curiosity. "I haven't told any of the girls about it so far because it's not official yet," she continues, casting me a conspiratorial look. "Would you like to hear more about it?" Our eyes meet in a silent stare-off for a few moments, before I respond with a voiceless nod.
Chapter 4. Damon. She is making me wait. It is almost 6 minutes past noon, and Miss Barry has not called me into her office yet. I'm sitting in one of the leather armchairs in the waiting area right next to her door, checking and rechecking the time like an idiot. It's not like I have to be anywhere, but I despise tardiness. This is a matter of principle. There's not a single soul around. The dark and somewhat gloomy halls of Violent Delights are dead silent. The walls are painted dark red, adorned with black and white photographs set in black frames. They are pictures of some of the girls who work here, or used to work here. I recognize quite a few of them. I get up from my seat, driven by the same unrest that has tormented me all my life. Sitting still, waiting, I hate it. I roam the hall, slowly walking past the photographs lined up on the wall, inspecting every single one of them as if I'm seeing them for the first time. For some of them, it's true. It's been a while since I last stepped foot inside the agency. The last time I was here must have been the day I introduced myself to the madam as a potential client. Miss Barry prides herself and this agency in exclusivity, and it's not just the girls who are vetted through a thorough application process, but the clients as well. Only the best can work for Violent Delights, and only the best and wealthiest can enjoy the services they offer. All of which makes this fucking waiting game even worse. I check the time again, realizing that less than 5 minutes have passed since I last checked. This is going too far. I turn then on my heel, facing the door to Miss Barry's office to my left. I can no longer tolerate this waiting game. Whatever or whoever is keeping her busy enough to forget about her appointment with me will just have to leave her the fuck alone right this second. I don't have time for this. The angry, thudding heels of my heavy shoes echo against the dark walls of the hall when I approach the door to her office. Just as I'm about to impatiently hammer my knuckles against the door, it swings open right in front of me. I freeze mid-motion, my hand still lifted in preparation to knock. My eyes are mesmerized by the vision standing in front of me. Piercing blue eyes lock onto mine. Framed by fake, deep black lashes, they contrast the platinum blonde hair and porcelain skin of the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. She's tall, very tall for a woman, and towers over the madam, who is standing right next to her, by almost 4 inches. Both of them are wearing high heels, but I can tell that this knockout beauty would be tall even without the added inches. Still, she needs to tilt her head back to meet my eyes. The navy suit that hugs her slim frame emphasizes her fair skin and artificial blonde waves. Her pouty lips are painted light pink, matching the overall ensemble perfectly. "Mr. Graves," I hear Miss Barry saying, "I'm sorry for making you wait." I acknowledge her with a quick nod, unable to tear my eyes away from the girl standing next to her. How have I never seen her before? Is she new? Did she just have her introductory meeting with Miss Barry? I will have to inquire about her after we're done with whatever business Miss Barry wants to discuss with me today. The ethereal beauty casts me a quick look. There is no smile, just an unreadable and somewhat apathetic expression on her gorgeous face as she slips past me out of the door and into the waiting area. I can't help but move with her, turning around and pinning my gaze on her backside as she hurries off. "Please, come in." Miss Barry's voice is coming from behind me, drawing my attention back to reality. I turn to her in an instant, a polite smile gracing my face as I follow her gesture to come in and take a seat. "Again, I'm really sorry to make you wait, Mr. Graves," she says, after we've taken our seats. "You know this isn't how we usually treat our clients." I nod quietly, crossing my legs as I lean back, casting her an expectant look. "You said there's an opportunity you'd like to discuss with me?" She smiles and then fixes her tight-fitting blazer, a sign of nervous tension that doesn't escape me. "Yes, I actually have quite exciting news," she begins, her gaze locked onto mine. "As you may or may not know, our agency has done really well for itself the past few years. We've been growing every month, attracting more and more high-profile clients, such as yourself, and employing extraordinary talents, only providing the best—" "Let's skip the marketing talk," I say, twirling my hand in an impatient gesture. "Why don't we get to the point, Miss Barry?" She clears her throat, nodding in understanding, but arching her eyebrows for a split second, displaying just the slightest hint of annoyance. "We want to expand," she states simply. "So far, Violent Delights is nothing more than an exclusive, very exclusive, escort agency, providing companionship and pleasure, but there is no place to live out your fantasies in safe and suitable surroundings." She pauses, fixating me with her gaze to make sure I'm still listening. I urge her to continue with another twirl of my left hand. "This is how we want to improve our service," Miss Barry continues. "We want to expand our business by providing a space for our clients and girls to meet in a relaxed atmosphere, surrounded by lavish luxuries, exotic beauty, and unimaginable pleasure. There will be a bar, a lounge area, and, well, of course, some rooms to retreat for private or semi-private adventures." She winks at me, trying to evoke a reaction. "So you want to open up a sex club?" She scoffs and shakes her head. "I prefer the term kink club," she says. "But no, it's more than that. First of all, our premises will be very different from an ordinary club. Bigger, more beautiful, equipped with everything you could ever dream of, and more. There will be rooms specifically assigned for certain pleasures and fantasies, and they will not be accessible to everybody." She stops, flinching as if she just remembered something important. "Speaking of accessibility," she adds, "the club itself will have a new level of exclusivity. Not all of our clients will have access to it." "I thought the agency's customer files were already selective and exclusive. Isn't that what you always tell me?" "Yes, they are," she concurs, nodding, "and still we're not approaching all of our clients to become a part of this new endeavor. You see, the opportunity I was speaking of is more than just enjoying something new. It's about becoming a part of it." Realization dawns when our eyes meet, and I see the request written on her face without her saying the words out loud. "You want me to become a part of it, huh?" I repeat. "That means you want me to invest in this? Help you make it a reality?" She shrugs. "To be quite frank, Mr. Graves, we can make this a reality without your financial assistance," she says, trying to sound nonchalant. "I'm merely presenting a business opportunity for you. I'm convinced that your investment in the Velvet Rooms would benefit not just us, but you as well, and it would come with early and exclusive access to something very, very special." "The Velvet Rooms?" "Yes, that's what we're going to call it," Miss Barry affirms, smiling proudly. I sigh, shifting in my seat while I contemplate her offer. It's hard to deny that it does sound intriguing. Of course it does. It's new, it's exotic, it's exclusive. It speaks to me and my never-ending hunger for more. But I'm not ready to say yes just yet. Every investment has to be considered thoroughly, especially when I just recently decided to put a lot of money into yet another opportunity that lured me in with its own promise of newness. I will need more information before I reach a decision, I respond, and I need to see your business plan. A smile blossoms on her face. Of course, Mr. Graves. That goes without saying. I will have more for you in a week or two. Pictures, plans of the premises, a business plan. I nod. Sounds good. I'll be waiting to hear from you then, I tell her, rising from my seat so suddenly that she jerks in surprise before following suit. I'm about to make my way out of her office when I remember something. One last question, I say, turning back to her. The blonde girl who was here before me, who was she? Does she work for you? How come I've never seen her on file when I asked for a new talent, as you call them? The smile on Miss Barry's face tells me that she's not surprised at my question. Of course not. She saw the way my eyes lingered on the girl's backside as she walked away. Only an idiot would have missed my obvious interest, and Miss Barry is not an idiot. Yes, she's one of ours, she replies, but she hasn't accepted new clients in a while. That's why we never shopped her around. I see, I utter, a disgusting flash of jealousy spreading through my veins. I couldn't have her, but others could. I fucking hate that. However, Miss Barry adds, leaning forward while observing my reaction to her words, there's a good chance that you might see more of her, if you decide to get involved with our new endeavor. The Velvet Rooms? She's going to be a part of that? Miss Barry casts me a mischievous look before she shrugs, a devious smile appearing on her face. Maybe.
Chapter 5. Elene. My mind is racing, pondering. I'm sitting in my car in the parking lot of Violent Delights, my right hand resting on the key, the left one holding onto the wheel, and my absent-minded gaze resting on the landscape ahead. I was ready to quit and leave all of this behind me. I thought I was ready for the next step, to try something different, something that had nothing to do with my past 4 years at Violent Delights. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. I wouldn't have to sleep with anyone, she said. I wouldn't even have to allow anyone to put their hands on my body in any way. There would just be talking, serving drinks, spending time with them. I would be paid to talk and provide companionship for the evening. That sounds easy enough. But there was one thing that spiked my interest the most. The money. It would be the perfect opportunity to bridge the time until I figure out what I really want to do. A gentle transition instead of jumping headfirst into the unknown. I wouldn't have to lower my living standards, but I also wouldn't have to sleep with my clients any longer. My pay would be ridiculous, almost matching what I've been making for the past few years. And all of that without having to get undressed or touched. The Velvet Rooms sound too good to be true. Chapter 6. Elene. Are you nervous? Sandy regards me wide-eyed and grimacing, her thick false lashes fluttering in a state of distress while she hoists her bustier. Even if she tries to contain her boosted-up breasts in the form-fitting lingerie, her tits spill over the top of the cups. Her face twists when her long manicured nails pinch the fleshy curves of her escaping cleavage, and I can't suppress a small giggle. Are you sure this is going to be okay? I ask, jutting my chin forward. It looks uncomfortable, Sandy replies with a dismissive wave. Madam suggested it, she says. Besides, beauty knows no pain. I nod in hesitant agreement and gauge my own ensemble in the full-length body mirror on the wall next to us. Unlike Sandy, I never invested in a boob job, so it's much easier for me to wrap mine in tight-fitting clothing. Still, my outfit is anything but comfortable. A corset is laced tightly around my midsection, transforming my outline into the perfect hourglass shape, but barely allowing me to breathe. I don't plan on eating or drinking much tonight, but even if I wanted to, this getup wouldn't allow it. I'm not as endowed as Sandy, but the corset disguises my small chest by forcing what cleavage I do have up until it's nearly to my chin, and forcing my stomach to be completely flat. The bright, virginal white-laced corset, stockings, wrist cuffs, and 4-inch heels all match. My rose gold earrings matched the little hooks lining the back of the corset and the somewhat tacky details on my heels. I skeptically survey my appearance in the mirror. White is not my color. With my pale complexion and platinum blonde locks framing my face, it makes me look like a ghost. Black suits me better. Madame made the final decision about clothing colors. It wasn't my choice. White was for the innocent angels, black for the naughty devils. Sandy is sporting the latter. "So, you're not nervous?" She repeats her earlier question. Our eyes meet in the mirror, and I see her lips curve into a smile when I offer a tight nod. "Oh, yes, I am." She sighs with relief. "It's not just me, then, thank God." "I have never done this," I say, now turning to her. "I don't even know what to expect out there." Sandy huffs. "Well, at least you only have to talk to them, share a few drinks, listen to their boring stories. That should be easy enough, right?" I shrug. Truth is, I'm terrified. I have never done something like this before. I've never just spent time talking, drinking, providing company to someone without it also including being paid to have sex with them. I hate to admit it, but somehow it seemed so much easier to fuck someone than to have to talk to them all evening. When I told Miss Barry about my concerns, she stopped me with a dismissive wave of her hand and told me to just treat every conversation like it was a normal first date. Engage in lighthearted conversation, but nothing too intimate or too risky. No talk about politics or religion. Flirt a little, but not too much. Provide a little touching here and there, but nothing too suggestive. I reminded myself that I'm wearing white after all, and need to adhere to the rules inside the velvet rooms. "Easy enough," I say, repeating Sandy's words. We stand in silence next to each other, both checking our profiles out one last time, before it's time to stride through the door, our chests pushed out, heads held high, radiating confidence that is as fake as our eyelashes. We allow ourselves one last moment of weakness, our nervous gazes meeting again in the reflection of the mirror. "Godspeed," Sandy says in a low voice. I smirk at her. "I don't think he'd approve of this." She giggles and gives me a little nudge in the side. She flinches when she makes contact with one of the steel strings of my corset instead of me. A hiss escapes her lips. "Damn." "That'll teach you," I say. "Don't mess with an angel in white." "Play with the devils instead," she counters, winking at me. "Let's go, you little slut." "Right back at ya." She squeals when I land a loving slap on her firm ass. Years of friendship lessen the awkwardness of such a move. As Sandy and I go way back, we've even served clients together as part of a ménage à trois, becoming far more intimate with one another than most best friends ever do. I follow behind her, admiring the artistic design her body is sculpted into by the lavish lingerie. It's a harness design, enveloping her curves with an array of strings that travel across her skin like lacy snakes. The beautiful set is a lot more revealing than my outfit. Her bare ass is on display under a richly adorned garter belt, strapped to the left and right by black garters that hold up her sheer stockings. We exit the dressing room, joining a group of white angels and black devils in the foyer. As a group, we gather in front of a massive dark red velvet curtain that shields our view from the main guest room. We all received a site tour a few days ago, but it was still being readied for the grand opening tonight. It was lacking the final touches for this evening, the drinks, bartenders, and most importantly, the guests. Tonight is different. It's opening night, and they're waiting for us. My heart rate quickens as the realization sets in. Focus. No mistakes. Not tonight.
Chapter 7. Damon. They didn't skip on tonight's event, that's for sure. When I first saw the gray brick building a few months ago, I thought it was nothing but an old ruin. It looked like a miniature version of a rundown European castle built by an aristocrat who didn't have the means to build a real palace centuries ago, and then didn't have any heirs to keep the place intact for future generations. As it turns out, my assumption wasn't too far off, only that the building isn't as old as it appears, and it wasn't built by a family, but by local officials. Located on the outskirts of the city, the building was originally designed to be a themed hotel, one resembling a castle that was connected to a park-like setting with a swimming pool. It was meant to be a getaway for families who wanted to experience Europe, but couldn't afford to travel to the old country. The whole idea sounds tacky to me, and I'm not surprised it never played out the way city planners intended. Once shut down, the building was left to deteriorate. That is, until the high-class escort agency approached the city with an attractive offer. My business intuition tells me that the Velvet Rooms will be extremely successful. I have great trust in the Velvet Rooms, and it shows in the money I was willing to invest in this venture. My financial advisor was less enthusiastic about this than he was about the deal with Scott and his tech startup, but I'm pretty sure his reluctance was based on prejudice more than it was on actual business sense. Scott's tech startup may have been more conservative than the Velvet Room's business model, but if you ask me, it's not any less risky of a business investment. The Velvet Rooms has a lot going for it, starting with the location. It's perfect for this type of dark, kinky establishment. The brick walls, corroded by years of neglect and weather, have been extensively renovated and now complement the modernized Victorian decor in the inside. It really resembles a miniature version of an old castle, the walls lined with damask wallpaper under the antique tin ceiling and underscored red lighting. Today is the first time I've seen the main room since that very first tour a few months ago. I was invited to check in on the progress of renovations since then, but I refused the offer so as not to ruin the overarching effect of the grand opening. The agency has been heavily promoting tonight's grand opening, as well as the club in general, for the past few weeks. I have no inside knowledge about their client files, but based on the number of clients present tonight, it appears that Miss Berry was telling the truth when she said that the invitation process would be highly selective. The main receiving room housing the open bar, lounge, and public play stage provides enough space for about 100 people, and maybe a few more. By my estimations, the number of guests invited tonight doesn't total more than a fifth of that. There are 2 lounge areas, and I've positioned myself in a plush leather armchair at the far end of the larger one of the 2. The extravagant velvet-tufted button furniture rests on a platform slightly elevated above the rest of the room, which allows for a good view across the entire main hall. Another gentleman, probably about 15 years my senior, sits across from me. Like me, he has one arm resting on the backrest of the sofa and is holding a scotch in the other hand. We haven't spoken a single word, though we greeted one another with a mute nod when we sat down. The majority of the other guests are scattered throughout the room, with plenty of distance between one another, doing the same thing, sitting in silence, nursing a drink. The only sound is the mellow jazz music playing in the background, occasionally interrupted by a whisper here and there, or the low intonation of a waitress taking an order. We're still waiting for the main event, the big reveal of the heart and soul of the Velvet Rooms. Angels and devils. The girls. My anxious gaze rests on the heavy blood-red-colored velvet curtain shielding the guests from seeing what awaits behind it on the playstage. Only the occasional fluttering of the velvet drapes hints at the nervous tension and sexual energy lying behind it. I wonder if she's there. It's been more than half a year, but I haven't forgotten about her, the blonde beauty who walked past me the day Miss Berry introduced me to the idea of the Velvet Rooms. I've had other girls since then, some provided by the agency. Others I picked up in the regular fashion, just easy bimbos, all too willing to spread their legs for me after I had treated them to a few drinks and fed them a few lines that turned out to be no more than unkept promises. I wouldn't say the only reason I fucked them was to forget about her, but there was a part of me that was hoping that would happen. It's rare for me to get this hooked on someone, let alone a girl I've never touched, never even spoken to. I just saw her for a fleeting moment. Her ice-blue eyes met mine for a split second, and it revealed nothing about her. It was just a moment in time, a short one at that. Yet I can't deny the impact her brief appearance left on me. I tried asking Miss Berry about her several times over the past few months, but she was reluctant to answer any questions. She only hinted that she might possibly be involved with the Velvet Rooms when they opened. Her vague answers aggravated me to no end. But even when I threatened to withdraw my personal investment in the club, Miss Barry did not cave to the pressure. I despise her persistence at retaining her associates' privacy as much as I respect it. "Another drink, Sir Graves?" a voice pipes next to me. I turn at the sound of the high-pitched voice, not having noticed the young waitress coming up to this section. She's standing right next to me, bending forward, her short, skin-tight skirt barely covering her tiny ass, and her tits stretched to the form-fitting high-necked top. The waitresses all wear the same outfit, one that seductively combines chastity with naughtiness in a way I've never seen before. While their lower bodies scream sex with short skirts and frilly fishnet stockings, their upper bodies are completely covered in dark fabric that only reveals the shape of their bodies, but no skin. I shake my head. I'm good for now. She casts me a polite smile before walking away, swinging her hips seductively, drawing my eyes instantly to her ass. My attention is distracted when the music changes, and I notice that a spotlight has been switched on to illuminate the stage area to my right. I squint at the bright light, but not nearly as much as the person who steps on stage a moment later. Miss Belinda Barry is as elegant as ever, and the midnight black burlesque suit she's wearing effectively combines class with a hint of kink. Her straight dark hair is pulled back in a tight updo, and her gold stilettos accent the jeweled piece holding her hair. The room falls silent, all eyes transfixed as she lifts the microphone to her lips. They're painted in a deep red that's identical to the color of the velvet curtain behind her. "Gentlemen," she says, her smile dancing with promise, "it's been a long wait, but tonight I'm finally able to say the magic words. Welcome to the Velvet Rooms." She is greeted with a round of polite but cautious applause. I'm not a fan of empty phrases and inflated words of welcome, so I tune out while Miss Barry continues her little speech, greeting, thanking, and promoting like the professional she is. I see her lips moving, but fail to listen. In fact, the longer she keeps talking, the more impatient I grow. My focus returns when she steps aside and lifts her arm in a sweeping gesture, and the curtain behind her peels away, revealing the women dressed provocatively as angels and devils waiting behind it. Long-legged girls stride to the front of the stage, paired in duos of black and white, an angel for each devil, groomed and styled to perfection and with model-perfect smiles on their faces. Each of them is the epitome of beauty, radiating sex, confidence, and class as they walk down the stage in pairs, presenting themselves to the attentive audience. But there's only one girl who captures my attention for more than a moment. A long, lithe body with porcelain skin, platinum blonde hair, ice blue eyes, and rosy cheeks, dressed from head to toe in virgin white with rose gold accents. White. She's a goddamn angel. Chapter 8. Damon. A few familiar faces pass my way as I roam the main room. My movements may seem aimless, but I have a clear goal in mind. I know I can't touch her. She's an angel, dressed in white, and only here to provide innocent entertainment for the guests. No touching, no playing, and definitely no fucking. I hate how much this limitation annoys me. I didn't know what to expect when I came here tonight, and I didn't know what it was exactly that would make the Velvet Rooms so special, except for their strict exclusivity. We were told that the girls would show us. I've been approached by several of them tonight already, all devils, each one of them making eyes at me, greeting me, some of them even touching me, stroking my arm with their elegant hands as they tried to lure me into a conversation. I recognized a few of them, but the recognition was one-sided. Not a single one of them showed any sign of remembering the night she shared with me, and I don't blame them. Each girl had only been booked by me once, leaving no impact other than the memory of a heated one-time encounter, a quick release, a short-lived fix. It's only because of my photographic memory that I remember them many months ago. As I meander through the room, catching smiles left and right, I try to gather a better understanding of the premise's layout. I know that there are 2 levels, and the upper level has little to nothing in common with the open area on the ground floor. A spiral staircase at the far end of the room leads up to promising darkness, though I haven't seen anyone go up there yet. Clients are not allowed to go up there without one of the girls accompanying them. They need to lead the way. The actual velvet rooms, playrooms most likely, some private, others semi-private, are upstairs. The madam told us the rooms were themed, but she didn't go into detail. "The girls will tell you," she said. "Just ask them whatever you want to know." My curiosity is growing stronger with every passing minute. My eyes keep traveling back to the staircase again and again, wondering what awaits upstairs. But only a devil can satisfy my curiosity and escort me up to the second floor. Too bad that none of them hold my interest as much as she does. The platinum blonde angel is sitting on one of the high chairs at the bar, her legs crossed and her body turned away from the main room and any potential conversation partner. She's different from most other girls, not only in regard to her extravagant appearance, but also in the way she carries herself. While other girls, no matter whether they're dressed in black or white, openly seek attention from clients, sometimes almost forcing their way onto a man's lap, she's aloof and unapproachable. Nothing about her signals being interested in any kind of exchange, even though I've seen her talk to one or two clients this evening. They had approached her, opposite to what seems to be the normal conduct between clients and the ladies. Everything about her body language told me that she felt uncomfortable talking to them, but she tried to fight it. She forced a smile, nodding along to whatever they were saying, but never said much herself. Despite her alluring appearance, it didn't surprise me that both men lost interest rather quickly. She's one of the untouchable angels, and a quiet one at that. There's very little reason to pursue her when the room is filled with numerous other beauties, the majority of which would not only be more willing to speak to them, but also spend time doing a lot more than that. Regardless of these observations, she still piques my interest. If anything, it increases the allure. She's a challenge, a dazzling mystery. Her distant charm has me mesmerized, and I know it won't go away until I've had her, one way or the other. She's by herself now, her back turned to the room, uninviting, not calling for interruption. I remain unfazed by the wall she has built and stride toward her, my steps unhurried but wide and determined. She doesn't move or even acknowledge my presence when I come to a halt next to her, placing my elbow on the countertop of the bar and sit down on a high chair, close enough for our legs to touch. The bartender notices me right away and juts his chin toward me, ready to take an order. I glance over to her before telling him what I want. My observations during the past few minutes have convinced me that I need to follow up with a move that successfully catches her attention. "A Yamazaki single malt for me," I order, "and a Manhattan for the lady." "Very well, Sir Graves." The girl turns her head abruptly, and her eyes dart in my direction. She looks irritated, but just for a split second before she remembers her place. Unlike me, she's on duty right now. No room for rudeness. "Thank you," she says. Her voice lacks sincerity, but it makes me weak in the knees nonetheless. Airy and strong simultaneously, yet carrying a quaint kind of wisdom that matches her ethereal look. She's so fucking surreal. Our eyes linger on each other, and before I can break the silence that stretches between us, she adds, "How did you know that's my drink?" "Because I've been watching you," I reply bluntly. "Oh," she counters, a smile flashing across her pretty face. "Besides, you strike me as a whiskey girl." She raises her eyebrows. "Do I now?" She falters and casts me a quizzical look. "What's a whiskey girl?" She's still withdrawn, her legs crossed and pointing in my direction, and her upper body is still facing forward, but not to me. She's eyeing me cautiously from the side, not looking directly at me as we speak. "One that resembles the nature of the spirit," I explain. "Calm, reserved, strong in its own way, full-flavored." If the light was more revealing, I'm sure I would see her blushing right now. The bartender slips the drinks onto coasters in front of us and retreats to the other end of the bar, leaving us alone. She deftly brings her dainty fingers to the glass and offers a subtle toast, a soft smile on her lips. "And you're a whiskey man, it appears," she acknowledges, nodding toward the drink in my hand. "But I guess every man in here is." I nod my head in thought. Some people say whiskey is liquid sunshine. Can't ever have enough of that in your life. Poetic. she comments, her dry, sarcastic tone contradicting the word. I observe silently as she takes another sip of her drink. Every one of her movements is rehearsed. The way she's holding the glass to her lips, how she's sitting, her smile, even the way she speaks. It's evident that she senses the eyes on her, not only mine, but those of others here tonight. I'm entranced by her. I'm sure she must sound completely different when outside the club. I want to hear that voice. I want to see that face, that body. I want to see all of it without the mask, without the act. I take a sip of my drink, feeling the burn wash down my throat. What are you doing here? My abrupt question startles her. She swallows hard, putting the glass down on the bar top before she turns to me, her surprised eyes questioning. What do you mean? She stammers. She gestures down her body, my eyes following her hand as it travels along the outline of her white corset, her perky cleavage pushed up almost seemingly to her chin, the laced wrist cuffs, the French manicured nails. I'm an angel, she says. Here for company, but not for— I know what you should be doing, I interrupt. That's not what I'm asking. She tenses up, her eyes locking onto mine while she processes my words. Her demeanor has changed from apathetic to highly alert, as if she's afraid of getting caught. I'm suddenly struck by a dark suspicion, and the blood runs cold in my veins. Is she not here of her own free will? Is she being forced to work here? No, that can't be it. She's a Violent Delights girl. I saw her when I was here visiting Miss Barry several months ago, and she confirmed that she worked here. So why is she acting so out of place? The thought incites a flurry of questions to streak through my mind. Why does she look at me like that? Why do her shoulders rise up to her ears? Why is she biting her lip like that? Why are her refined fingers fiddling nervously with the glass in front of her? You look uncomfortable, I observe. You're the only person in this room who looks fucking uncomfortable. She flinches. Is that why you came up to me? To complain? I'm not complaining, I object, shaking my head. Just observing. She takes another sip from her drink, a rather big one this time. I'm sorry, she says solemnly as she places the glass back on the counter. I guess I'm just nervous. It's my first day. It's everybody's first day here, I remind her. She frowns. Yes, but I mean, and you're not new to the agency. Her gaze turns to me, and this time she doesn't even try to hide her irritation. How would you know that? I shrug. It's true, isn't it? She bites at her lip again and her eyes drop, idly resting on the Manhattan. Her shoulders tuck in and sink, signaling defeat. I don't like that look on her, and what bothers me even more is that I don't understand it. Something is bothering her, and I can't figure out what it is. I hate it when people don't let me read them. Look at me, I demand, and she complies immediately. Her eyes obediently find mine in a robotic motion, even though her focus lacks conviction. She's the type of girl who will go down on her knees if you tell her to, the type of girl who will spread her legs for you, the type of girl who aims to please without asking for anything in return except payment from a satisfied client. I can handle that type. I've had years of practice.
Chapter 9. Elene. I fucked up. I don't know what is with me tonight, but I'm seriously failing to do my damn job. He's right. It's the first night for everybody here, yet I seem to be the only one struggling. I know all there is to know about this club, and whether we're dressed in black or white, we all have our corresponding instructions. There are far fewer angels than devils because we all know what these men want. They're not here for angels, they're here to play. They're here to discover the room upstairs, and they're seeking out the girls who will accompany them up the spiral staircase to learn about them firsthand. Still, he insists on sitting here with me. My nervousness was bad from the get-go, but it only got worse once he sat down next to me. He's the most attractive man in the room. I noticed him earlier, stalking the room like a panther in search of prey. In addition to being handsome, he stood out for two things: his age and his height. He's much younger and taller than most, if not all, of the other clients. His dark suit hugs his broad shoulders and stretches around his strong upper arms perfectly, making him appear even more striking, as does his strong jaw, dabbled with the shadow of a 2-day stubble. I thought his hair was black at first, but it's actually dark brown, and he has surprisingly bright eyes. Are they blue or gray? It's hard to tell, and I can't find the courage to look directly into them for too long. Damn, he unravels me. His presence is weirdly unsettling and scary. I'm scared of letting him down, of disappointing him, all because I'm dressed in white. I know he must be aware of the rules, but the way he's looking at me suggests that he's not above breaking them. His eyes narrow as he studies me thoughtfully. He told me to look at him, so I do, but it's nearly impossible to withstand his piercing gaze.
Why are you so nervous?
His voice is deep and pervasive. I cast him a coy smile, trying to transform my vulnerability into allure. Men like him exert power over others for pleasure. Power. It speaks to their nature, and it's my job to yield with grace so he can ride out his high, even if he's not allowed to touch me. It's a big day, I say, lacing my voice with faux sweetness. Opening night. We've been waiting a long time for this day. He nods, but doesn't look happy.
You're a violent delights girl,
he says.
I know what you girls are paid for. This shouldn't be easy play compared to the things you're used to doing.
Now I'm the one narrowing my eyes as I regard him with suspicion. What is he getting at? The stoic expression on his face changes into a smile, and I suppress the urge to jerk away from him when he leans in closer. Magnetic attraction often has the opposite effect on me than it does on others. He's so close now that I can smell his cologne, masculine, with a hint of citrus.
Let's try something,
he says, his voice so low that I can barely hear him over the background filter of jazz music and the noise of muffled conversations.
Just relax and treat this as if it's a normal date. Forget about who you are tonight. Forget about who I am. Just act as you would on a normal date.
A normal date? Not that again. I try to smile, but it must appear as fake as it feels. Yes, sir, I retort. We can certainly do that. He shakes his head, clearly disappointed in my response.
No,
he says.
That's exactly what I don't want to hear from you.
I arch my eyebrows in confusion. I'm sorry, I
know you know how to please.
He interrupts sternly.
Don't stage your fake persona for me. Just be yourself.
He pauses, catching my gaze once again before he raises his hand, pointing his index finger at me.
I want to know who you are,
he says. I don't know whether to be flattered or scared, but my response is a perfect example of what happens when I forget the parameters of my job. Why? I blurt out. He leans back then, putting distance between us while he reaches for his drink. Disappointment runs through my veins, but I can't stop myself from letting out a gasp of relief nonetheless. His proximity cages me in more than it comforts me, but I still take pleasure from it.
Why?
He repeats my question, taking another sip of his drink before shaking his head. Shit, I'm really bad at this. I'm sorry.
If you say you're sorry one more time, I will file a complaint about you,
he warns, side-eyeing me.
I'm sure the madam wouldn't be happy to hear about how you displeased a well-paying customer, a VIP member even.
I swallow hard, the forbidden words almost slipping from my lips again. I stop myself from apologizing just in time by taking a sip of my drink. The tangy blend of bitter and sweet warmth tickles my throat as it goes down. Soon my cheeks will start glowing from the effects of the alcohol. I will have to be careful about my intake, and not only because of the metal spines that cinch around my waist. I can't get drunk. The evening is only getting started, and he's not the only client who'll be expecting conversation tonight. though he may be the only one who proves this challenging. I take a deep breath, which doesn't go unnoticed by him. His eyes are on me when I turn back to him. Can I tell you a secret? He tilts his head to the side, his curiosity obvious as he beckons me to continue with the swirl of his hand. Normal dates are a mystery to me, I admit.
You've never been on one? I don't believe that.
He scoffs. It's been a long time, I say. And even then, I don't think what we did counts as normal.
What you did?
He asks, visibly intrigued.
What did you do?
I feel myself blushing as I recall the last time I went out on a first date with a guy who was not a paying client. It was more than 3 years ago. I know that because my dating life became pretty much non-existent when I started working for the agency on a regular basis. I've always been open and upfront about my job, and for obvious reasons, it didn't sit well with potential love interests. Most guys don't like to share, let alone date a call girl. And when I was faced with choosing between a normal dating life and my job, I chose the latter. Dating had never been as rewarding as this job. At least it didn't seem so at the time. The lack of true pleasure was the same in both worlds, but at least I was getting paid for my services at the agency. But maybe I'm just really bad at this normal dating thing because I'm not normal. The last time I went on a date, we had anal sex in the guy's car about an hour after we met up. I answer bluntly. I don't think that counts as normal. A dark smirk graces his handsome face.
Certainly not what an angel would do.
So, I wonder, I say, unable to prevent myself from switching my voice into that tone of seduction that has been part of my job for so long. What do people do on normal dates?
You mean when they don't jump each other like horny teenagers?
He says, causing me to raise my eyebrows at his brutally sharp remark.
Or when there's no money exchanged between the parties?
Yes, I say, not missing the condescending tone in his voice. Exactly.
They drink, talk,
He lists.
get to know each other.
An awkward pause follows his words, because I don't know what to say. I reach for my drink, but without the intention of taking a sip. It's almost gone, and finishing it would only prompt him to order me another one, and I know I wouldn't be able to say no.
What's your name?
It's a natural starter question, but still it baffles me. I'm not used to clients asking for my name. No one has ever cared. Eleni,
Elaine.
he repeats.
Is that your real name?
I nod. Yes, I don't have a call girl name. He raises his hand in defense.
I didn't mean to offend you. It's a beautiful name.
What should I call you? I ask.
My name is Damon, so I think you should go with that.
He says.
But we might come up with something different along the way.
I shoot him a look from the side. Along the way? What is that supposed to mean? You know I can't accompany you up to the Velvet Rooms, I remind him. He looks at me, but his facial expression is impossible to read. The hint of a smile is playing at the corners of his mouth, and there's a certain smugness in the way he leans into me, supporting himself on the bar with one hand while using the other to lift my chin with the tip of his index finger. I gasp, unable to hide the effect his touch has on me. It's electric, searing, brimming with taboo vibes. No touching, it says. Does that include a gesture like this? Does he care?
I know we can't go up there,
He says.
but you can tell me about it, right?
About the Velvet Rooms? I answer breathlessly. Why does his touch have such an effect on me?
Yes,
He affirms.
you can tell me about them, and what you would do up there if we were allowed to go up there together.
Chapter 10. Damon. The most alluring thing about her? I can't have her. Not a single part of her. Everything I want, her body, her mind, the true person behind that outfit she's wearing, none of it is accessible to me. It has to be earned through hard work. It will take time. It may not even ever happen, though I highly doubt that outcome. I always get what I want. Always. But this time, with Elene, I will have to put some work into it. I won't get my fix just like that. Laying more money on the table won't help. Buying her an extra drink won't help. She's a good girl, and she knows how to follow the rules. Besides, there's a reason why she's dressed in white tonight. She has slept with men in exchange for money before, but she won't do it here. There must be a reason. Her fake eyelashes flutter nervously as she fights to find the right words. I don't think I could ever grow tired of watching her. The constant back and forth between her professional persona and the insecure girl hidden behind it. The girl I can't see. Not the girl in the tight corset, with seductive stockings decorating her long legs and her small breasts pushed up with such force that it's almost impossible to look away. Her platinum strands are loose today, her narrow shoulders draped in soft waves that are only slightly darker than the brilliant white corset around her torso. Tell me, I urge. Tell me about the velvet rooms. Your madam refused to say much. A smile crosses her face. Well, they are exactly what you would expect from the name, she begins, shyly looking up at me through her thick lashes. Dark rooms with damask wallpaper and thick velvet curtains, the only means for privacy. She pauses, displaying a cute smirk, when her attention wanders across the room to something behind me. I turn around, my eyes following hers to the spiral staircase. A devil is leading a customer by the hand, swinging her hips seductively as she climbs the stairs in front of him. And inside the rooms? I ask, turning back to her. What will they find inside? Elene straightens her back, gaining height on me. She's no longer sitting at the bar as she was before, her body mostly turned away from me. Her position has shifted, her knees pointing my way, and her body turned to face me. It depends, she says. Everything has been accounted for. Everything, I repeat. That's pretty vague. You'll have to give me more than that. Well, there's a room for pain, she starts, lowering her eyes to escape my gaze. That's the red room. There are several of those. You know, for spankings, whippings, that sort of thing. I nod when her eyes dart up to meet mine again. Then there's the blue room, she continues, for sensory deprivation. There's no light and no sound. It's the only room that can be locked, and it has a soundproofed door. No spanking in there, I assume. No spanking in there, she confirms, smiling. Then there are group rooms, with larger upholstered surfaces. For orgies. Something like that, yes. I don't like sharing. The smile on her face changes when she tilts her head to the side, shadows dancing on her porcelain skin as she looks at me. What do you like, Mr. Graves? Damon, I correct her, and I don't think we should discuss this question. Not here. Not tonight. The expression on her face hardens. The black room, she says. Maybe you'd like that. The black room? I question. What's that all about? Like a dark room? She shakes her head. You would think that, right? But no, the black room is not defined by its lack of light. But? Elene leans forward. It's the first time that she's the one who closes the distance between us. It's the lack of everything, she explains. Color, furniture, toys, utensils of any kind. Unlike the other rooms, this one doesn't provide you with anything but a blank canvas. It becomes what you make it. Her face is so close to mine that I can feel the heat from her glowing cheeks and smell the vermouth on her lips. Only an inch, maybe 2, that's all that separates our lips. I could kiss her. I know she wouldn't pull away, rules or no rules. I could steal that one thing from her. But I won't. She will only taste better if I wait. If I wait until she lets me in. Until she lets me take her up to that room, the black room, void of anything, the perfect place to strip her naked, to take her bare and raw with nothing between us. Her eyes follow me when I distance myself from her, turning around to the bartender. "Another one for me," I say, glancing over to the waif-like beauty next to me. "You?" She looks guilty when she shakes her head. "Just a water." "Right, you're working." She nods. "The night is still young." The drinks are placed in front of us with swift, nearly soundless motions, the bartender disappearing from our vicinity in an instant. Her long fingers close around the glass as if it were a lifeline, saving her from drowning in a conversation that's going nowhere. She's not the only one new to this. I have never spent time with a woman under these circumstances. A woman dressed in sinful innocence, surrounded by kink and pleasure, the promise of sex so close, but I'm not even allowed to touch her. As my eyes scan the room around us, I realize that the area has pretty much emptied. We're the only ones at the bar, and only a handful of patrons are still scattered across the lounges. The angels and remaining devils are competing shamelessly for their attention, something the guests visibly enjoy. The stage has remained empty ever since Madame introduced the girls, but I know there is a performance scheduled for later tonight. From the looks of it, most of the clients couldn't wait to get a taste of the rooms upstairs, and the girls that come with it, before the public performance downstairs. Should I follow suit? Isn't that what all of this is about? Am I wasting an opportunity by spending the evening with Elene, someone I can't even touch? The imposing questions bother me only for a moment. No, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. Even if she were to excuse herself and rebuff me right now, I wouldn't be interested in pursuing any of the remaining devils. I'm not here for a lay, not like that. It would be different if she were one of them. If she could lead me upstairs, if she could show me the black room instead of just talking about it. It would be different, but I'm not entirely sure it would be better. The whole thing would certainly lose part of its allure. "Can I ask you something?" I was so lost in thought that I didn't even notice that I was staring at her. Her hands, to be precise. My eyes rested on her slim fingers as they trailed back and forth across the rim of her iced water glass. "Of course," I reply, fully returning my attention to her. "What would you like to know?"
Chapter 11. Eleni. I've been wondering, and you don't have to answer this, but I'm curious, I say, still debating with myself. I shouldn't ask this. I know I shouldn't. It's too private and not the kind of question that Miss Barry would deem appropriate. But Miss Barry isn't here. She's around, though, and maybe watching me from afar, but she doesn't hear the words escaping my lips. He, on the other hand, asked me to be real, to stop acting as if I were working, and we were told to always do what pleases the customer as long as no one gets hurt in any way.
Curious about what?
He says, tilting his head to the side and smiling at me, a sense of calm expectation gracing his expression. "You're so young," I blurt out. "Much younger than most of my clients. Our clients, I mean." I bite my lip. Speaking about other clients is not permitted. I should be more careful. I mean, it's unusual to see such a young man enjoying such
wealth.
He finishes my sentence, saving me from saying any more stupid things. I nod, throwing him a grateful smile.
"No reason to be so shy,"
he says assuredly.
"I have nothing to hide."
"Oh, that's not what I meant," I hurry to say. "I wasn't implying anything." He laughs, and it's the first time I see him laughing like that. A hearty, full-body laugh coming from deep in his chest.
"You're adorable,"
he says, and I pout, playing along.
"But to answer your question,"
he adds,
"there's no big secret behind it, really. In short, you could say I was just incredibly lucky in many ways."
"And the long story?" He clears his throat and lifts the whiskey to his lips, giving me enough time to doubt my nosy probing again. But before I have a chance to retract my question, he sets the glass down and takes a deep breath, preparing to tell his story.
"The long story is that I was lucky enough to be born to well-off parents,"
he begins.
"I was their only son and grew up pretty spoiled. Nannies, private schools, and, most importantly, a pretty generous trust fund."
I nod along. not sure what to make of the disappointment that's spreading through my core as he speaks. He's an heir. For some reason, that's the least exciting answer one could hope for. Just someone who was born to the right people. There's little glamour in that, little to admire. And he seems to read all these thoughts as if they're written on my face.
Not what you had hoped to hear,
he says. It's a statement and not a question, but I still shake my head in response. I wasn't hoping for anything, I admit. I was just curious.
Either way, that's not the end of my story.
A surprised expression blossoms on my face.
My parents did well, but they weren't super rich.
He adds,
not like I am now. It's not their money that provides for my current lifestyle. It's what I made of it.
He pauses to clear his throat before continuing, and I'm surprised to find that I'm literally on the edge of my seat, eager to hear more.
Around the time I turned 18 and gained access to my trust fund, Bitcoin became a thing.
He resumes, and then pauses before he asks me,
I assume you know what that is?
I nod. I have heard of it.
I don't think anyone completely understands how it works,
he says,
but some understand enough to play around with it, as risky as it is. Well, that's exactly what I did. I took most of the money from my trust fund and invested it in Bitcoin. Nothing happened for the longest time. The money was just gone, no longer in my hands.
A dark smile forms the corners of his mouth and travels across his face, and then he lowers his gaze.
I mostly did it to piss off my parents, to be honest.
He adds,
they were furious and thought I'd thrown away all of my money. I loved it. I fucking loved seeing them like that.
He considers me then, with that eerie smirk still on his face. He's smiling, but there's hurt written across his face. It shadows the evidence of painful memories.
My motivation may have been wrong, cruel even,
he says,
but the payoff was huge. Even I didn't expect for things to blow up the way they did. Crypto coins became a thing, and Bitcoin just grew and grew. I was supposed to focus on the college classes my parents had paid for me to take, but almost all of my attention went into that market, studying it, observing it, trying to understand it as well as possible, and transferring my investments accordingly. You see, these things are mostly about psychology. Next to external impacts on the market, you have to be able to anticipate people's behavior. You need to know when to buy, when to sell, when to cash out.
I nod along as he speaks. Sounds just like the stock market.
It is,
he agrees.
In a way, it's no different, just less transparent for most people.
And you knew how to play. The words came out before I can censor myself. Fortunately, he doesn't seem fazed by them. He nods in agreement.
Exactly. I cashed out at the right time, just before things started becoming more difficult.
He fixates on me with his eyes, leaning on the countertop of the bar when he turns to me.
Was that the answer you wanted to hear?
I take in a breath, shaking my head. What makes you think I wanted to hear anything in particular?
Women always do.
He states.
I could read it on your face. You didn't like the first part of my story, the part where it sounded like all I did was inherit my wealth.
I want to protest, but he stops me by lifting his hand.
It doesn't matter,
he says.
I know who I am, and I know that a lot of it does boil down to me being a trust fund child. I've been given an opportunity that others don't have. But trust me, none of it came without a price.
He clears his throat.
To be honest, it bugged me too for a while.
But not anymore? He shakes his head.
Not anymore. I used to content myself with living off the money I made. Long-term investments in safe stocks and some real estate. The interest I'm earning off this is more than enough to live like a king. But I grew tired of it. That's why I decided to return to playing. You know, since I'm apparently so good at it. I invested in the Velvet Rooms, among other things.
He winks at me, and I retort with a demure chuckle. You must have great trust in this, I presume.
Yes,
he replies.
I wanted to be a part of this and not just a visitor. Besides,
I flinch in surprise when he leans forward and rests his hand on my knee, his eyes never leaving mine as he tries to read my reaction.
You told me a little secret,
He adds in a low voice.
Care to hear one of mine?
I nod, my eyes widening with suspense as I try to ignore the electric heat that his touch is sending coursing through my body.
I needed to see you again,
He says, his eyes dark and intense.
I saw you that day at the agency. You came out of Miss Barry's office and walked right by me looking like a fucking princess. I couldn't get you out of my head.
What? I'm overwhelmed by a sudden and unfamiliar crushing feeling nesting inside my chest, clinging to my heart and pressing down on my lungs, forcing my breathing to become erratic. What is he talking about? What day? When did we ever meet at the agency? Why don't I remember? I can't remember, I stutter. When? Did we talk? He shakes his head.
No, Angel. We didn't exchange a single word, but the image of you has been burned inside my head ever since. I can't stop thinking about you.
I'm blushing. I can feel the heat rising to my cheeks, and it's so strong that I'm sure he must see it, dim lights or not. He must be lying. I don't remember any of this, and there's no chance in hell that a man like him would walk by me without me noticing. There's no chance that he would remember and I don't. No chance in hell. Is he toying with me? Has someone put him up to this? I manage to defer my eyes away from his intense gaze, only in time to see the madam walking by. She's striding past us with prudent steps, her eyes catching the movement of his hand on my knee. Her eyebrows crease in a warning. No touching, no playing. I'm clearly taking things too far if I have let him get this close to me.
Eleni.
The way he says my name is hauntingly beautiful and it scares me. I turn back to him, catching his odd-colored eyes.
You may not remember that day, but I do.
He says,
That day is what brought me here tonight.
I bite my lower lip, unsure what to make of his words. Why is he saying all of this now? Why didn't he start out our conversation with this? Why didn't he use the "have we met before" line that so many others do? If what he's saying is true, it would have been the perfect opener. His words unsettle me. He unsettles me. And he doesn't stop.
And you know what the biggest disappointment of tonight is?
I shake my head.
Seeing you on that stage dressed in white.
He reveals,
realizing that I can't touch you, I can't fuck you, I can't have you.
He tenses up, and his fingers crawl into the flesh of my upper thigh when he pulls me closer. I hold on to the countertop in an attempt to keep my balance so I won't fall off the high chair and land in his lap. Please stop. Our faces are so close that I can feel his hot breath on my skin when our eyes meet. He looks angry, wild, filled with carnal need. I no longer do this, I whisper. I no longer fuck for money, Sir Graves.
I know the rules,
he growls,
but that doesn't mean I like them.
His grip loosens, and I let out a sigh in relief before sliding down from the chair, my heels touching the floor as I try to stand on shaky legs.
And call me Damon for God's sake,
he adds, casting me one last angry look before he turns his back to me, signaling that our time together is done. For now. My heart is still pounding in a blend of confusion and anger, arousal playing havoc with me as I stalk away from him.
Chapter 12. Damon. I didn't know what she would do after I shared my little secret with her. Finding out her reaction was part of the thrill. And she was perfect. I could see the lust in her eyes. Her face was glowing with heat, and I bet that's not the only part of her body that reacted this way to my words. She was drawn to me, but scared at the same time. She didn't know what to make of my words because they came as a surprise to her. I don't blame her. I don't blame her for sighing with relief when I let go of her. I don't blame her for retreating, and I don't blame her for walking away from me. Because I saw it too. I saw the madam walking by and giving us looks. I touched her. I leaned into her, and for more than a moment it looked as if we were about to kiss. That cannot happen with an angel. Conversations have to be treated like a normal date, but in the end the limitations are even stricter than that. I get why she had to walk away from me. I get that, and I respect it. For me, it only increases the excitement. It prolongs the hunt and makes the reward taste that much sweeter. What I don't get is what she is doing now. She's sitting across the room, talking to another client, laughing and smiling, more than she did when she was with me. Her entire attention is absorbed by a man who could easily be her father. He's sitting on one of the button-tufted love seats in the lounge area, and she's sitting on the cushions right next to him, so close that their legs are touching, so close that she's practically leaning against him. It looks almost intimate, comfortable. But I know it's all an act. I know it because I'm doing the same thing. A devil came my way as soon as she had disappeared. Another blonde, not as tall, not as porcelain-complexioned, but with curves that she lacks. The girl is dressed in a dark lingerie set that left little to the imagination. Her dark eyes and red lips clash with the blonde locks framing her oval face, but she's a beautiful girl, for sure. I engaged in a superficial conversation with her, giving into a kind of small talk that I despise but have mastered. Again and again my eyes wander over to Elene, watching her perform her job, playing to the desires of a loaded man who's visibly mesmerized by her company. He doesn't touch her, but you can tell what's going through his head. He wants to fuck her, just like I do. And she knows that. An ugly string of jealousy pierces through me every time I look over there, even though I know there should be no reason for it. She's only doing her job. She's acting. I know, because she keeps glancing over at me, too. Our eyes connect across the room more than once, and every time they do, a somber darkness creates a shadow across her face. It's just a split second every time before she collects herself, defiantly raising her chin and turning back to the man at her side. She's doing her job, but I made it so much harder for her. That's good. Very good. But only if she didn't lie to me the same way she's lying to him right now. Did she play a role with me, too? Did she lie about her apparent secret of not knowing what a normal date looks like? Was all of that just an act? The shyness, the insecurity, the coy looks she kept casting my way as she spoke to me. Her interest in me and the origins of my wealth, the questions about my investments, about my life's path up until now, was all of that part of her fake persona? I know a lot of girls at the agency have a persona like that, the shy and calm girl who wants to make you feel powerful, who bends her little body for you, who asks to be broken, eyelashes fluttering nervously and soft moans escaping their tiny bodies while you spank the living hell out of them. I know that because I've had them. This is exactly my type, and I've tried to convince myself that all of it was real, but deep within I knew it often wasn't the case. They're actresses, and good ones at that. They know what you want, and they perform to perfection to please. Is that what she's been doing with me? If so, she's damn good. I've never believed a girl as much as I believed her. The way she's acting around him now, around that other man, it makes me furious to watch. Ouch! The shriek calls me back to reality, tearing my eyes and my thoughts away from her and back to the black devil straddling me on my lap. She has one arm wrapped around my neck, trailing along my chest with her other hand. Fake moans have been whispered into my ears. I massaged her thigh, moving closer to her center without actual intent. That hurt, she complains, but she's smiling at me. You naughty man. I throw her an angry look and shake my head. Call me that again, and I'll take you up to the red room. She raises an eyebrow and purses her thick lips. Oh, who says I would mind that? Naughty, shut up, I cut her off. She pouts, giving me a disappointed look before reaching for her drink on a table next to the sofa we're sitting on. Let's just watch the performance. I point toward the stage, hoping to divert her attention. Spotlights are illuminating a scene with a dark-haired devil restrained at the wrists as she kneels in front of a masked dominant. He's fully clothed in black, his face shielded behind equally dark fabric, and he's using a flogger to keep her in place. She's a cunning little devil, overstepping the rules in a playful manner, seeking punishment for our entertainment. All heads are turned toward the stage, all guests with their gazes glued to what's unfolding in front of our eyes. All but one. She doesn't shy away this time, but keeps her eyes locked on mine when I turn to look at her. I can't read her face, but I want to see pain. I want her to feel the same way I felt when I watched her talking to the man next to her, when I saw her flirting with him as she did with me. No, more than she did with me. But she's giving me nothing. Her face is blank, unreadable. At least her cheeks are no longer flushed, as I'm sure they were when she was with me. She doesn't let me read her, but still she insists on staring at me. Why does she do that? Is this part of her game? Why toy with me like that? I won't let her jerk me around. Hot fury spreads through my core, and I turn away brusquely, robbing her of my attention for the rest of the night.
Chapter 13. Eleni. I feel horrible. This is not how I imagined this first night to go, and it's definitely not how it was supposed to play out. I wasn't supposed to fall for one of the clients like a dumb little schoolgirl. I wasn't supposed to direct all my focus on him all night, even though I marched away from him long before the midnight performance started. I tried to do my job by taking one of Sandy's clients off her hands after she was done with him. I saw her take him up the stairs, and when they came back down just a few minutes later, it was pretty obvious that neither of them wanted to spend another moment together. But his balls had been emptied in one way or another, so he was a perfect candidate for entertainment by an angel. He smiled graciously when I joined him on the love seat, just as Sandy did when she walked by me, her eyes begging me to take him off her hands. I don't know what happened between the two of them, but I'm sure she'll tell me later on tonight on our way home. We watched the performance, and as much as I tried to avoid it, I couldn't stop myself from searching for Damon again and again. I saw him sitting there, with a naughty devil on his lap, his hand massaging her thigh while he shot me angry looks, as if I were the one hurting him, when it was clearly the other way around. I wonder if he only did it to make me jealous. I kept a close watch on the stairs, just to make sure I wouldn't see him walking up there with her. My heart aches at the thought of it, but I know I can't, I shouldn't prevent it if I saw it happening. All I could do is watch and suffer in silence, all the while being a good girl, doing my job, entertaining guests. I asked for this. I asked to become an angel at the club because the pay was unbelievable for a job that seemed so easy. How the hell could I expect this to happen? I've never fancied any of my clients, and I didn't expect it to be any different here. Yet, here I am, searching for the dark, handsome stranger who messed with my head. I haven't seen him since the performance ended, and I accompanied my client to the bar, where he wanted to have one final drink with me. Now the night is slowly coming to an end, and my guy was one of the first guests to leave. I escorted him to the door, politely smiling as I waved goodbye. Just as I walk back inside the main guest room, I see him walking across the room, the same devil still hanging onto his arm. I've never seen her outside the quick briefing sessions we've had over the past few weeks, so I don't know who she is. But I hate her. I know she's not knowingly hurting me, but I hate her nonetheless. I hate how she's making eyes at him, how she can be all over him while I'm restricted by rules that I forced on myself. I can't act like she does because it would hurt our concept. If the clients saw an angel acting out of her role on the very first night, how are they supposed to trust in anything else that they've been told? Miss Barry was very adamant about this when she gave us instructions. The rules are there for a reason, and they need to be followed, by us just as much as by the clients. My throat closes up when I see them approaching the stairs at the other end of the room. No, don't go up there. I feel sick to my stomach, ridden with foul jealousy, as I watch them walk away from me. This is so wrong. I shouldn't feel this way. I've never had this feeling, have never suffered the torment of losing someone to another girl. But here's the problem. I'm not losing anybody. You can only lose a person if he belonged to you in the first place, and he never belonged to me in any way. He's just another customer. A young, incredibly good-looking client who decided to spend some time with me at the bar, telling me some charming lies before he exchanges me for a devil. A single tear finds its way down my cheek. Fuck. I can't let anyone see me like this. I hurry to wipe the tear away, taking a deep breath to collect myself, reminding the stupid little girl inside of me that there's nothing to cry about. And as it turns out, I'm right. There is nothing to cry about, because he doesn't go up the stairs with that devil girl. I can tell that she's been trying to entice him, but it didn't play out the way she'd hoped. Instead, he's aiming for the coat room now, petting her in a placating manner while she continues shamelessly flaunting her flirtatious efforts. I escape his field of vision and make my way to the area behind the stage. Miss Barry told me that I was free to go home once my client had left, so there's nothing keeping me here any longer. I hurry to our changing room, stumbling on my heels as my walk turns into a little jog. The heels are the first thing to go when I finally get inside the room. I sigh with relief when I slip out of them and hurry to shove them away in my locker, quickly exchanging them for my leather boots. I don't bother to get dressed, but just wrap myself up in my long winter coat before scooting out of the room again and running down the dark hallway that leads to the back entrance of the club. Luckily, no one crosses my path as I make my way to the heavy door that serves as an entrance and exit for staff. I have to throw my entire body against the solid door to be able to open it, and once I do, I'm met with brutal cold. The winters are dark and long up here, but I'm not fazed by the icy winds at all, especially not now. I ignore the cold crawling up my legs as I hurry through the alley, heading toward the main entrance around the corner. Just before I get there, my pace slows down until I come to a halt at the corner. I close the zipper of my coat, my hand clinging onto the collar to keep myself as warm as possible, while keeping my eyes glued to the door on my left. I remain hidden in the dark, hoping that he hasn't left yet. At first, there's just the doorman, a guy named Bruce who looks and acts just like you'd expect a nightclub bouncer to look and act. He's almost as broad as he is tall, dressed in a custom-tailored black suit that stretches across his gigantic muscles and with little to no hair on his head. He looks grumpy standing there with his arms crossed, waiting for his shift to end. I feel sorry for the guy. He must be freezing, even though he doesn't give that impression by the way he's standing. He just looks utterly bored. That changes when a black limousine pulls up in front of him. He uncrosses his arms and steps closer to the car, waiting for the passenger side window to roll down. I can't hear what the driver is telling him, but Bruce nods and takes a step back, about to open the door to the club when someone beats him to it. The door flies open, causing Bruce to jump aside just in time before getting hit. My heart skips a beat when I see him walk out. Mr. Damon, raises his hand in an apologetic manner, exchanging a few words with Bruce while I just stand there like an idiot, watching from afar. What was my plan? Did I not want to walk up to him? Did I not want to talk to him? I think I did, but now that I see him, a beautiful gray scarf wrapped snugly around his neck, and his frame draped in a long dark coat, his breath steaming the air around him as he talks to Bruce, I lose all my courage. I bet the color of the scarf matches his mysterious eyes, but I don't dare get any closer to him to see if it really does. I remain hidden in the dark, frozen in place, and question my motives. What did I think would happen? Did I seriously consider running after him? Here? Outside of the club like a stupid fangirl running up to her idol? And then, did I plan to ask him out on a date? Really? Why would he ever say yes to that? Whatever happened between us, his charming words, the sizzling intimacy, the burning of his touch, it's very likely that I imagined all of that. He would dismiss me. No, even worse, he would laugh at me. As he should. I'm stiff with the fear of being rejected as I watch him get into the limousine, my heart stinging with a sudden ache when the car door closes with a loud bang. A moment later, the driver takes off, chasing me back into the shadows when I fear being seen by him as they drive away. This is pathetic. I'm pathetic. I've never acted like this, not even when I was still in high school and such behavior would have been considered normal. But I've also never wanted someone like this, and I've never been afraid of rejection. This is new, and I have no way of knowing how to handle it. It's been too long since I've had a normal date or liked someone for me to approach a man. To date and flirt like a normal person, to seduce one by relying on my charm and looks, and not because I've been bought for a few hours or a night. I never expected this to happen, but here I am, a 22-year-old girl who doesn't know how to get a man's attention if she doesn't offer herself with a purchase agreement. I guess then I know what I'll have to do.
Chapter 14. Damon. It has been 2 days, but it's still hard for me to focus. I hate it on many levels. I don't have time for this. I can't afford to have half or even most of my head occupied by a girl. An escort girl, for God's sake. I have to be present, focused on this, here, the 2 men at my desk, and the paperwork surrounding them. Scott is sitting next to Dean, my longtime financial advisor. He's a short, skinny man who looks younger than he actually is with his schoolboy haircut and the glasses that seem way too big on his face. His short blonde hair is ruffled, as it always is, and his eyebrows are creased in concentration as he goes over the paperwork that Scott just handed to him. Both of them are sitting at the large white desk that takes up half of my conference room, while I pace up and down inside the glassed area. When I acquired this office space, I wasn't even quite sure what I would need it for. I have never worked in an office before. All of my adult life has been based in my ever-changing homes. All I needed was a computer and access to the internet to get things started. I hired Dean when my interest income grew to the point that taxes were a painful endeavor. It annoyed the hell out of me to see so much of my money flow right back into the hands of a state I don't trust, but I wanted to make sure not to get in trouble with the government either when I tried to make the most of my investments. I needed a tax accountant and advisor, someone who had my best interests in mind but knew the rules of the game better than I do. Dean was that guy, and he has proven himself over the years. I would almost call him a friend if we had anything in common other than our shared interest in my finances. "This is all looking good to me," he murmurs, without once looking up from the papers. Scott is visibly relieved and casts me a nervous smile. I'm his main seed investor, and I can see why this is unsettling for him. We've overturned his business plan plenty of times, telling him that there is a general interest, but no commitment from my side if he doesn't get his shit in order. He's a few years younger than me, a college dropout who didn't see the point in sitting through classes when he already knew what he wanted to do with his life. He pitched his idea while he was still enrolled, just to keep his parents quiet, but he dropped out as soon as I gave him my okay to support his endeavor. It was energy-sapping for both of us that his plan needed revision after revision for me to trust in it. "Good work on the balance sheet," Dean adds, now looking up to give Scott an encouraging smile. "Looks like you finally got what we were saying." "That's what I thought," I agree, having read all of the paperwork before I called both of them in here. "This finally looks like something we can work with." Both of them cast me a quick smile, Scott's face ridden with tension while Dean's is still displaying cautious agreement. I know he will want to check again and make sure that the paperwork actually holds water before letting me sign anything. I'm showing trust in an idea that Dean barely understands. The Internet of Things is as complex as it is promising, and I'm fortunate to have a cautious accountant like him on board, someone who restrains my young enthusiasm. Scott, on the other hand, can hardly contain his excitement. He's been nervous every time we meet, but today he seems especially unraveled. His pale face is flushed, and he's sweating, despite the cool temperatures in this room. His hair is light like Dean's, but with a red tint, like the stubble on his chin. I side-eye him as I walk back to the table, supporting myself on the clean white surface as I lean over the papers spread out across the table. "That's quite a big equity stake you're giving up there," I tell Scott. "Are you really sure about this?" Scott nods, pressing his lips together. I need the early-stage funding, he says. Otherwise, there's no business to have stakes in. He sighs, his entire body relaxing for a split second, before he adds, I'd rather have less of an equity stake in my company than have no company at all. I nod. Fair enough. Mr. Graves is taking a higher risk than normal venture capital funding would require, Dean interjects, since there's no existing project to evaluate for funding. I raise my hand in a calming manner. I'm sure Scott is aware of that, I say, and he won't disappoint us. Right, Scott? The young man nods enthusiastically. Definitely not, sir. Stop calling me that. We're almost the same age. He nods and casts me an apologetic smile. I turn to Dean, raising my eyebrows in a silent question. Are we done here? Dean understands and gives me a quick nod before he turns to Scott. Thank you for stopping by today, Scott, he tells him. We'll have to look this over again with Mr. Graves's private accountant, but I can tell you that things are looking very good. We'll get back to you in a couple of days. Scott sighs with relief, and the smile in his face widens as he jumps up, getting the hint. We're ready for him to leave. He shakes my extended hand and casts a last smile toward Dean before gathering up his belongings and is escorted to the door. I check the time as I turn back to Dean and then cast him a quizzical look. Anything else? He's gathering up the papers spread on the table, arranging them in neat stacks before filing them in separate folders. He shakes his head. Not at the moment. I'll have these looked over by your accountant and suggest we meet again in, let's say, a week? His questioning gaze meets mine, and I shrug. Sure, I'm in no hurry. A smile spreads across his face, making him look like a 12-year-old boy. I regard him with a polite nod and am about to leave the room to retreat to my personal office when he calls me back. Oh, there's one more thing, he says, pulling my attention back to him. I arch my eyebrows. Yes? It's, your mother's birthday is coming up, he stutters, nervously fiddling with one of the paper stacks in front of him. I thought you might want to— Thanks for the reminder, I interrupt. I'm aware of it. He nods, looking at me with an expression that I dislike. Pity and worry. I hate it when people look at me like that. I ignore it and turn around, opening the door with momentum before marching through it angrily. It's been a long day, and I'm in dire need of a drink and some diversion. Luckily, I know just where to go.
Chapter 15. Eleni. Well, that innocence streak didn't last long. Sandy eyes me from the side, winking at me when she sees me fixing my outfit for the night. I avert the intensity of her appraising eyes. I was surprised when Miss Barry called up your name tonight, she adds. Care to tell me what brought about this change of mind? I shake my head. Nope. Sorry. She scoffs, positioning herself between me and the full-size mirror, robbing me of any leeway to move to continue checking myself and pretend that I'm too busy to pay attention to her interrogation. How come you never mentioned anything? She wants to know. How come tonight was the first time I heard about your sudden change of heart? She pauses, adding another insulted breath before she goes on. Did you think I'd be, pissed or something? I sigh. I knew there was no way around having this conversation, but I've not been looking forward to it nonetheless. There was a reason why I didn't mention it to Sandy before now, even though we've seen each other plenty of times since our first shift at the Velvet Rooms. She lives right next door to me and not only shares my occupational life, but my everyday life as well. We see each other every single day, no matter whether we're working or not. We both took a day off yesterday, knowing that we'd be tired after our first shift at the new club, and we spent half of that day together, grocery shopping, having a late breakfast that was more of a brunch, and chatting about our new job. Just like me, she will no longer work as an escort for the agency, at least for now. Unlike me, she didn't grow tired of having sex with men in exchange for money. For her, it was more about changing the pace and diversifying her work. At least, that's what she called it. I had told her about my desire to do something else, something entirely different, which didn't sit all too well with her. I can still see the disappointment written all over her face when she said, So, you're leaving then? She made it sound as if I were leaving her all alone, as if I wanted to break off our long friendship and start a completely different life in which she no longer had a place. I understand her concern. Our job is hard to handle, not only for potential boyfriends and family. I lost more than one friend when I started working for the agency. It's easy to become lonely, and it's hard to maintain friendships outside the business. When I told her about my decision to work for the club, but only as an angel, she felt it was the perfect solution to both my personal dilemma and our potentially endangered friendship. However, I can see why she feels a little betrayed by me now for not including her in my decision to change roles at the club before it was publicly announced by Miss Barry to the entire staff. "No, I didn't think you'd be pissed," I say. "Why would you be?" She nods furiously. "Exactly. Why would I be? But you gotta tell me. What changed?" I swallow hard, too shy to tell her the truth. As it turns out, I don't even have to give her a response, as the color on my cheeks is doing that for me. "You're blushing!" Sandy squeals, pointing at me as a giant grin spreads across her face. "You naughty girl. Don't tell me you were turned on by something in there. Or someone." Shit. This girl knows me better than I know myself. I lower my eyes, sighing as I try to evade her again. She giggles and gives me a little nudge against the shoulder. "You minx. I'm right, aren't I?" I smile at her, shaking my head but lacking conviction. She's seeing right through me, and there's very little I can do or say to make her think otherwise right now. "Let's not make a big deal out of this, okay?" I say. "Maybe I just want to try it out." "It?" she repeats. "You mean the rooms upstairs?" I shrug. "Yeah, it sounds fun." "Fun doesn't even begin to describe it. Just make sure you go up there with the right guy. My first dude was, such a loser." "Sandy," I caution her, "you know we're not supposed to talk ill about our clients unless they mistreat us. Yeah," she says, giving me a dismissive wave. "I'll rephrase it for you. We just didn't click. Like, at all." I bite my lip, stopping myself from saying anything that would encourage her to think that I already have the perfect guy in mind. If he even shows up. There's no way for me to know if he'll be around tonight, and even if he is, that doesn't guarantee that things will go the way I imagined. He might still say no, despite his charming words from 2 days ago, despite his apparent interest in me. It might have been a lie, all of it. But maybe it wasn't. "Shit, we need to hurry," Sandy exclaims, eyeing the clock above the door. She scurries over to the vanity and continues working on her makeup, while I let out a silent sigh in relief, grateful for the diversion. She reminds me of a hectic squirrel sometimes, so easily distracted by anything. But right now, that trait is a godsend. I take a deep breath, standing up straight and assessing my black attire in the mirror. I hope I won't regret this. Chapter 16. Eleni. Tonight is different. There are a lot more guests, which could be because it's a Friday night and opening night had been scheduled on a weeknight. Miss Barry told us that opening night was primarily intended to serve as a trial and error to work through the logistics before it was open to more guests. Tonight's guests are still an exclusive group, all of them VIP members, but there are more of them and they have been allowed to bring a guest along. Based on my initial assessment when I made my first round through the guest room, it appears that about half of the clients took advantage of bringing a +1 for tonight, and the majority decided to bring a date as opposed to a friend. Miss Barry's eyes are on me tonight. She was rather skeptical when I told her I wanted to work as a devil tonight instead of an angel. I expected her to be happy about this decision, seeing that she was so disappointed when I first told her that I wanted to quit the agency altogether. Her reaction proved to be quite the contrary, however. She just raised her eyebrows and looked at me with a doubtful expression. She's watching me. I can feel her eyes on me right from the beginning of the evening. She seems to cast me dark smiles whenever I catch and return her gaze as I slowly make my way through the main area of the guest room. Everything about what I'm doing tonight is a lie, and the longer I wander around without finding who I'm looking for, the more I doubt my decision to dress like a devil. I had imagined how tonight would play out. I would step off the stage after our ceremonial entrance into the room. His eyes would meet mine. I would stride gracefully toward him in my seductively revealing black lace, and he wouldn't be able to hide the hunger from unfolding on his handsome face. His hands would be on me as soon as I reached him, greeting me with that alluring warmth that I've not been able to forget about. And then our breathless sighs would be swallowed into a sensual kiss. I hate how much I want this. I hate how much I want him. I hate how this image slowly continues fading away with every step I take, wandering through the dimly lit room without a single trace of him. He's not here tonight. Fuck. I mouth the word without actually saying it. I can taste the word on my lips, but it's drowned out by the thrumming background music and the buzz of voices surrounding me while I stand in the middle of the guest room all dressed up but with nowhere to go. I keep turning in circles as I continue searching the room for him, even though I know it's futile. But I can't stop myself. I don't want to give up and not believe he's here. Not just yet. I don't know what else to do other than to desperately keep hunting for someone that's nothing more than a fantasy, searching for the image that has haunted my mind for the past 2 days and compelled me to transform from an angel in white to a darkly attired lady of the night. I'm so fucking stupid. Looking for someone? I hear a voice say behind me. I jerk around in surprise, and even though I know better, there's hope for a split second that the voice belongs to him. But the eyes looking back at me are neither gray nor nested in the young and handsome face I was searching for. An older gentleman is smiling at me, his eyes as black as the suit he's wearing. I tower over him in my stilettos, and that bothers me. I don't like having to look down on a man. It feels wrong, unnerving, and anything but sexy. I try not to let those feelings dictate the expression on my face when I reply. Just enjoying the scenery, I say, noticing that my voice is at that high-pitched level I have come to loathe over the years. It's not me, at least not the real me. I only speak like that when I'm on the job, when I'm faking it, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. The older gentleman is smiling in a docile and almost fatherly way. I have to refrain from flinching when he places his hand on my shoulder and gently pulls me closer to him. There's nothing creepy, forbidden, or wrong with him, but there's also nothing about him that excites me. He's just a client like all the others, a man who is well-groomed, a little older than the majority of those here tonight, but still handsome and obviously wealthy. The smile on his face is as polite as it is wanton. "Would the lady care for a drink?" he asks. I know what he wants. I know where this is going. And I know I can't stop it because I signed up for this. I told Miss Barry I wanted to be a devil tonight, and devils play with clients if that's what the client wants. With the way he's eyeing me right now, there's no doubt that that's what he wants. Shit. I nod, reciprocating his smile. Yes. Thank you. That would be nice. He removes his hand from my shoulder and places it at the small of my back instead, gesturing toward the bar with his other hand, and gives me a light push. I can't help but search the room again as I follow his gesture and head toward the bar. He's an old-school gentleman, as most of them are, and makes sure that I'm properly seated in one of the high chairs before he takes his own seat. "You look like a wine girl," he reckons, placing his elbows on the bar as he calls the bartender over to us by raising his hand. I smile at him. No, I'm definitely not a wine girl. I've never cared much for wine. It's too heavy for my taste, and it tastes too much like fruit. And I hate grapes. When he says that I look like a wine girl, all he's really saying is that I look like any other girl to him. Actually, I reply, still in that high-pitched fake voice, I'd prefer a Manhattan, if you don't mind. I know he won't mind. He'd buy anything for me if it'd get him closer to his goal. They all wear the same smile on their faces when they are on the hunt, when they're still in that stage of pursuit, when they're trying their best to impress, even though they don't really have to. He arches his eyebrows and nods.
"A Manhattan for the lady,"
he orders.
"and your finest bourbon, neat."
I have to keep myself from rolling my eyes. Only an ignorant fool would order the finest of anything. It makes him look pretentious and like a lowbrow who wants to appear sophisticated when he's clearly not. I welcome the drink with a bright smile, however, quickly reaching for the glass and toasting him before I take a large sip.
"You look so pure,"
he says, his hand already sliding up my thigh.
"What brings such a young and innocent-looking girl like you to a place like this?"
I try not to shudder at his touch and bring the glass to my lips again. "You say that as if this is a bad place," I retort. "Who says I don't feel comfortable in a classy environment, surrounded by good drinks and the company of true gentlemen like yourself?" I pause, casting him a look that can be read either way, as a warning or as a seductive invite. "Or are you not a gentleman?" He removes his hand from my leg and leans back on his chair, clearing his throat.
"I certainly can be,"
he says.
"but sometimes the ladies ask for something entirely different."
Do they now? My stomach is turning, while I feel like there is a cold clamp tightening around my throat. Every fiber of my being wants to get away from here, from him. What the hell was I thinking? How could I play such a risky game just because I had this silly fantasy in mind? And why is this so fucking hard? I've never had a problem shutting up the voices in my head from preventing me from doing my job before. Heck, they weren't even there a few years ago. I could just let go, get a little tipsy, flirt with men, even if they weren't my type, do the thing, please them, ignore the fact that my pleasure was mostly neglected in the process. It all worked perfectly fine. Why did I have to change? Why did he show up and accelerate that change? My eyes wander as the man in front of me keeps talking. I nod at the right times, smile and laugh when I feel he expects it, catch his eyes when he raises his voice, and encourage him with a nod to continue speaking. I'm trained at listening while not really hearing what the other person is saying. Years of experience playing the date of wealthy men at high-class functions have taught me well. I don't know why so many of them insisted on taking me out to these places when they actually paid for me to have kinky sex with them. There was such an obvious age gap between me and most of my clients that it must have been apparent to everyone around us that I was a paid escort and not their actual girlfriend. Maybe they didn't care if people knew. Some of those men have no shame. Just like the one who's vying for my attention right now. My mind is drawn back to him when I feel his hand trailing along my thigh again.
"Tell me about it,"
he says. He's leaning forward with his face close to mine, so close that I can smell the finest bourbon on his breath. "Tell you about what?"
"The velvet rooms,"
he says, sounding slightly indignant.
"The playrooms upstairs. I was told you girls could enlighten us, and you, little devil, have definitely been up there to play, haven't you?"
I have not, and I never thought I would want to. I know one thing for sure, and that is that I don't want to go with him. But it doesn't matter. I have no say in this unless I want to anger the madam and cause an uncomfortable ruckus by denying a client for no apparent reason. I will just have to grit my teeth and get to it.
"So?"
The man urges me to answer, squeezing my thigh to get my attention. I shake off the gnawing thoughts of doubt and reluctance. "Well, there are different kinds of rooms," I say, a seductive undertone lacing my voice. "They are themed, specific to the guest's needs."
"Needs? Like what?"
He presses, a lewd expression on his face, and I try not to shudder as his hand wanders higher up my thigh. "Like pain?" I utter. Those are the red rooms, equipped with everything you could ask for to induce pain. He growls hungrily and nods along as I speak, beckoning me to keep going. He moves closer to my waist, plucking at the black thong so it cuts into the soft flesh at my core. I flinch and let a moan escape my lips, playing along, acting as if I am as turned on as he is. I continue listing rooms and colors, possibilities and fantasies that I don't want to live out with him, while he can't wait to get up from these chairs and stare at my naked ass while I lead him up the stairs. His hand graces the side of my torso, slowly traveling upward to my black bra with the sheer cups that reveal more than they hide. A forced smile crosses my face when he cups my breast, craving possession of something I'm not willing to give.
Keep talking,
he whispers, the lust flickering in his dark eyes while his mouth contorts into a dirty smile.
What else is up there? Where should I ask the lady to take me?
Nausea feels like it's choking my throat and steals my breath for a split second. This has never happened to me before. I've never suffered such repulsion at the thought of sleeping with one of my clients. I never had any feelings toward them at all. I never cared. But now I do, and I do it in the most awful way. I bite my lower lip, trying to pull myself together. There's also, I murmur, my voice barely more than a whisper as my gaze trails off again, locking onto a place far behind him, at the other end of the bar. The black room, I breathe, staring at the man who has robbed me of my sanity. Gray eyes stare intensely back at me, and I'm further mesmerized by the man's dark hair that is neither black nor brown, but something in between, and the dark smirk gracing the most handsome face I've ever come across. Damon Graves is standing at the bar, his eyes glued on mine, and my lips move in a silent and desperate cry for help.
Chapter 17. Damon. My eyes find her right after I step through the door, and there's one detail that catches my attention in an instant. Black. She's wearing black tonight. She's sitting at the bar just like last time. But this time she's not alone. A man roughly 30 years her senior is sitting across from her, painfully close, while his hand rests on her thigh. If his touch is bothering her, she's very good at hiding it, but she's not encouraging it either. While he leans forward, trying to get as close to her as possible, she's trying her best to avoid him as much as she can. It's obvious to me that she's forcing a smile while listening to him talk, and moving out of his proximity every time he leans in closer. He seems oblivious to her repulsion and acts as if he owns her, as if she's into him as much as he's into her. Or maybe I'm the one misinterpreting things. Maybe I want to believe that she is trying to reject the guy who's touching her because I want her all to myself. Can you really own a girl who's working as a black devil at this club? A girl who openly reveals herself as available to anyone who wants her? A girl who is paid to entertain men like him? Men like me? I've been watching her since I arrived. I was on my way to the bar to get myself a drink before I started wandering the room, but froze mid-motion when I spotted her in her black lingerie set. The dark harness detailing around her waist emphasizes her curves. It's topped by a matching bra with sheer cups, and even from about 20 feet away I can see her nipples through the fabric, teasing me and asking to be touched. She has a simple, black-banded choker with a small D-ring at the front around her neck, and her platinum blonde hair is styled in an updo tonight, only a few curly strands here and there framing her flawless face. The dark red lipstick she's wearing stands out against her porcelain skin. My eyes wander to her black heels, which are even higher than the ones she wore the other night. A tall girl in heels, you don't often see that. I like rare sights. Her unique look is irresistible to me. But there's one thing that I don't like about her tonight. She's wearing black. Why the hell is she wearing black? Why is she making this so easy for me? I hate easy. I'm so fucking tired of easy. A nasty jolt of jealousy travels through my insides when I see the man's hand moving along the pale flesh of her thigh. It sickens me to see him plucking the lace of her black thong, causing her to flinch, and I bet there's a gasp escaping her pretty red lips when she opens her mouth ever so slightly. Mine. That's my gasp, a reaction that belongs to me. I can't help but growl with a possessive and furious hunger. She's visibly trembling as she's talking to him. My eyes follow the movement of his hand as it travels further, touching a body that I claimed before him, his fingers stroking skin that I wasn't allowed to touch. I thought there was nothing I could do about this, but when she averts her eyes from him and turns to me instead, I realize that I'm wrong. The expression on her face changes. Her eyes widen, her lips part, and for a moment, she doesn't even seem to notice the lusting hand cupping her breast through the sheer fabric. Her lips are moving, but she's not talking to him. She's talking to me. She's calling for me. Normally, I wouldn't let anyone boss me around like this, but this is different. She's mine, and she's signaling for me to claim her. My feet start moving toward her before I can even coherently make the decision. Her gaze shies away from me as soon as she sees that I'm coming for her. Her body language screams tension, but the guy is oblivious and continues fondling her breast. He has been sitting with his back to me, so all I could see was the gray, balding back of his head. But when I come even to them and he turns his face to me, I realize he's not a stranger. He's an acquaintance of my father, or a business partner, as he used to say, but it's unlikely they ever once conducted business in the true sense of the word. The only business these two would have ever concluded was handled in the shadows, outside the reach of binding law. I doubt he remembers me because it has been years since we've seen one another, and we never exchanged more than pleasantries. But I know something about him that will give me an advantage over him. It's perfect. Both he and Elene are staring up at me now. He looks irritated while she looks anxious and apprehensive. "Good evening," I say, standing so close to her that our legs are touching. She's not shying away in the slightest. "Evening," he growls back, obviously unhappy about my sudden appearance. "Hi," she greets, a relieved smile flitting across her face. As soon as it appears, it's gone, as if she is afraid to get caught looking too happy. "I'm sorry that I'm late," I say, reciprocating her smile. She looks confused for a moment, and then the meaning of my words dawn on her, and she decides to play along. "Oh, it's fine. I'm just glad that you were able to make it." Her voice is thin and shaky, hinting at the lie she's trying to hide. The man is agitatedly shifting in his chair, and I can feel his eyes on me, burning with irritation. The lady has been waiting for me," I interrupt him before he has a chance to even finish his first word, and slowly turn to catch his furious gaze. "I'm sorry, but I will have to steal her from you." He snorts. "Young boy, I don't think that's how it works in here." "Yes, Mr. Bartlett. That is how it works for us," I strike back. "Besides, I doubt you want anyone to find out how much you like to play in the snow, would you?" His eyes flicker with rage, burning through me like hot daggers as he processes my words. I recognize it the moment confusion is replaced by understanding. "You," he stutters, "you are Alvin's boy." The smile that tucks at the corners of my mouth is equal parts polite and condescending. I raise an eyebrow at him, giving one last hint that I want him to leave. And this time he does. Elene can't hide her surprise when he gets up from his seat, excuses himself, and then hurries away with his whiskey in hand. She glances at me, her pretty face full of questions. I ignore it for now and signal for the bartender. "Yamazaki single malt," I order, casting her a quick look. "Do you want another one?" She shakes her head, the wonderfully confused expression still on her face. The bartender nods and turns around to pour my drink. I don't speak to the girl until the scotch is placed on the counter next to her drink. No more interruptions. Not tonight. "What was that all about?" she asks, as we raise our glasses for a toast. "Did you know that guy?" "I think there are more important questions to tackle right now," I counter. She lets out a breath. "Like what?" The first question that comes to mind is, "Why are you wearing black tonight?" I ask, adding a reflective pause and leaning closer to her. Was I right? Have you been waiting for me?
Chapter 18. Eleni. I blush at his question. seeking comfort in my glass as I always do when I don't know what to say. My heart is still in turmoil, still shaken by the idea of having to play with someone I didn't want near me. Sure, I could have told him no and risked getting in trouble with the madam, but a part of me knows that's not what I would have done. I would have gone through with it, because the desire to please runs rampant through my veins, and it's impossible to shake that pressing urge to be good, to make everyone and anyone but myself happy. It was so much easier when I thought there was nothing and no one out there that could make me happy. He's changed all of that. For the first time in my life, I yearn for something, for someone. And now he's here. Tonight, he's here, and he saved me from a situation that was more than just a little uncomfortable. I still don't understand what he was saying to the man. What did he mean by playing in the snow? And why did it scare the guy enough to leave immediately? And who is Alvin? These things will remain a mystery for the present, as I allow my focus to shift to the situation at hand. It really happened. He really came for me. Or so I hope. My doubts grew so strong when I couldn't find him, it's hard to make myself believe that the night might actually go the way I'd hoped it would. Have I been waiting for you? I repeat his question, smiling, more to myself than to him. Would it make you happy if I said I had been? He cocks his head to the side.
I wouldn't believe you,
He says,
but I would take it as a compliment, and those are always appreciated.
Well, then there's no need for me to answer your question, I say, if you won't believe the truth anyway. He sips at his scotch, his gaze resting on me. He's wearing a different suit tonight. Even in the dim light, I can tell that it's navy blue and not black like the one he wore on opening night. I wish I could see him in the daylight, just to see how well the blue of the suit matches the silky dark brown strands framing his face. I bet he looks just as fantastic in the light as he does in the shadows.
You still need to tell me why you're wearing black tonight,
He says in a low voice, interrupting my thoughts.
Is that just how it works? Do you change the color you wear every other night? Are they assigned to you?
I shake my head. No. We each individually chose which color we would wear before the club opened.
But you were an angel on opening night.
I nod, biting nervously at my lower lip.
And you're a devil now,
He observes.
So you must have changed your mind since opening night, then?
I nod again, suddenly feeling shy and unable to meet his probing gaze.
What caused you to change your mind?
He presses.
And did you dress as a devil last night, too?
My shoulders grow tense at his ongoing questions. I didn't work last night, I say. I bring my eyes up to meet his, an uncomfortable thought haunting me. Were you here last night? I almost sigh with relief when he shakes his head.
No. I don't have time to come here every single night, Eleni.
The fact that he remembers my name wraps me in warm comfort. This must mean something, right? He cares enough to remember such a mundane detail that no one before him has ever troubled themselves with.
You still haven't answered my question.
His gray eyes are piercing through me, and when I try to lower my face to evade his intense scrutiny, he stops me by placing the tip of his finger below my chin. It's the first time he's touched me tonight. Such a delicate and innocent gesture, but it churns my insides in a very different way than the other man's hands had before.
Tell me,
He insists.
and don't look away when you do.
My impulse to obey takes over, causing me to follow his demand without further ado. I'm wearing black tonight because I want to go up the rooms. He nods.
You want to play tonight?
Yes.
You want to get touched and fucked, treated like the naughty little girl you are?
My heart is hammering so hard that I'm worried he could see it pounding through the sheer fabric of my bra. I know that's ridiculous. I know there's another way he could see the impact his words have on me, a telltale sign like no other, and a way he forbade me from shielding from him. He can see it in my eyes, bright and clear, the yearning for him flickering like spotlights, calling him in, begging for him to do things to me.
Answer me,
He urges, pinching my chin between his index finger and thumb. Yes, sir.
Don't call me that.
He commands.
I know you're used to being with men who like that title, but I'm not one of them. Understand?
I nod quietly, biting my lip to prevent myself from disobeying his order. What should I call you instead?
My name is Damon,
He says.
so that's what you'll call me, just like I will call you by your name. I don't need titles standing between us.
Okay, I breathe. I like that, Damon. A dark smile plays at the corner of his mouth. I would call it loving if I didn't know any better.
So you want to play tonight?
He clarifies. Yes, I do. Very much so. He clears his throat, his fingers still holding my chin in place while our eyes remain locked onto each other.
When I came in here, I saw you with another customer.
He says, sending a hot bolt of regret racing through my chest.
Flirting, talking, letting him touch you. You were just about to go upstairs with him, weren't you?
I jerk up in defense, but he keeps me in place, beckoning me to stay still just by pinching my chin again. He has me paralyzed with just the tips of his fingers, a small gesture holding control over my entire body. It's my job. I would have...
You would have fucked just anyone tonight, wouldn't you?
He interrupts me.
Because it's your job. Because you don't care. Because you're a
No! I cut him off. No, I would have cared. I didn't want to go upstairs with him. His eyes narrows as he fixates on me.
But you still would have done it.
He hisses, a cruel undertone in his voice. I close my eyes, feeling lost and angry. Angry at him, angry at myself. I wish I could be happy about his jealousy and possessiveness, but the wonderful feeling of being desired by a man like him is tainted by my mistake. Was it even a mistake? Did I really do something wrong? After all, who did I betray by changing my role at the club? Him or myself? I don't know if I would have done it, I say truthfully. I didn't dress in black for him. My cheeks are burning with a heat so strong that I'm sure he feels it too. He's smiling at me, but it's not a friendly smile. There's a darkness in the way he's studying me, a secretive promise for something I thought I'd lost. I want to go upstairs, I whisper, with you.
To the black room?
Wherever you want to take me, I say, retracting to my role as the pleasure girl, serving, pleasing. Whatever he wants, I want to give it to him, but this time, I feel like there's something in it for me as well. He shakes his head.
You're very eager to please,
he observes.
I don't know how I feel about that.
My eyes fill with worry. What does he even mean by that? Why wouldn't he want me to please him? Please, I stammer. He arches his eyebrows.
Oh, so now you're begging?
I pout at him, feeling ashamed and frustrated. What kind of game is he playing with me, and why?
Is that part of your routine?
He asks, snidely.
Begging?
I don't have a routine. I'm lying, but he doesn't need to know that. Of course I have a routine, plenty of them even. There are certain ways that satisfy certain men, and once I figured out what kind of man I'm with, I knew pretty well how to entertain him. There are routines that include begging, pleading for a man to take me even if it was a lie. But I'm far from lying right now.
I don't believe you,
he says, and my heart sinks.
Of course you have a routine. You girls always do.
You don't believe anything I say, I counter. Maybe you should let go of that persistent distrust. I pause, our eyes connecting. I pout my lips slightly and bat my eyelashes at him. Have some faith for once. I might be worth trusting. A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth.
I don't trust devils,
He says.
but I do want to be alone with you.
He pauses and lets go of my chin. His eyes travel across the room, resting on the spiral staircase.
Show me.
He says, turning back to me.
Show me the black velvet room.
Chapter 19. Damon. She's walking in front of me, swinging her hips invitingly because she knows that my eyes are on her. There's no doubt that she's a professional as she leads me up to the velvet rooms. It's my first time seeing the upper floor after its renovation, so my curiosity is as piqued by her as it is about the rooms. I expected it to be dark up here, but I'm surprised to see how dark it really is. A hallway opens up before us once we reach the second floor. The area is wider and more open than I expected, and the walls are almost entirely covered by thick velvet curtains. Red lights on the ceiling provide dim and alluring illumination that allows little judgment about the decor on the walls or the color of the curtains. Elaine pauses for a moment, as if she has to find her bearings before leading me down the hallway. It splits into several corridors, each of them lit in different colors, indicative of the different themes she told me about. There's no music up here, nothing but dead silence, interrupted by an occasional moan and clashing of naked skin coming from somewhere behind the curtains. The walls of the smaller corridors branching away from the main hallway are entirely covered by velvet curtains, allowing no one to see what might be going on behind them. A solid wall? A door? An open room? According to what I've been told, it could be any of the above. Elaine hesitates for another moment as we listen in the dark to soft moans coming from somewhere to our left. I wait for her to continue moving down the hallway. "The black room, you said," she whispers, without turning to me. "The black room," I confirm. She doesn't say another word, but strides forward, turning into the darkest one of the corridors. The farther we walk down it, the darker it gets, if that's possible, and by the time she stops, I've been following her by ear more than by sight. "Left," she breathes, and then I hear a muffled brush of fabric as she moves the thick velvet curtain aside. A hint of light filters into the hallway, guiding me where I need to go. The room we enter is not quite as dark as the corridor we just traversed. One single lamp hanging from the ceiling provides just enough light for me to make out Elaine's outline as she moves to the center of the room. We are no longer walking on wood flooring, but on carpet, which muffles the sound of her heels. "The light can be changed," she says, facing me. "There's a panel to your right. You can turn it up or down, change the color, whatever you like." I see her gesturing in the dark and look in the direction she's pointing. A little red light helps me find my bearings, and the first button I push is the one I was hoping for. The room gets lighter, but just barely. I leave my finger on the button and turn to look at her as I adjust the lighting to where I want it. Dim, but enough to see her, all of her. I need to see her face, not just the outline of her perfect body. I stop adjusting the light as soon as I can see the smile on her face. "That it?" she asks. "You can try other colors, too." "No," I say. "This is fine. You're the boss." She makes a move to walk toward me, her smile transforming into a seductive smirk. I raise my hand to stop her. "I didn't tell you to move," I snarl. "Stay where you are, directly under the light." A hint of confusion crosses her face, but she nods, tipping her head back to spot the light above her. She positions herself right under it, never losing control of her movements. They're too perfect, too practiced. Nothing about the way she's moving since we got up here seems natural. She's still looking at me with that professional allure when I approach her. Curiosity curls inside me, asking to test her, to see what it is like to be served by her. For the moment, I decide to listen to that inquisitive voice. I come to a halt right in front of her, burying my hands inside my pants pockets while my eyes rest upon her. Even with her height and the ridiculous heels she's wearing, she has to tilt her head back a little to meet my gaze. Yet I don't think I've been as close to eye level with a girl standing before me as I am with her now. I'm standing close enough for her to feel the hardness growing inside my pants. I deliberately lean my hips forward, touching her leg, just to see how she will react. Her face looks so innocent, so pure, even with all the makeup and black lace adorning her sinful body. But her actions reveal her professionalism. She doesn't shy away from my growing bulge, but instead moves her leg to return the touch, as if we were greeting each other this way. I don't give her any commands or any kind of reaction, but just study her, observing her routine. She bites her lower lip, but not like she did before. This time she does it knowingly, putting her entire expression into it as her lashes flutter in sync. Her hands reach forward, skillfully opening the button of my suit jacket before she reaches underneath it, stroking along the side of my torso. She inhales audibly when she can feel the muscles underneath the thin fabric. Damn, you must work out a lot. Even her compliment sounds fake, despite being honest. I know what I look like, and I know the effect a ripped chest has on women. She likes it, and her adoration is not a lie, but the way she expresses it doesn't feel natural. She's too impatient, too. As soon as she got a first feel of my upper body through the fabric of my shirt, she decides to travel upward, bypassing my strong pecs, my collarbone, and going right for the tie around my neck. She's about to loosen the knot, and that's when I stop her. I reach up and grab her wrists, shaking my head to signal her no. We exchange a quick look before she nods with understanding. However, her next move is no less blatant. Her hands trail down across my chest, cherishing the sculptured body I don't allow her to see just yet. She doesn't stop at the waistband of my pants, but continues further, placing her palm on top of my steely readiness. My cock twitches at her touch, especially when she tries to wrap her fingers around me, only stopped by the fabric separating us. Wow, she breathes. Her eyes follow to where her hands are as she takes a step back, holding onto my leg with one hand while the other still cups my growing bulge. She's just about to go down on her knees when I hold her back by placing my hands on her shoulders. Stop. She freezes, not moving even an inch while I keep her in place, my hands closing around her small shoulders. Slowly, I retreat from her, taking a step back and putting some distance between us. I can tell that she wants to follow me, but she manages to refrain from doing so. You said I could make this room whatever I want, I say, my voice eerily low. She nods. Well, here's what I want, I continue, crossing my arms in front of my chest while I lock her in place just with my gaze. I don't want you to act as if you're on a job. I don't want you to go through your routine simply intent on pleasuring me. She inhales, about to say something, but I stop her by simply raising a finger. I know you will say that's not what you're doing, I tell her, but that would be a lie, and you know how much I hate being lied to. It would be an insult, and you don't want to insult me, am I right? She shakes her head. No, Damon. Good girl, I praise. Now listen, here's what I want you to do. It's quite simple, really. I want you to undress in front of me. Get naked. Completely naked. I take another 2 steps back, my arms still crossed and my cock still pushing against its fabric cage, yearning to be inside her. There's nothing I would rather do right now. I want to bury myself between her legs, have her warmth wrapped around me while I fuck the living hell out of her. But I want to do it right. I couldn't enjoy her if she insists on continuing her act as if she's nothing more than another whore, faking, acting, and lying. I want the real her. She looks at me with a puzzled look, but starts obeying when I jut my chin forward. You're not suddenly shy, are you? I ask. You must have done this thousands of times. She casts me a look, raising an eyebrow. Not really, she whispers, as she reaches behind her back to unhook her bra. Most men know how to appreciate a fine piece of lingerie. Don't insult me, I warn her. Just do as you're told. Her eyes flicker, and for a moment I can see her shine through. The real her. I'm presenting her with something new, with something she can't quite place, and she doesn't know how to deal with it. I like that. Piece by piece, she peels herself out of the black lace adorning her body, removing the bra first and exposing a small set of firm tits with pink nipples. When she steps out of her high heels, she loses about 5 inches of height, but she doesn't shrink as much as most girls do. She sheds her wrist cuffs, the garter belt, and the stockings, carefully rolling them down her long legs before placing them on the floor next to her feet. The last item she removes is the tiny black thong that barely covers anything but her pussy. The sight of her bare lips drives me insane, sending another rush of hunger through my core and causing my cock to twitch with desperate need. Shit, she looks even more perfect than I imagined. She looks at me, fighting the natural inclination to cover herself while I devour her naked body with my lustful eyes. Completely naked, I said. Confusion travels across her expression before she realizes what I'm talking about. She's still wearing the black choker. I didn't put this on you, I say, pointing at her neck, and while I like the look, I don't want you to wear something around your neck that you didn't get from me. I close in on her and reach around her neck, unhooking the choker myself. It lands on the floor next to her clothes, and she looks up at me with a trace of reproach. She doesn't fight me when I grab her by the shoulders again, moving her a little so that the light from above is shining once again on her face. Now, listen to me, little one, I whisper, leaning in close to her ear without removing my hands from her shoulders. This is what we're going to do.
Chapter 20. Elaine.
This is what we're going to do.
I shiver when he whispers into my ear, his heated breath tickling the skin on my neck.
You're going to stand here, your posture straight, hands down, head up, eyes on me, and you won't move an inch unless I tell you to.
He orders.
You won't lean into me, you won't try to evade me, you won't touch me. You will just stand here and listen to what I'm telling you. Do you understand?
I nod, unsure whether I'm allowed to speak. His hands imprison my wrists, and he draws my hands down to position them next to my hips. I remain dead still, exactly as he has placed me, when he withdraws his touch and shifts around so that he's standing behind me. I can feel his body heat at my back, and slowly I begin to understand why he was so adamant with his orders. I feel naturally drawn to him, my body yearning to slant toward him like a flower reaching toward the sun. But if there's one thing that I've learned, it is to obey my client's rules. I'm a good girl, and I crave to hear those words from Damon's lips more than I ever have before. So I don't move. I don't follow my heart, but instead I listen to the rational voices in my head. I don't even flinch when his finger strokes the side of my cheek, as his fingers comb a loose strand of hair behind my ear.
I'm going to look at you now,
he whispers, his mouth so close to my ear that his breath makes my skin prickle.
I'm going to study every inch of your beautiful body, take in every part of you for as long as I want. You are not allowed to cover any part of yourself. You are not allowed to hide away from me.
The sound of a muffled yelp travels through the curtain, distracting my attention away from him for a split second. I know it must be coming from one of the red rooms, the rooms dedicated to inflicting pain, and I'm fairly certain that I recognize the voice.
Stay with me,
he hisses behind me. I tense up, expecting a blow, but he doesn't strike me. Why is he not disciplining me? He's so strict with his commands, so determined that I obey him, but he hasn't laid a finger on me once to remind me of my place. In a way, this is way worse than being struck for disobedience. I react to pain. It brings something to life, something deep within me. A slice of pain equals pleasure. It works for me. It's familiar and reliable for evoking bliss. But this is new. It's different. I take a deep breath, continuing to stand frozen in place, and I can sense that he's circling me. He's skulking around me as if he's that feline predator again, inspecting his prey before striking and devouring it. I want to close my eyes, or at least lower my gaze, when he pauses in front of me. He stands in place, still inspecting, his eyes traveling along the curves of my body, doing just what he said he would do. His gaze stops at different places, resting on the side of my hip for a moment, then on my belly before slowly wandering up to my small tits. He is standing about 3 feet away from me, still studying me, just looking, yet I feel as if he's touching me, as if it's not his eyes but his skilled hands that are exploring my body inch for inch. I've never been ashamed about being naked in front of a man. It was part of my job. It was expected. And once you've done something hundreds of times, it comes as natural to you as brushing your teeth. Even nakedness loses its taboo after a while. But now, I can feel the shame of humiliation glowing on my cheeks. My pulse races, and I'm trying my best not to let him see me trembling as he takes me in. My head moves down, tilting just for a second, before I catch myself and remember his instructions. It's too hard to look him in the eye, because it's a dead giveaway about the part of my body he's currently staring at. But I need to focus on something while he examines me. I opt to analyze his hair, my gaze latching on to the dark brown wayward strand on the right side of his face, partly covering his eye.
"You are fucking perfect,"
he whispers.
"How can someone so corrupted look so pure and innocent?"
He looks up, catching my gaze.
"You're so beautiful,"
he says.
"I almost feel sorry about the things I will do to you."
The things he will do to me? My eyes meet his, filled with questions. Is he going to hurt me? But if he were into that type of thing, why did he ask to be taken to the black room instead of one of the red ones?
"Turn around for me, Eleni."
The way he says my name gets me every time. His voice is husky and deep, more like a sigh and somehow laced with affection. Every time he calls me by my name, it feels as if he's reaching right inside me, squeezing my racing little heart before he retreats as quickly as he charged at me. I do as I'm told and turn my back to him. Losing eye contact should make this easier, but on the contrary, I feel even more exposed, and he only makes it worse when he utters his next command.
"Bend over,"
he says, as if it were the most natural thing to do.
"Bend over and show me that pretty little ass."
I blush but comply, making sure to hollow my back when I tilt my upper body, because I know it will make my ass look so much better.
"Good girl."
The words drape me in a warm and comforting embrace, spawning arousal at the same time.
"Now, show me that beautiful pussy,"
he orders next, and I inhale, gasping with shame. I turn my head, casting him a look over my shoulder. He's still standing there, his arms crossed in front of his strongly muscled chest, jerking his chin forward.
"Don't play that shy act with me,"
he barks.
"I told you you have nothing to hide in front of me, and it's not like you haven't done this before."
This is where he is wrong. I haven't ever done this before. I've never been asked to expose myself in this way, and I'm most definitely not playing any kind of act right now. This is embarrassing as hell, but also so fucking hot. I can't help but mule with shame when I reach backward, grabbing my ass cheeks and pulling them apart as much as possible. I expose the most intimate part of my body to him, illuminated by that damn light right above my head. But it's not even the gesture or the situation alone that fuels my embarrassment. No, it's not just that. I'm afraid that he might see. I'm afraid that he might see how wet I am. My core has been tingling with need ever since we climbed the staircase and proceeded down the long hallways to this room. My insides are brewing with anticipation because I've been waiting for this, for him. And it has only gotten worse since we stepped inside this room and he started commanding me around. I was shaky with lust and humiliation once he told me to undress in front of him. I took my time, not only because I was nervous, but because I enjoyed the way it made me feel. It was new and confusing, but my heart fluttered with every piece of clothing I took off.
"That's it,"
he breathes.
"Stay like this."
I hear him moving behind me. He's coming closer. I can sense his short but heavy-footed steps, barely audible on the soft carpet beneath our feet. I see his shadow approaching from my left. He comes to a halt, and while standing next to me, nonchalantly places his hand on my bare behind. He pets my ass softly, but even this light touch sends sparks shooting through me. With every caress, his hand is moving closer to my wet center, until the tips of his fingers are only inches away from my hot core. I start trembling, unable to control myself.
Stand up.
His voice pulls me like a string is attached to my head. I follow instinctively, my hands leaving my behind and returning to their previous position right next to my hips. His hand remains cupping my left butt cheek while he moves even closer.
Do you want me to touch you?
He asks. Yes, I breathe hoarsely. My voice sounds weak and lacks the resolve it normally carries, but my answer is clear nonetheless. Yes, very much.
Do you like this?
He probes, squeezing my ass. The grip comes so suddenly and with such force that I can't suppress a moan of pain. His fingers pinch into my flesh, sparking a familiar thrill, before he releases the tension just a second later. Oh, God, I need more of that. I don't need to verbalize my reply, because the sigh that escapes my lips is telling enough.
You like it rough, don't you?
He assumes.
You like to be bent over and fucked hard. You like to be spanked and have your hair pulled. You like to be used like a little fuck doll and have your tight little cunt stretched by a big, thick, voracious cock. Fucking you until you beg him to stop, don't you?
My heart is pounding. Every sentence, every word eggs me on, causing the voice inside my head to scream, yes, 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 while my body boils lustily with desire. Shit, I don't think I've ever been this horny.
You like it when men make you scream, when they make you beg, when they take from you until there's nothing left.
He goes on, fueling my excitement.
You like to feel the brute force of their cocks inside you, even days after they've used you, don't you?
My chest heaves. I'm panting as if I'd just run 10 miles to get here, as if he'd chased me up and down the stairs instead of just making me stand here and listen to his words. I'm watching him study me, barely touching me in the process. He's driving me insane. I'm frantically trying to catch my breath, but the way he's looking at me now is only making things worse. I can feel his dark eyes nearly penetrating me, watching every move I make, relishing in the sight of my heavy breathing.
Spread your legs apart,
he says in a low voice, inciting me to move by pinching my ass again. I widen my stance, tiptoeing wider on my naked feet until he seems satisfied. Without my heels on, I'm so much shorter than he is, a feeling that's rare for me. I love how he towers over me. It's intimidating, making me feel overpowered even when he's not doing anything other than just standing next to me. He lets go of my ass, and suddenly I'm unbalanced, feeling lost without his touch. For a moment I fear that he may move away again to stare at me from afar. I don't want him to go, to leave me standing on display like that again. But he doesn't walk away. Instead, he steps in front of me, standing so close that our bodies touch in various places, the thick fabric of his suit brushing against my skin. The open jacket tickles my nipples, making me react with arousal. He raises an eyebrow in warning, and I can feel his erection poking my lower belly. I look up at him, awaiting his next orders. Will he finally let me touch him? It doesn't seem right that I'm completely naked while he's still fully dressed. He narrows his eyes as he locks me in place with his intense glare.
Do you want me to fuck you?
His question echoes through the room, but I can't find my voice to answer him because I'm too overwhelmed. My lips move, but nothing except a hoarse croak comes out when I try to say yes. Of course, I choke out instead, after clearing my throat.
How?
How? I repeat.
How do you want me to fuck you?
I mean, how?
Tell me, Elene.
He cuts me off.
Or it won't happen.
It won't happen? Is he saying that nothing is going to happen if I don't tell him how I want him to take me? He can't be serious. Rough, I exclaim, blood rushing to my face. I want you to be rough with me.
Here.
He probes. Yes, I reply. Fuck me, here, now. The smile on his face darkens, a dark shadow accompanying the crease of his eyebrows.
I don't respond well to orders,
He says. I exhale audibly when he places his hand on my hip. It's an innocent gesture, not much different than what you'd see between dance partners. But his touch holds a promise that speaks louder when he moves his hand to my lower belly, only tasting my skin with the tip of his fingers as he journeys lower. This is the sweetest kind of torture. I want to scream. I want to jump at him, kiss him, feel his strong arms wrapping around me, and his undoubtedly monstrous cock swelling and burrowing inside me.
What will I find if I continue, Eleni?
I swallow. Don't say my name like that. Not now. It stirs me in ways I can't control. Instead of answering him, I gasp for air, trying to control my impatient hunger.
Are you wet for me?
I nod, pressing my lips together but keeping my eyes on him, just as I've been told to do. Looking at him now, I notice for the first time that his smile is somewhat crooked, always colored with mischief, mystery, especially now.
Let me check.
He growls. I almost faint when his hand moves further, cupping my mound before parting my lips with 2 fingers. He barely traces my clit, but I'm so sensitive, so fucking turned on, that his touch is like an explosion. A hissing sound escapes my lips when I react to his intrusion, but he continues, sliding between my folds with ease.
Damn, Eleni.
He comments.
What a naughty, naughty girl you are.
He can't make me come. I know he can't. No one ever has been able to. But this feels so fucking good. I squirm, openly disobeying his rules while he finger fucks me with 1 at first, then 2. He places his other hand at the back of my head, grabbing a fistful of hair and pulling my head back. My eyes threaten to shut as I give in to his intrusive touch. I groan when he uses a 3rd finger to massage my swollen, tender nub. The sensation is too phenomenal for words. I'm trapped in hot vertigo, losing control of my muscles. My lips part as I pant for air, my eyes rolling back into my head. But he keeps working my throbbing core with skills that surpass any I have ever known. No, he can't make me come like this. It's impossible. He can't. He shouldn't. But he does. I'm flying, floating on a hot stream of pleasure. My core muscles clench around his fingers, begging for him to stay, to make this feeling last forever. Heaves of unbridled joy take hold of me, blinding me in sharp and bright sparks. My throat cords up, holding in the groans of delight that want to escape my quivering body. I want it to last. I don't want this ecstatic bliss to come to an end. I want to keep flying, blind and muted by out-of-this-world relish. But the waves recede, declining from a high of absolute bliss to subtle aftershocks. I try to hold on to every last bit of it. His grip tightens around me, 1 arm wrapping around my upper body while he cups my still-throbbing core with his other hand. My legs yield, and I sink into his embrace.
Chapter 21. Damon. I didn't plan to make her come, but she climaxed so beautifully in my arms that I don't regret it. I've never had to restrain myself this hard. My cock is throbbing painfully, hard with need for her, and it took all my willpower not to give in. I could have fucked her. I could have had her right then and there. I could have parted her wet lips when she was bent over, exposing herself for me and glistening with desire. I could see that she was ready for me before I felt it. I could tell by the way her small chest was heaving and her cheeks were flushed. She was so responsive, so willing to take what I was going to give her. Teasing her was like conducting an orchestra. Every note I evoked from her produced an exquisite melody echoing through the empty room. She's perfect. I couldn't help but follow where her body guided me. She may feel different, but it wasn't me who led the way. It was all her. The way she reacted to me was all the guidance I needed. As soon as her professional persona was replaced by pure and raw honesty, I was defenseless against her allure. Knowing that she has been a professional for years only increased the feeling of power when I saw her losing it under my command. Her arousal, her heavy breathing, the beautiful flush on her cheeks, the hot, silky wetness between her legs, none of it was fake, nothing an act. That was all her. However, the way she now melts in my arms surprises me. It looks as if she may have even lost consciousness for a moment there, her muscles loosening after she tensed up during her climax, and her knees succumbing to her weight. She would have fallen to the ground if I hadn't caught her. Hey, I say, trying to catch her gaze, but her eyes are closed as her head lolls back. I carefully lower her down on the carpet, and I'm just about to lay her flat on her back when she gasps and her eyes fly open. Sweat purls down her temple, and she looks utterly lost and confused, her blue eyes still foggy when she looks up at me. Oh, shit, I'm so Hush, I cut her off. You know I hate that. She blinks hesitantly, trying to find her bearings. Yes, but... No! She frees herself from my embrace and makes an attempt to get back up on her feet, but I hold her back by the shoulders, forcing her to sit down on the carpet. Sit, I command. Just for a moment. She sighs and dabs at her face, trying to get rid of the beading sweat without ruining her makeup. She's shaking and looking so vulnerable that it's hard for me to believe she's been working as an escort girl for years. The look on her is so different than the one she displays when she's on duty. Well, technically she is on duty right now, and she knows that. I know you hate to hear it, she stutters, but I still think I should apologize to you. This should not have happened. You're not paying to have a girl faint in your arms after you have done nothing but— Shut up, I interrupt her, fury boiling within me. There it is again. Her escort persona is trying to take over, robbing me of the beautiful scene I was just honored to witness. Fuck that. I got exactly what I wanted, I tell her, and she turns her face up to me, casting me a disbelieving look. But stop doubting me. I hate that, I snarl at her. She's still naked, the aftermath of what just happened still visible on her flushed face. Her marvelous body is spread out beneath me, still within reach, her pussy still hot and wet. She's still available to me, still willing to serve. Too willing to serve. I'm losing wood with every moment that passes now that she's returning to the person I asked her not to be. I could have her. I could tell her to lie down and spread her lean legs wide for me. She would do it without hesitation. She would offer herself like a gift, happy to please her client. But I don't want that. And I don't want her like that. Shit, I should have fucked her when things were still right, when we were still in the moment, and she was the girl I wanted her to be. I should have done it then. Because I no longer can. Not tonight. How are you feeling? I ask her. Her eyes are glistening when she looks up at me. Is she about to cry? Why would she cry? Fine, she stammers. Her lips are trembling and she looks like there's more she wants to say, but for some reason she doesn't. Instead, she clears her throat and looks away, trying to ignore the single tear that's rolling down her cheek. It's just hormones, she says matter-of-factly, wiping away the tear in a swift move. Don't be bothered by it. Bothered by it? What is wrong with this girl? Why is she crying? Are you sure you're okay? She nods fiercely. Yes, I'm fine. I don't believe her. She's lying. Even an idiot can see that. Whatever it is that's bothering her, she doesn't want to share it with me. It eliminates any thoughts about doing anything else with her tonight. Get dressed, I tell her. Her eyes widen in shock and her mouth opens in a soundless O. You didn't do anything wrong, I assure her. It's not your fault. But we're done for tonight. No, she objects, regarding me with a panicked face as she shakes her head. I can't let you go like that. Let me at least give you a blowjob. I huff with disgust. The fact that she thinks she owes me something is nauseating. "Stop acting like a paid escort," I bark at her, regretting my harsh tone a moment later when I see the pain my words inflicted expressed on her face. I didn't want to hurt her. Of course she's acting like a whore because that's all she knows and because that's what she's here for tonight. "And let me go," I add, hoping to lighten the mood with a chuckle. "You're adorable." I rise up to my feet and stretch my hand out to help her up. She accepts the offer and gets back up on her feet, still shaking a little when she straightens up next to me. Strands of her platinum hair are sticking to her sweaty face, and she tries her best to get them out of the way. "This isn't right," she says, her voice sounding weak and somewhat distant. "You didn't get anything out of this. It's like I'm the client and you're—"
"Elene," I interrupt her again, placing my index finger on her pouty lips.
"You listen to me now. I got what I wanted tonight. Or rather, a glimpse of what I want. You're a good girl, but you're tarnished. You have a lot to offer, but I'm not here to get a taste of your standard menu." I pause, giving her a moment to process my words. My finger is still connected to her lips, and her blue eyes are locked onto mine, wide with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "What are you here for, then?" she asks in a whisper, her breath warming the tip of my finger as she speaks. "You," I say, "and I will come back for you, but I want to lay down some ground rules before that happens." "Ground rules?" I nod. "Yes, and I will only see you again if you are willing to agree to them." I give her a moment to reply and withdraw my finger from her lips, but she just looks at me with an expectant expression, beckoning me to continue by jerking her chin forward. "All right, then." "I don't like to share," I begin. "I assume you need this job. I'm not sure if exclusivity has ever been part of your portfolio, but it's what I would ask for as long as we play with each other. I don't want you to be available to other men." "Not even as an angel?" she asks. "Not even as an angel," I confirm. "What I want is this. You, naked, waiting for me here in this room every night starting at 9 o'clock. You'll wait for me here, kneeling beneath the lamp with your hands on your thighs, palms up, eyes down until I tell you otherwise." The expression on her face is impossible to read. It could be anything from shock to surprise to confusion. It's most likely all of that combined. "But I don't work every night," she says. "You will from now on," I advise her. "I, however, won't show up every night. I won't tell you what days I'll be here, but when I am, I want you here, exactly in this spot, just as I described. You'll be here every single night. If I haven't shown up by 10 o'clock, you will get dressed, leave, and go directly home." She furrows her eyebrows. "You want me to kneel in this room for an hour every single night and wait for you? You won't have to wait that long on the days I show up. Then why should I wait for an hour?" "Because I told you to," I simply say. She huffs and crosses her arms in front of her naked chest. Her pink nipples are still hard, begging to be tortured and teased. I wonder if she's sensitive there. If all goes well, I will find out soon enough. "Does it occur to you that I might have a life?" she asks. "There's a reason why I don't pick up shifts every single night. Because I don't have to. I make enough by working only 2 or 3 nights a week and do it, or we're done," I say. "I'm not debating this with you. And I'll double whatever the madam is paying you. I know I'm asking a lot from you, and I want you to be compensated accordingly." Her eyelashes flutter nervously as she tries to make sense of my words. "You can't be serious," she stutters, her voice breaking on the last word. "Why does it have to be this way?" "Because I say so," I retort, unfazed by her reaction when she rolls her eyes at me. "You can say no. I'm not forcing you to agree to this." She glares at me, biting her lower lip while she ponders the implications of my demands. "I don't know if the madam will agree. I'm a VIP member, and she assured me that membership includes extra privileges," I say. "I'm sure she won't argue if I'm taking advantage of that." "The only one who has to agree to this is you, Elene." She lowers her eyes, and I need a moment to realize that she's doing it because she's trying to hide another set of tears from me. "Hormones?" I ask in a clumsy attempt to lighten the mood. She gasps and quickly wipes away the tears in a sudden motion, making it seem as if she didn't even realize that they were even there. "You don't understand," she mumbles, pressing her lips together to stop herself from speaking. "Understand what?" I inquire, placing my hand on her shoulder. I only rest it there for a moment before I move on to caress her naked back, eventually pulling her into an embrace. She's cold. I can feel her shivering when I press her against my body, allowing her to seek warmth and comfort when she wraps her arms around my waist. "What are you hiding from me?" I ask, the question stretching between us while she buries her face in my shirt. She's tensing up, trying to suppress the urge to start crying again. "Tell me, Elene," I press. "What are you hiding from me?" Instead of giving me a reply, she erupts in a muffled cry, and I find myself wrapping both of my arms around her petite, trembling body.
Chapter 22. Eleni. How am I supposed to tell him? He probably wouldn't even believe me. He lets my tears get his shirt wet, granting me a few moments of comfort in his embrace while I try to get my composure. I don't even know what's wrong with me. Yes, he made the impossible happen. Yes, he made me come, and with such force and within such a short time that even I have trouble believing it actually happened. Yes, he was the first one to ever do it. But still, all of that doesn't explain the overwhelming urge to cry. It must be the tension escaping me. Or maybe it really is hormones. Even I don't believe that.
Eleni.
His voice pulls me back to reality, forcing me to face not only the consequences of my sudden fit of weeping, but also the decision I have to make. He gently pushes me away, putting just enough distance between us so he can tilt my head up to meet his eyes. He looks thoroughly concerned, and it stirs my heart to see him looking at me like that. Like he cares, really cares for me.
Please tell me what's going on here.
He says,
I can't play with you if you break out in tears every time I make you come.
I can't suppress a helpless chuckle. Every time he makes me come? This is going to happen again? Really? Will it happen while he's fucking me? Is that even possible? I hate that I have no idea what a climax feels like when I have a cock inside me. It's pathetic and embarrassing. I shake my head. You wouldn't understand.
I don't need to understand.
He insists.
But I need to know. You're worrying me.
A smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. I'm worrying him. It's been years since I've heard such sweet words from a man. It's just, I stutter, trying to gather the courage to deliver the honesty he keeps asking for. This was the first time that... He furrows his eyebrows when I pause, cocking his head to the side as he tries to figure out what I'm talking about.
The first time that what?
The first time that I came. His eyebrows fly up in disbelief, and the smile that spreads across his face is unlike any I've seen.
You've never had an orgasm before, he asks. I don't believe that.
Not when a man was involved, I add. I know how to make myself come, of course, but I've never had an orgasm during sex. He looks at me with utter disbelief, his eyebrows creasing as he tries to make sense of what I just told him.
No man has ever made you come,
he says, his voice incredulous. No, a man has never made me come.
But you did just a few minutes ago.
He insists.
You came so hard that you almost fainted.
I look at him, a coy smile playing at my lips. Yes, I did. The expression on his face is hard to read as it shifts back and forth, never settling on either pride or astonishment, and sometimes looking downright confused.
And that's why you're crying? He asks. Because I made you come?
I shrug. It may be as simple as that, yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, and emotions always make sense to you? I counter, regretting it a moment later when he jerks up, putting an inch of distance between us that wasn't there before. Why did I have to say that? Emotions. I know it's a word that makes most men want to run. I cried because I was overwhelmed, I explain. It was a surprise, a beautiful surprise that almost shattered me to pieces because it was so intense. I had a hard time dealing with it, believing it for a moment there. Is that better? He smiles at me, finally giving me a facial response I can work with.
I'm glad I could make that happen for you.
He says,
Now I just need to know one thing.
He leans down closer to me and lifts my chin up to face him, moving his face so close that our lips almost meet for a kiss.
Do you want this to happen again?
Chapter 23. Damon. 3 days. I haven't seen her for 3 days. It's been 3 days since I made her adhere to my rules. 3 days since something was manifested between us. A set of rules and regulations that will guide both of us. I need it to be like this. I don't want to lose her too soon. I don't want the same thing to happen to her that has happened to all my other conquests. I want things to remain as foreign and exciting as they are now, even if it changes who I am in everyday life. It has become hard for me to focus lately. I haven't been this preoccupied, this addicted in a while. And it has been even longer since my obsession has lasted longer than just a few days. Elene has been on my mind for more than a week now. I've had a first taste, but there's still so much promise attached to her, so much that has yet to be discovered. Taking it slowly with her was the best idea I ever had. The appeal might already be lost if I had taken her the first moment I could. Maybe. Maybe not. There's something about her that I can't quite grasp yet. Something odd and misplaced. Pieces that don't quite fit together. Her surreal allure has me mesmerized. An escort girl who has never had an orgasm with a man? How can that be? You'd think she'd be an expert not only in seducing men, but also in realizing the realms of pleasure, giving and receiving. How has she been able to do this job for so long if she doesn't even get the reward of a climax, ever? It's still hard to believe that she has worked as a professional for so long, while still maintaining innocence and a lack of experience that almost equals the purity of a young virgin. She's a walking contradiction. It's no surprise I feel so drawn to her. I've always been mesmerized by the peculiar, by everything that is more than new, more than unique, but wonderfully distinct, just like her. The afternoon sun is bathing my living area in a warm light. I'm sitting on the couch, holding the phone up to my ear. The late-day sunlight bathes the otherwise cool and monochromatic room in colors it usually lacks. I hear Dean's voice talking into my right ear, but I barely listen. The poor guy will have to repeat almost everything he just told me when I see him next. Just as I decide to tune in and actually listen to what he's saying, he decides to address a topic that I would love to ban from my life. Mr. Cook asked me to remind you of your appointment with him the day after tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I finish the sentence. Yes, I haven't forgotten about that. Yes, 5 o'clock, Dean confirms. He said there's a chance for parole? I sigh. The eligibility date is drawing closer, yes. Well, that's good news, Dean says, sounding as if he's trying to tutor me. Is it? I wonder out loud. I'm not so sure. He clears his throat on the other end of the line, unsure what to tell me. What kind of son wouldn't want to see his parents get out of prison? Was that all for now? I ask, trying not to sound too much like an asshole. I'm on edge, but don't want to take it out on him. Dean is not to blame for the burden my wayward parents left with me. Yes, that's all for now, he says. We'll see you next week, then. Good. My head is hammering when I hang up the phone. I've suffered from a splitting headache all day and can't seem to pinpoint the cause of it. Do I really lack resilience? Has my life become too smooth of a ride for me to be able to deal with it when stress hits me? The idea of my parents gaining their freedom does not sit well with me. It may sound harsh and ungrateful, but my life has become a lot easier since they were locked away. It was just a matter of time until it happened, but if they hadn't been stupid enough to get caught another time, I most likely would have ratted them out at some point. I'm glad it never came to that, though. Watching my parents destroy themselves and their fortune over the years has been frustrating, to say the least. Even as a 10-year-old, I already felt like I was the one parenting them and not the other way around. My early upbringing had nothing to do with it. It was just the same old story, one of a neglected yet spoiled little kid who grew up with wealth, having everything he could wish for at the tip of his fingers, except for his parents' love and care. My mother tried. I remember the times she did, and I can count them on one hand. Unlike my father, who felt that his work was done once a male heir was born, she felt a spark of maternal responsibility. She tried to be there for me, and sometimes she succeeded. But the burden of motherhood weighed heavily on her, so much so that she was the one whose usage got so out of control that it sent both of them spiraling down a path that eventually caused them to end up in prison. Cocaine can turn into a beast disguised as an uplifting friend. My parents were into snow even before I was born, and I'm amazed that my mother stopped long enough to bear a healthy son. I will never forget that, but it also makes forgiving her so much harder. If she was already clean for so long, why did she end up using again? How come they both did? And why did they have to go too far with it? Why did they lose themselves in it, losing not only most of their wealth but also their sanity and freedom in the end? And their son? They got caught with large amounts of cocaine multiple times, but they were always able to bail their way out because of their wealth. Money granted them power others didn't have. But then there was one time too many. Multiple offenses and such large amounts of the drug that they ended up being charged for trafficking, too. The most ridiculous thing was that they didn't even see it coming. They didn't understand how much trouble they were in until it was too late. "I'm a productive user," my father used to say when I first accused him as a teenager. "I can still work. I'm just better and faster." And my mother agreed with him. Where's the harm when you can still do your job, when all it does is make you more awake, more productive, more alert, and able to do more on less sleep? They both referred to themselves as overachievers, and I admit it's not completely untrue. Unlike me, they were not born wealthy, but had to work for it. My father's company is no longer in our family, but he was the one who built it up with my mother's help. They started using when they were still in the process of establishing the company, working late nights and every single day of the week. We didn't go on family vacations until I was 12 years old because they were always working, always high, always striving for more. It was never enough. I was glad when they were locked up because it also served as a reminder for me to not let the traits I inherited from them take over. I share the same insatiable desire that drove them into a profligate hunt for more. The next high, the next accomplishment that would cement their belief that everything was okay, that the drugs were merely a means to an end and not something about to destroy their life. It was painful to watch, and it was even more painful to see myself turning into them. Of course I tried their stuff. Of course I stole it from them. They had so much of it lying around the house that they didn't even notice when some of it went missing. Having sex while high on cocaine is the best. Or so I thought. The high was unbelievable, every sensation so much more intense, every orgasm so overwhelming that I needed several minutes to recover from it. I almost envy Elena for being able to enjoy such a high without having any drugs in her system. I slammed on the brakes when I saw my early investments exploding. Presented with an opportunity to become more than my parents were ever worth in regard to wealth, I swore not to let my voracious traits take over. I wanted to be different, stable, in control of my hunger, even if it meant having to let go of a kind of high that is hard to reproduce without using illegal means. I did pay for it with a sense of boredom that I doubt my parents ever had to suffer from. Everything I tasted, everything and everyone I conquered were all bland and unfulfilling, only lasting for what seemed like a few short moments. Until her. Elena may be the one to show me a different path, a path that is plastered with a different kind of excitement, that is not defined by short-lived explosions, but by a lasting throbbing that keeps me on my toes. A mellow high, one might say, if mellow wasn't such a lazy word.
Chapter 24. Eleni. Sandy won't join us? My sister cocks her head questioningly when I return to my living room, handing her the glass of wine she asked for. She's already at work, I tell her. Too bad, Lila says. She's fun. I raise my eyebrows as I plop down on the couch next to her. And I'm not? She laughs, raising her glass so we can toast and start drinking. Oh, you know what I mean, sis. Don't be so whiny, she says, still chuckling when she brings the glass up to her lips. Sandy lives right next door to me in her own one-bedroom condo that is similar in size, but very different in style to mine. Unlike me, she's really into interior decor, and does put a lot of money and thought into her home. Mine is more practical than it is beautiful. I just never cared enough to do anything about it, and when I moved in here about 3 years ago, I didn't think I'd stay long. It was supposed to be temporary, the first place I could afford to live in on my own. Somehow I never really settled in. "So she's at the club, then?" she asks, casting me a mischievous smile. "Yep," I reply, nodding. "The Velvet Rooms," Lila says, dreamily rolling her eyes up to the ceiling. "It sounds kind of magical, don't you think?" I snort. "Magical? I don't know if that's the right word." It definitely is the right word for what transpired between Damon and me the last time I saw him there. 4 days have passed since then. 4 evenings during which I waited for him on the floor of the black room, naked and kneeling as he told me to. When I told Miss Barry what he asked of me, she expressed surprise at his demands, but told me that I should go ahead with it if I wanted to. "But only for the first month," she insisted. "After that, we're expanding our list of clients who are allowed to visit the club, and we can't have a room blocked for someone who doesn't even show up." I'm fine with that. I knew it shouldn't cause any trouble because the rooms are rarely used this early in the evening. Most clients don't even show up before 8 or 9 o'clock, and then they spend the first hour or two drinking at the bar before going upstairs to play. With how few of them are even allowed to make use of the clubs so far, blocking one of the black rooms for an hour doesn't pose a problem for business. However, I'm beginning to feel like an idiot. I'd been waiting there every evening, my heart racing, flinching at every sound I heard outside in the hallway. My core was trembling and drenched with excitement, but nothing ever happened. He hasn't shown up once since he made me agree to his rules. Is this just a game he's playing to mess with my head? Does he plan to show up again? Why am I doing this? You could say it's the easiest money I ever made. I'm being paid to sit naked on the floor for 1 hour a day. When he doesn't show up by 10, I get up, throw on my black silk kimono, and walk down the stairs, calling it a night. Easy peasy. But there's always a shadow of disappointment casting its ugly darkness over my expression when I leave. Because the truth is, I'm not doing it for the easy money, but because I want to see him again. More than I care to admit. I barely know this man, but I feel so close to him, so intimately connected, that it's hard to ignore the longing I feel for him. When I climaxed in his presence, it was not only because of his skilled fingers, but because of the way he hijacked my head. He's so subtle, so exotic and sexy. I want more of him, and it bothers me that I don't know when I will see him again. Lila shifts on the cushions, turning to me and placing one arm on the backrest as she fixates on me inquiringly. "Tell me about it," she demands, naive excitement lacing her voice. Lila has always known about my job. Telling her was easier than telling any of my friends. You'd think that she, as the older sister, would erupt in a protective freak-out upon hearing that her baby sister decided to work as a high-class escort. And she did, at first. It took a little convincing to assure her that I wasn't selling my soul, that I didn't feel pressured to do anything I didn't want to do, but that I merely found a well-paying job I was good at, a job that suited my natural inclination for being a night owl. Luckily, she never asked to hear any of the intimate details about it. Often, she acted as if all I was doing was accompanying rich guys to events or going out on an innocent dinner date with them. And sometimes I did, but most of the time, the reality of my job was entirely different. "Tell you what about it?" I reply to her question with a question. "Please don't tell me you're thinking of—" "Oh, please, Elle, no way," she interrupts me. "Like, seriously, how awkward would that be with my little sister there?" I arch my eyebrows. "That's what's stopping you? Maybe we're more alike than I thought." She shakes her head defiantly. "Don't try to divert the subject, sis. I know you too well to fall for that. Tell me about the Velvet Rooms." I already told you about them, I insist. It's a kink club, though Miss Barry would not like to hear me call it that. She says that it's way more than that. All marketing, if you ask me. Have you been to other kink clubs? Lila asks, a skeptical expression spreading across her face. I avert my eyes, unable to hide my discomfort. Even with her, I fail to be entirely comfortable with the choices I made, despite my adamant attempts at confidence. Yes, I reply. A few clients have taken me to other clubs. So? Lila probes. Are the Velvet Rooms just like them, or does your madam have a point? I ponder for a moment, sipping on my drink as I wonder how to reply to her. Are the Velvet Rooms really different than other kink clubs, or is it my own experience that makes them feel special? Well, I guess you could say they are different in that they have themed rooms, I say. Different colors, and each color holds a different meaning. Like what? She asks, her eyes wide with curious excitement. Like red for pain, I say, and pain? She asks. Like BDSM and stuff? Yes, whipping, spanking, that sort of thing. That's kinda cool, she says, and now she's the one blushing. Our eyes lock onto each other, and for a few moments, neither of us knows what to say. It's hard for me to tell whether she's following an agenda here. Is she genuinely interested in this because it's my job, or because she wants to try it herself? It can be, yeah, I say. If you're doing it with someone you trust. She creases her eyebrows. Do you trust your clients? I wouldn't call it trust, but I feel safe because I know they go through a strict screening process before they're allowed to book me. And if they hurt me, there are harsh repercussions. I see. I imagine it's different with a partner, though. A boyfriend, I add, sounding more gloomy than intended. Definitely, Lila whispers, averting her eyes. She's blushing, making me wonder if this is more than just a simple conversation. Maybe she really is struggling with something but doesn't know how to tell me? Lila has a boyfriend. She always has a boyfriend. I don't think she has ever been single for longer than 2 months since the age of 16, but her relationships never last long, much like any that our mother has had. My father left us when I was 2 years old. A classic story of a coward walking out the door and never returning to his family. My mother remarried twice since then and had many boyfriends in between, always declaring that each and every one of them was the true love of her life. Every single time. In a way, I envy her for thinking there is such a thing as true love. I myself don't believe in it for 1 second. One true love, the love of your life, only one perfect person for you? Wouldn't it be scary if that were true? My mother's belief is so strong that she keeps projecting it onto every man she dates. Every new man is the one, and she truly believes it every single time, no matter how many times she's been let down. I guess what I'm doing right now isn't that much different. I have to believe that every night could be the one when Damon shows up to see me, because if I didn't believe that, there'd be no point in waiting for him, obeying his orders down to the last detail. How are things with... Damn, I can't remember my sister's current boyfriend's name. Was it Lucas? Or Pete? No, that one has been gone for a while. Jim? She helps me out, casting a look at me from the side. Yes, sorry, It's okay, she assures me. No need to remember his name now because I think I'll break up with him. Oh? I ask, turning around to her, and she sighs. Do you want to talk about it? Lila nods. But I need a little more wine for that. She hands me her empty glass, adding a beseeching smile. I glance at the time. Still 2 hours until I have to show up at the club to wait for Damon. Oh, I know you have to show up for your shift later, Lila says. You don't have to drink with me. Show up for my shift. She doesn't know about the current details of my job description. None of it. I think it's better that way. I shake my head, smiling at her when I get up from the sofa. Oh no, I'd never let you drink alone.
Chapter 25. Damon. Day 5. Not only do I think that I've made her wait long enough by now, I'm also tortured by my own impatience. I could have showed up before, but I didn't. I forced myself to stay away from her just to see what it would do to me, and to her. I stared at the time every single night, relishing in the knowledge that she's sitting in the black room, naked, her heart beating fast in anticipation and her pussy dripping for me. I don't know if this is more than an image in my head, but it spurs me enough to fantasize about her. I get hard just thinking about her sitting in that room, kneeling, obediently waiting for me just as I've told her to, needing me, wanting me. The image has come to me multiple times since I last saw her. Not tonight, though. I won't be sitting at home all by myself tonight. Tonight will be the first night she won't be waiting needlessly. It's 9:15 by the time I set foot in the Velvet Rooms. She has been sitting in the black room upstairs for about 15 minutes now, not too long for her to grow tired or to lose her pose, but just enough time to not make me look too eager. A man never wants to seem too eager. My plan was to stop at the bar for a drink, but I scrapped that idea when I see Mr. Bartlett sitting there, surrounded by two devils who are both giggling. They pour champagne down their throats, deliberately spilling some of it on their cleavage, which he all too willingly offers to lick up. His eyes meet mine for a split second when I walk by, casting him a nod and a greeting which he doesn't reciprocate. I wonder if he's bold enough to bring a little bag of powder in here. Probably not. Mr. Bartlett has always been more careful about his use than my parents have. Not careful enough for me to not notice, but careful enough to stay out of trouble with the law. Bringing coke to a club like the Velvet Rooms would be reckless, and he knows that. I leave him behind and head straight toward the spiral staircase, ignoring the girls who cross my path and try to capture my attention. Just before I reach the stairs, one of them, a devil with round tits pushed up below her chin, nudges me from the side. "Finally," she shouts at me. "About time for you to show up, mister." I throw her a confused look, but she just winks at me, jerking her chin up to the stairs. "She's waiting for you." My eyes rest on the girl for a moment as she walks away without giving me a second thought. Did word get around about my agreement with Elene? It would make sense to instruct the staff so they stay clear of that black room at the end of the corridor. I decide not to dwell on it and make my way up the stairs. Darkness welcomes me on the upper level. Darkness and silence. I pause for a moment to find my bearings, relying on my ears more than my eyes. There's no sound, no moaning, no slickened noises of flesh slapping against each other, no signs of whips or spankings, evoking blissful yelps. All I can hear is the echo of my own breathing, rapid and erratic as I walk slowly but steadily, turning down the corridor as if led by instinct. The closer I get to the final curtain, the faster my heart raps against my ribcage. I hesitate before moving the curtain aside, holding my own breath so I can listen for hers on the other side. But any sound she may make remains hidden behind thick velvet. It has only been 5 days, but right now it feels as if years have passed since I've been here and made her come on my hand, presumably the very first man ever to do so. I take in a deep, cleansing breath and plunge in at the deep end, marching through the curtain with one wide, confident step. And there she is, kneeling on the carpet in the center of the room, completely naked, with her head lowered and her platinum hair cascading down her shoulders in loose waves. I didn't give her any instructions on how to do her makeup and hair, but she found the perfect solution for her bleached strands. Loose and open like that, the locks framing her face gave her a more pure, innocent look than an updo would. "Good girl," I say as I approach her. "Look up at me." She obeys, tilting her head back as I come to a halt in front of her. I'm standing about a foot away when her blue eyes lock onto mine, framed with thick dark lashes, her skin matted with powder and her lips painted in pink. The light, which is set to the exact same brightness it was last time, illuminates her pretty features, causing her pupils to shrink and give room to more of that intense blue. A smile widens across her face. Hi.
Chapter 26. Eleni. He's looking even more handsome than I remembered, dressed in a black suit tailored to his broad frame. His brown hair is gelled to the side, with the silver tie sparkling beneath the light above us. He stands tall with his hands buried in his pants pocket, shadows emphasizing the features on his gorgeous face as he looks down on me. The lines on his face, drawn stronger because of the shadows painting his expression, make him look older. I don't know his age, but the last time I saw him I would have guessed that he wasn't even 30 yet. Right now I wouldn't be so sure of that assessment anymore.
Stand up,
he orders, taking a step back to give me some space to move. I oblige, happy to stretch my legs a lot sooner tonight than the other nights before. Since I didn't trust my ears to hear his steps in advance, I always remained in position just in case he'd suddenly show up. The urge to please him was stronger than the discomfort caused by having to sit on my feet for an hour. As soon as I stand up straight, he does the exact same thing he did last time. He circles me, slowly, patiently, his eyes gracing up and down my body. He pauses behind my back, causing my heart to flutter. I can neither hear nor see him, but I know he's there, staring. I tense, expecting a touch that doesn't happen. He just lingers out of sight, taking in my backside.
Have you ever been spanked before?
He asks. Of course, I reply, suppressing a condescending chuckle. What kind of question is that? Spankings were a part of my job for years, and probably the best part. I never liked clients who didn't want to lay their hands on me like that.
Hard.
He probes.
Hard enough to leave marks.
My heart jumps. Yes.
Did you like it?
Very much.
Did you deserve it?
I giggle. I always made sure of that. A sharp inhale laced with traces of a yelp flees my lips when his hand lands on my ass. A burning ache flows through me for a second before it turns into hot afterglow. Shit, that hurt.
Like that?
My voice is trapped, the shock still cording at my throat as I process the sudden impact. I nod quietly. I can hear him move, and a moment later he's standing so close behind me that I can feel his breath on my neck and his hardness poking me just above the throbbing skin on my ass. I fight the urge to lean back into him, or to reach back and get a hold of his length. I've always been impatient when something was luring me in. I was never the kind of girl who could wait for her treats. But he is making me. He told me never to move unless he tells me to. So that is what I will do, even when I feel his lips on my neck, even when he skims my skin with kisses that are barely more than a whisper. I close my eyes, tilting my head back and leaning into him while he places his hands on my hip, his fingers digging into the flesh on my hip bones. A moan escapes my lips, mingling with the sound of my erratic breathing.
Fuck, that was a beautiful sight, Eleni.
He whispers right next to my ear.
You sitting there waiting for me, being such an obedient good girl. I'm very impressed.
A smile plays at the corners of my mouth.
Are you wet for me?
He wants to know.
Did your cute little pussy get ready to be ravaged by me?
The heat that's blossoming on my cheeks only intensifies when his hands echo his words, traveling down to my center from both sides. His body leans into mine, his erection poking me from behind, while his strong arms shield my front. I sigh with relish when his fingers find my soft lips, gently pinching the sensitive flesh.
You want to come again, don't you?
His voice hovers behind my ear.
I bet your pussy will drip all over my hand again, throbbing and clenching while I give you what no one else ever could.
I mule my reply, parting my legs in an attempt to urge him on, but he doesn't move his fingers and just keeps them resting right there, so freaking close to my clit that I feel like I'm about to burst with tension. I feel dizzy, confused, and so agitated by everything he's done, making me climax with just his fingers, forcing me to wait for 5 days. My head dazed with anticipation every single night, my core throbbing and my heart racing, always to no avail. And now he's taking it slow, teasing me with filthy words, a coy touch, and an erection I'm so eager to touch, but not even allowed to see.
Tell me, Elene.
He breathes, grinding his length against my back as his fingertips travel further down.
Have you touched yourself in the past few days?
A moan breaks the silence in the room when he parts my folds, sliding between them with ease and gracing my swollen bud with 2 fingers. Just like last time, even a soft fondle like this sends electric bolts through my core. He draws another moan from me when he decides to circle my clit in wide rotations, barely coming in contact with the most sensitive spot.
Answer me.
Have I touched myself and thought about him during the past 5 days? The honest answer to that question sends a glow of embarrassment up to my face. Yes, I reply truthfully.
Did you think about me while you touched yourself?
He presses, his motions intensifying as he continues to massage my clit.
Did you fantasize about my cock stretching your little pussy while I fuck you? Rough, just like you need it?
Yes, I breathe, sticking to the truth once again.
Good girl.
He praises me, but as soon as the words are spoken, he withdraws his hand from my core, leaving me trembling with lust and disappointment. A confused sigh flees my mouth when he moves away from me. I stand alone with nothing to hold on to, robbed of his comforting proximity while my skin is radiating a shameful glow. He reappears in my eyesight, positioning himself in front of me about 3 feet away. A strand of dark brown hair falls into his face when he juts his chin forward, locking me down with his gray and promising gaze.
You're not coming on my fingers tonight,
he says, and just as I am made to believe that he will finally let me see and feel more of him, he shatters those hopes by adding,
You're coming on your fingers tonight.
I gasp in shock, instinctively shaking my head. No, please.
It's what I want.
He cuts me off.
And you agreed to play by my rules, didn't you, Elene?
Why does he insist on calling me by my name? Is it because he knows what that does to me? Is it because he can see the way my heart flutters every time I hear my name cross his lips? Because it does. He has such a tender way of addressing me, always lacing it with a dark promise that makes me shaky.
Kneel.
I sink down to the floor on instinct, my eyes glued to his, filled with a silent plea that he chooses to ignore.
Spread your thighs as much as you can,
he adds once I'm kneeling before him. My legs obediently move apart, exposing my glistening core. I can't believe he's making me do this. Why does he torture me like this? Why can't we just...
I want to see how you do it,
he says, stepping closer.
Show me how you touched yourself. Show me what you do to make yourself come.
I whimper helplessly, as if he'd just asked me to give up my most sacred secret. In a way, that's exactly what he's doing. I've never masturbated in front of a man. No client ever asked me to. No one I was ever with voiced such a request at me. No one ever cared about my pleasure as much as he does.
Elene,
he snarls.
Do it. Now.
I swallow hard, overcome by a blend of humiliation and arousal while my left hand moves between my thighs. I lean back, supporting myself on the floor as I begin to play with myself, my fingertips drawing slick lines around my clit while I try to find the right spot. His hand felt so much better there. But if this is what I have to do to finally feel him inside of me, then so be it. He watches me and growls with approval when I make myself moan and grind on my own hand. A corrupted smile replaces his previous expression, drawing lines on his facial features that age him in the sexiest way possible.
Beautiful,
he says under his breath.
Fucking perfect.
His words cause me to pause, bringing painful clarity to my current predicament.
Keep going.
he urges, twirling his hand.
I want to see you come, Elaine.
I nod, lowering my eyes for a moment, just long enough to notice the massive bulge that stretches his suit pants. The sight of it eggs me on more than his words do. My lips part on their own as my eyes rest on his crotch, only allowed to fantasize about what may hide beneath. Of course he notices.
You want that cock, don't you?
I bite my lower lip, a desperate plea written across my face when I look up at him. Mm-hmm. But he shakes his head.
Not before you give me what I want.
I could just fake it. I've done it so many times. I know what he wants to see. I know what I have to do to make men believe what they want to believe. But he doesn't like being lied to. In fact, he hates it with a passion. Does that mean he's good at detecting a lie? Would he be able to tell if I fake it? What happens if he does? I don't want to find out. Instead of considering a betrayal, I force my mind back to a place that will make lying redundant. I imagine his hands on me, his skilled fingers finding just the right place to tease, his lips locking onto mine for a passionate kiss while I spread my legs for him, eagerly awaiting his assault. He must be enormous, judging from what I could see so far and what I could feel pushing against me while we were standing. He would stretch me, maybe even hurt me. He could tear me apart with his steely girth while I squirm beneath his muscular body, helpless against the ecstasy overflowing through every fiber of me. There it is. A surprised gasp fills the room as the first wave of rousing thrill washes over me.
Look at me.
His command comes with an urge that makes it impossible to deny. Our eyes lock onto each other just as I peek, unable to control either my face or my body's movement as the ecstatic rapture tears me apart. He is panting heavily as he watches me climax under his command, studying me with an expression on his face that I would call shock if I didn't know any better. I'm still floating with bliss when he reaches down to his bulge, opening the zipper of his pants in one swift and hectic move before he reaches inside, his face turning in agony as he fights to free his gigantic erection. Even in my dazed state of bliss, I can't hide the amazement at the sight. He's massive, the tip of his member glistening with pre-cum when he pulls it out and begins stroking it. I want to reach up and help him. I want to see if my hand can reach around his impressive girth. I want to see the look on his face when I taste him for the first time. But before I can gather myself to do any of those things, he takes a step closer, groaning loudly as he finds his own release, sprinkling my naked tits with heavy drops of cum.
Chapter 27. Damon. She's still panting, her cheeks flushed and her blue eyes dazed with the aftermath of her orgasm, while my cum drips down her hard nipples, decorating her heaving chest and belly. Fuck! My exclamation is barely more than an angry breath hissed into the room while I stand there with my cock in hand, still twitching with aftershocks. I did not plan this. It wasn't supposed to go this way, and I hate when things don't go according to plan. It makes me feel powerless, the least appealing feeling of all. And she's only making it worse by looking at me like that, her eyes still begging, flitting back and forth between mine and my hard cock. Before I can stop her, she's up on her knees, ignoring the fact that I try to retreat from her and holding onto my pants as she leans forward. I groan when her tongue skims along the tip, licking up the drops of remaining cum. She draws along the lower side of my shaft, closing her eyes with relish while she cleans me. I want to stop her because she's acting against orders. She's doing all of this on her own accord, not awaiting the command as she's supposed to. But she's so damn good at it. I watch her lick up every last bit of cum before she wraps her lips around my hardness, moaning happily as she takes me in. Against my better judgment, I lean into her, moving my hips forward to fuck her throat. She gags, hooking her finger on my waistband for support. A chuckle accompanies her coughing when she chokes on my length while I push as far as possible until I'm pressing against the back of her throat. She tries to fight me, a muffled yelp vibrating through my cock while she tries to push me away. When I let go of her a second later, she yanks her head back, tilting it back into her neck and casting me a mischievous grin. "You're a naughty girl, Elene," I rebuke her. "Spank me, then," she retorts. It's meant to be cheeky, laced with allure, but her voice is trembling, turning the words into a plea that tastes of desperation. She wants so much more but doesn't know how to ask for it, because she never had to. I shake my head, determined not to let her take over again. Be careful what you wish for. Disappointment travels across her face when I step away from her, tugging away my softening length as good as I can before zipping up my pants. I should go, I say, without really meaning it. Flight instinct takes over, as it always has with Elene. I don't want to go any further with her tonight because I'm afraid that it will make the drug-like effect she has on me fade. I don't want this to be over, this tension and excitement gone. If I stay, I could risk everything. I might take too much from her and lose what I have now. "You want to leave?" she asks, her lips trembling as she looks up. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" "Don't do that," I tell her. "Do what?" "Be like that," I stutter, giving her a dismissive wave. "So needy." "Needy?" she repeats, furrowing her eyebrows. She gets up from the floor, her legs shaky as she rises to full height, not minding the cum still running down her delicious body. It's curling around her belly button, running down to her bare pussy as she fixates me through narrow eyes. She's clenching her fists, straightening her back and jutting her chin forward when she says, "Come and dump? Is that what you need me for?" She's trembling, trying to look strong and confident while hurt and disappointment weaken her stance. It fucking kills me to see her like that. And I'm responsible for it. I'm the one who makes her feel this way, the person who makes her feel like a cheap whore, easy to replace after I'm done with her. This couldn't be further from the truth. I shake my head. "No, Elene. Please don't take this the wrong way." "Then what way am I supposed to take this?" she bellows at me. "You do this to me, and as soon as you jizz all over me, you want to get out of here." She scoffs, grimacing with disgust while she shakes her head at me. "And then make me wait again for God knows how long, making me sit here on the floor every fucking night, never letting me know whether you plan to deign me with your presence or—" Her voice breaks as tears threaten to break through. "Fuck," she hisses. "I'm sorry, I didn't—" "It's okay," I cut her off, closing in on her and placing my hands on her shoulders. Once again, I'm surprised at the effect her tears have on me. Seeing her cry feels like someone is jamming a dagger through my chest and then turning and twisting it to inflict an even greater amount of pain. She glares up at me, her small fists still clenching when I reach for them, closing my hands around hers in an attempt to give her a sense of assurance that I fail to verbalize. She clears her throat and takes a deep breath, gathering herself as if she just remembered the strong and confident woman I know her to be. "Can't we at least have a drink before you go?" she asks, raising an eyebrow at me. I nod. "Yes, of course we can." The way her face lights up is a reward I didn't expect. It's hard to ignore the comforting warmth that wraps around my chest when I see her smiling like that. "Okay, but let me clean up first," she pipes, entrancing me even more with the cute wink she adds to her words. Chapter 28. Damon. A Miyazaki single malt and a Manhattan for me. She's leaning against the bar wearing a black silk kimono to cover her nakedness and giving me a coy wink when I express surprise at her resolute order. "That is your drink, isn't it?" she asks. "In here it is," I say, nodding. I place my hand at the small of her back, keeping her close as I fondle the curve of her naked ass beneath the silk. Despite the black that adorns her body, she's mine, and I want to make sure that everyone in here knows that. The velvet rooms are well attended tonight, causing the area around the bar to be much louder and more crowded than it was on the other nights I was here. My hand rests on her perky ass, pulling her closer as I turn around to scan the room, searching for a more private spot for us to retreat to. "Let's go over there," I say as our drinks are served, pointing toward a dark corner at the far end of the room. It's almost hidden behind the stage, a seating area consisting of 2 unoccupied love seats and a crystalline coffee table nestled between them. She nods and follows my gesture when I beckon her to walk in front of me. She's not wearing high heels today, but shorter pumps that don't stretch her as much. But still, she's taller than most of the people we pass, walking with a poise that seems much more natural than the way she stalked on her heels. She doesn't look left or right, ignoring all the eyes on her as she crosses the room. She's the only girl wearing a kimono that covers most of the skin on her upper body, but her ass keeps peeking through with every step. With the way her nipples poke the thin material on top, it's pretty obvious that she's completely naked underneath. My cock twitches with need, begging to be inside her. I just came on her gorgeous body, unable to resist the mesmerizing allure of her expressions when she climaxed in front of me. Still, the hunger for her doesn't recede. Good. Very good. I relish this feeling, as it is rare. "Here?" she asks as we reach the secluded lounge area. I nod and beckon her to sit down, plunging into the cushions right next to her once she has decided on one of the love seats. "You know we can't do stuff down here," she says, fixing her kimono to cover herself. "In case you were thinking—" "I know. That's why I agreed to come down here," I interrupt her. "And whatever dirty thoughts you have on your mind will have to wait too, Elene." She pouts playfully and sips on her Manhattan, her eyes never leaving me. "You are strict with me," she says. "I don't think any man has ever made me wait that long." "According to you, no man ever made you come before," I remind her. "Would you rather be fucked and miss out on your orgasms like you did before?" She creases her eyebrows. "Touché?" I place my drink on the crystalline table in front of us and wrap my arm around her, mostly to see what it feels like. Just like her, I have little experience in just sitting and talking without an agenda on my mind. It's nice. "Why did you want to leave?" she wants to know, casting a quizzical look in my direction. "Because I thought I had to." "Why?" I sigh and avoid her eyes. "It felt like the safe thing to do." She huffs. "You'll have to give me more than that for an explanation." "No, I don't," I object. I can feel her eyes on me, but I refuse to reciprocate the look. I can't look at her right now because I know I'm powerless against the blue depth of her eyes, the ethereal face, those bright blonde strands framing her pretty face and giving her fairy-like features. She's so dazzlingly beautiful, looking so pure and innocent, even though I know she's anything but that. "How long have you been working for the agency?" I ask, without looking at her. She shifts in my arms, seemingly uncomfortable at the question. "Why do you want to know that?" "Because I do," I say, now turning to meet her azure gaze. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I would like to know." The expression on her face is blank when she replies, "About 4 years. I started right after I turned 18. She's much younger than I thought she'd be. Despite her pristine and innocent looks, she's radiating a kind of wisdom that doesn't suit a 22-year-old. It might come with the job and the kinds of things she's been doing for years. She has spent a lot of time with men who are significantly older than her, engaging her in conversations that are very different to the ones normal college kids would enjoy, doing things with her that went far beyond the normal sexual experiences of a young girl. "Not what you wanted to hear?" she probes, cocking her head as a hint of insecurity scurries across her face. I smile at her, shaking my head. "You're just younger than I thought." Our eyes meet, and for a moment I fear that she might have taken my words as an insult when she knits her eyebrows together. "I'm not saying you look old," I assure her. She smiles. "It's fine. You're not the first person to say that to me." Her expression turns somber as she reaches for her drink to take another sip. I watch while she brings it to her lips, wondering whether I regret my comment or not. She doesn't look hurt, but it definitely affected her. "I guess it's this job," she says, her gaze absent-mindedly traveling through the room. "It does things to you." We're sitting in a darker corner of the guest room, partly shielded by the stage that spreads out before us. A dim red light illuminates most of the area, hiding everybody's secrets in blood-colored shadows. My gaze follows hers before I turn to her, pulling her closer in an embrace. "You don't look like it left traces on you," I tell her. She huffs. "You mean I don't look used up?" "Not in the slightest. You look oddly innocent, even in black." The smile on her face freezes, and she turns around to me, reciprocating my look.
Is that why you don't want to fuck me? She wants to know.
I do want to fuck you, I say, and I will.
When?
Our eyes remain fixated on each other while I try to gather a response that is neither a lie nor giving away a truth I'm not willing to share. I hate lying as much as I hate being lied to, but giving her an honest answer would inflict unnecessary pain. The truthful answer to her question is as simple as it is daunting, and I'm not quite sure myself whether I'm ready to accept it. I wish it were different, but I know myself well enough to know that it isn't. I know that the moment I decide to fuck her is also the moment I decide to let her go.
Chapter 29. Elaine. Instead of giving me a reply to my question, he opts for another sip of his drink. I keep myself from rolling my eyes at his dismissive and secretive behavior. If that's part of his game, fine. At least it keeps things interesting. When he decides that enough time has passed for him to skip the question without deigning me with a reply, he leans back into the sofa away from me, catching my still expectant gaze.
Have you ever thought about quitting? About doing something else?
He asks, declaring my inquiry from before done and dealt with. I reciprocate his look, lulled by his gorgeous features and the intensity of his gray eyes as he locks me into place. For a moment I ponder whether I should insist on an answer to my question before giving him one. But I'm helpless against his powerful stance. He owns me, almost literally, as he's still the paying customer, while I'm being paid to entertain him. Despite the intimacy that's shared between us, I should always remember that. As a matter of fact, I did, I tell him. I wanted to quit a few months ago. I made an appointment with Miss Barry, got all dressed up and professional even, and told her I wanted to quit.
Then what happened?
I sigh, disappointment at my own weakness crawling up my spine when I remember that day. She told me about the velvet rooms and how I could work here without having to sleep with clients anymore, I say. The pay is good, so I stayed. He nods with understanding.
That's why you were dressed as an angel on opening night.
Right. I bite my lower lip, somewhat fearful of where this conversation is headed. While my story may be true, it doesn't make me look very good. I come across as weak and spineless, like someone who has no will of her own. Like my sporadic hiccups of determination are easily killed when someone dangles an easier opportunity in front of my nose. Yes, that's what it feels like. I'm here because I'm weak, because I couldn't make the jump I needed to make. Despite all the grief that this work is giving me by now, I still consider it a comfort zone I'm not ready to leave.
That madam has a way of convincing people to do what she wants them to do.
Damon mumbles next to me, causing me to arch my eyebrows in surprise. Why do you say that? He casts me a crooked smile laced with a hint of mischief.
It wasn't my idea to become an investor of the Velvet Rooms.
He says,
I can't say I was hooked or even impressed when she first mentioned it to me, but she had something to offer that made me reconsider.
I cock my head to the side. What?
You,
he says matter-of-factly, sending a hot wave of excitement through my chest. Me? I stutter. But we didn't even know each other.
I told you I saw you at the agency a few months ago.
He says,
I had an appointment with Miss Barry because she wanted to tell me about a new opportunity at the agency. The Velvet Rooms, as it turned out.
He pauses, chuckling and shaking his head as he loses himself in the memories.
She made me wait, and I was just about to storm into her office when the door opened and you walked out, looking like a fucking fairy in your dark blazer and that sinful skirt. Shit, you looked phenomenal.
He looks at me, lust and hunger coloring his expression as he narrows his eyes.
I wanted you so fucking badly, I wanted to fuck you right then and there. Bend you over the madam's table and fuck you senseless. But you just walked right by me and barely looked at me.
My heart is racing, and I know the light in here is not dim enough to hide the glow on my cheeks. A blazer, he says. I was wearing a blazer. It must have been the same day, I utter. The same day I told Miss Barry that I wanted to quit. He shrugs.
Maybe. Could very well be.
I nod, lowering my eyes. Yes, it has to be. Would it be right to call this fate? Would he be here if I hadn't shown up at the agency on that very day? Would I ever have met him?
In any case, I asked about you and whether I could buy you.
He continues.
And she told me that you no longer accepted new clients, but that there would be a chance for me to meet you here if I decided to become a part of this.
I look at him, my heart still pounding with excitement. He wanted to buy me. He has mentioned before that he saw me and that he wanted to see me again, but I dismissed it as an empty compliment. Just a story he made up to catch my attention.
She was very secretive about it, but she told me enough to lure me in.
He adds,
I'm glad she did.
He wraps his arm around me again, pulling me closer while placing his other hand on my thigh. He skims along my skin, causing goosebumps as he moves upward. I try to tame him by crossing my legs, but he won't let me. Instead, he pushes my legs apart, his fingers traveling below the black satin that covers my core. Not here, I whisper, placing my hand on his. We'll get in trouble. He regards me with a mischievous smile.
You're wearing black, Elene. I can do whatever I want with you.
But
Isn't that why you turned into a devil after the first time we met?
He probes.
So I could have my way with you?
I blush, taking no further efforts to stop him when he journeys further up my inner thigh, his hand now hidden beneath the kimono.
I love it when I'm right,
he says, squeezing my thigh, his hand now dangerously close to my naked core. A soft moan escapes my lips when his fingertips reach my center, pinching the inside of my thighs to beckon me to spread my legs for him. I know I shouldn't do it. No explicit play, not downstairs. Miss Barry was very adamant about keeping the first floor classy and tame, with nothing more than flirting and kissing allowed. But my legs seemed to move on their own, following his guidance. He has given me so little, but evoked a response so intense with what he was willing to give me that I'm craving his touch more than I've ever craved anyone's touch. I soak it up, relishing every sensation, every spark that's sent through my core, every little explosion that his touch sends off. I groan with pleasure when he reaches my slit core, parting my lips with ease and sliding between them, gracing my clit as he thrusts forward with 2 fingers. He rearranges my silk kimono, hiding his sinful deed beneath it while he continues working on my sensitive spot.
No harm done if no one can see it,
he says in a low voice, while my eyes search the guest room in panic. Miss Barry is nowhere to be seen, and as far as I can tell, no one is paying attention to us. The corner we're sitting in is quiet and secluded, but not secluded enough to completely hide in the shadows. If anyone were to turn our way, they would still be able to tell what's going on, despite his efforts at hiding it. I squirm in his embrace, moving my hips forward in a desperate attempt to get more from him, to receive more pleasure, beg for an even deeper intrusion. Please, we should go back upstairs, I plead, my eyes searching his. Please.
Begging again?
He asks, casting me a dark smile.
Elene, you're incorrigible.
I almost yelp when he adds another finger, stretching me even more. I throw my head back into the cushions of the love seat while he continues to shove into me and work my swollen nub with his thumb. It's so intense, so fucking good. Why has no one ever touched me like that? Or did they, and it just didn't do the same things his touch does to me? What is different with him? Why am I always on the edge of my seat, my heart always pounding, my core always throbbing, hot and impatient with lust?
Elene,
he whispers into my ear, stopping my train of thought.
Stay with me. Don't go wherever your mind takes you. Follow me.
He bends his fingers inside me, moving in slow circles back and forth, slowly feeling my insides while he pokes into me with gentle force. I flinch when he skims a spot shortly behind my entrance, and that's when he stops.
There we go.
He breathes, pulling me closer in his embrace, while his massage on my clit intensifies.
You come for me now, do you hear, Eleni?
I want to shake my head no, but I know it's futile. I'm already at the edge, so close to exploding on his hand again. The idea that this is not going to happen seems ridiculous to me, just as the opposite used to hold true before I met him. My head cocks to the side, my eyes moving up to him while I try to protest his assertion with nothing more than a look.
Yes, you will come,
he retorts, smiling with confidence.
and it will be as beautiful as it always is.
His massage on my clit intensifies, applying so much pressure that at first I think it's too much. I coil next to him, sliding even further down into the cushion and almost exposing myself to the rest of the room as the kimono is being pushed aside. He bends his fingers inside me, only slightly moving back and forth, but applying fierce pressure on that sensitive spot right behind my entrance. It only takes 2 or 3 thrusts before I can feel the first rush rolling over me. My eyes widen while I stare up at the dark ceiling above us before he hisses from the side,
Look at me.
I obey, moving on instinct as I follow his voice while my body hums with pleasure. My eyes lock onto his, and I'm panting, my chest heaving as I keep floating on an ongoing cloud that fogs my view and my senses. A deep groan escapes me while I arch my back, taking in the heaps of lust as they take a hold of me with relentless force. I melt into him, a smile spreading across my face as I ride wave after wave of bliss. I didn't know that there could be something like this, a place of true happiness. I don't want to question it. I don't want to worry. I don't want to pull myself together. An alluring voice of ecstatic freedom is calling me to let myself go, forgetting everything and everyone around me. Everyone but him. Chapter 30. Eleni. He still won't give it up? Sandy cocks her head to the side, not even trying to stop herself from laughing. She's shaking her head, almost spilling the contents of her drink because she's giggling so hard. I cast her a reproachful look. Very helpful, I say, slumping down on the couch next to her, careful not to spill my own drink. I made Manhattans for us, a favorite not just for me. When I moved into this place, thinking it would only be temporary, I didn't bother much about a well-equipped kitchen. But I knew that a proper blender for drinks was a must, since I prefer cocktails over wine. Sandy and I have been making so much use of it that I don't even feel bad about investing so much money in something as mundane as a blender, especially one that is mainly used for drinks and not for cooking. Look, this man is driving me crazy, I say, sounding terribly pathetic. He's so handsome? Sandy completes my sentence, winking while she brings the glass up to her lips. That man's a looker for sure. Well, yes, that too, I admit. But that's not it. There's something about him. He's intense. He really knows what he's doing, and I stop, biting my lips, unsure how to finish that sentence. I know what I want to say, but I'm not sure if it's the right assessment. It may be nothing more but a vague feeling, an impression I got from the few but intense encounters I've had with this man. I've been wondering what it is that makes him so special, and why I respond the way I do. Is it because he really knows me? I say in a low voice, somehow fearing Sandy's response to my words. You mean he knows what turns you on? She clarifies, straightforward as always. I sigh. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. But it's more than just turning me on. He doesn't just push the right buttons on my body by touching me in the right places in the right way. He really gets to me. And most of it is achieved simply by words and the way he looks at me. He has me wrapped around his finger because he's gotten into my head like no other. It's as wonderful as it is scary. It's hard to explain, I revealed to Sandy. We have been close friends for so long, but I still feel weird talking about him with her. I feel weird even thinking about him, because I'm hesitant to allow myself to go where my heart dictates me to go. I might be wrong. I might be making too much out of this. He's not my boyfriend, after all, and he probably doesn't want to be. And yet I'm sitting here unable to stop thinking about him. Sure sounds like an interesting guy, though, Sandy says. Maybe I should give him a try. My heart aches at her words, and I fail to hide the pain in front of Sandy. My eyebrows crease as I cast her a reproachful look, even though I know it's not warranted. He's just a client, for God's sake. It's not like we're dating, and who knows how many girls he's toying with in the same way right now. Who knows what he's been up to all those nights when he made me wait at the club for nothing. He could have been with someone else. We never said that we were exclusive. Oh, you really like the guy, don't you? Sandy assumes, reading my face. Damn, girl. I'm sorry. No, it's okay, I hurry to assure her. He is a client. You're right. I shouldn't even... Never fall for clients, she reminds me, arching her eyebrows with worry. They're not boyfriend material. No man who buys women like us is. I sigh, lowering my gaze. She is right. I know she is right. But if he really is nothing more than a regular, why doesn't he take what he is paying for? Why does he make me feel this way? Why does he insist on guaranteeing my pleasure before his? Maybe that's just his kink. Some people are just different, and he certainly is. I'm not falling for him, I lie. I'm just confused. Sandy snorts. Girl, that's pretty much the same thing. I let out a sad chuckle. Maybe. We sit in silence for a few moments, both sipping on our Manhattans. It's a good blend this time. Not to brag, but I've become pretty adept at preparing drinks. I wonder if Miss Barry would ever give me a chance to work behind the bar. I bet I'd be pretty good at it. Do you think he likes you? Sandy asks, breaking into my absent pondering. How can you ever tell with a client? I say, shrugging. He makes me wonder, though. Why doesn't he take what he's paying for? Why doesn't he fuck me? Why does he keep showing up and then just give you the best orgasms you've ever had? Sandy completes my sentence, chuckling. I shake my head at her. I never said that. You might as well have, she says. As far as I can remember, you always told me that you can't come with a man. Well, he proved you wrong, didn't he? Yes, but... And he keeps showing up just for that, she adds. Just to make you feel good. He enjoys seeing you have fun. That's certainly a kink some people have, especially men. I nod along to her words, agreeing with her assessment. But if my pleasure is what he enjoys most, why won't he give me what I want? I wonder out loud. It's not like I haven't asked for it multiple times. Sandy giggles. Maybe he has a tiny dick and he doesn't want to disappoint. I playfully roll my eyes at her immature comment. Oh, no, he doesn't, I tell her, my eyebrows curving as I remember the sight of him. On the contrary, trust me. You've seen it? She asks, widening her eyes with excitement. Once, yes. He has nothing to be shy about. Damn. Damn indeed, I mumble, taking another sip from my drink. Well, if you want him that much, you'll just have to make it impossible for him to say no, Sandy advises. Seduce him. You know how that's done. I bite my lip as I slowly descend in a pensive nod. Yes, you'd think that, but my usual tricks don't work on him. Quite the opposite, actually. He gets angry when I try. I see, Sandy retorts, knitting her eyebrows together. Then, don't try. I cast her a puzzled look. What's that supposed to mean? Play hard to get? Sandy shakes her head. You said he always wants you naked, she asks. No lingerie, no dresses, no stockings. I nod along as she lists all things he made me get rid of. He says he wants the real me. No fake persona. No hooker. My gaze lowers in shame before I add, to be honest, I don't even know what that would look like. Who I am with a man when he didn't buy me. I feel weak and embarrassed saying those words. It's an admission of defeat to say it out loud. I knew I wasn't good at normal dating. I knew I wasn't normal when it comes to men and relationships. But I never realized how bad it really was. How far detached I am from these things. It posed a challenge when I was forced to do nothing but talk, and an even greater challenge when I was ready to give myself to him only to be rejected. Is rejection the right word, though? I'm not sure. I can feel Sandy's eyes on me, but I ignore her, seeking solace at the bottom of my drink as I often do. I don't fear to be judged by her, because if anyone could understand, it would be her. But I know she doesn't share my troubles, and I hate to be pitied. Well, technically he is paying for you, Sandy adds for consideration. He's just being weird and declining your usual services for whatever reason. I turn my eyes to her, the ache of disappointment written so clearly on my face that she raises her hand in defense. I'm sorry, I didn't want to make it sound like he's just... No, you're right. I cut her off. I'm reading way too much into this. He's just a client, a weird client, maybe, but still just a client. Even I don't believe my words. And by the way she's looking at me now, I can tell that Sandy doesn't believe me either. She smiles at me, but it's the kind of smile you give to a naive child who still believes in Santa Claus. I know what she's thinking, and I know she's only shutting up about it for now because she doesn't want to hurt me. I'm grateful for that. But I also want her to be wrong. I need her to be wrong. In any case, she says, if he's asking for the real you and no escort attitude, then just give him that. Just give him that. I repeat, a distorted smile spreading across my face. You make it sound so easy. I think it can be easy, she says, trying to encourage me. Just get rid of everything that makes you not you. She casts me a conspiratorial smile laced with darkness. Everything, she says, enunciating the word. Our eyes lock onto each other, silence stretching between us while I try to understand. My lips part with tardy realization when it finally hits me. I don't know if it will do the trick, but I know what I will have to do.
Chapter 31. Damon. My day did not go as planned, and I fucking hate when that happens. I don't know what Scott was thinking by not showing up for the meeting we arranged weeks ago and was supposed to be his first feedback talk after his business officially became a reality, at least on paper. We're still in the early beginning phase, but by now there should be some first impact development for him to share with us. Today he was supposed to give us a chance to review another disclosure regarding the company's use of proceeds and to take a closer look at its core management. Crucial steps that are a standard necessity for agreements between an investor and the leading figure of the venture he's investing in. None of that happened today, simply because Scott didn't show up. He has been acting aloof and nervous at other meetings before, but I never thought much of it. I know what pressure he's under, because I have been raised by a couple who went through the same. My only hope is that Scott doesn't deal with the stress in the same way my parents did. He didn't show any signs of usage the last time I saw him, but neither did my parents at first. It's easy for a productive coke user to hide his dangerous habit in front of people who are only faced with him on an irregular basis. Nevertheless, this is very unlike him. He has never bailed on us. While I was merely getting irritated at his tardiness at first, I began to switch from angry to concerned when we couldn't even reach him on his cell phone. I had to leave for the appointment with my parents' attorney, which was why I left it to Dean to stalk Scott and find out what was going on with him. He's instructed to let me know the minute he finds out anything. It's almost 9:00 p.m. and I still haven't heard anything from him by the time my car leaves for the club. My eyes scan the darkness outside as my driver takes me to the outskirts of the city, where my blonde mystery is waiting for me, kneeling naked and ready to give herself to me. My cock twitches with need at the mere image of her. I wonder if, despite everything that's been going on today, I might be able to end the day on a positive note. If anyone could make that happen, it's her. My meeting with the attorney was tedious, but auspicious in a way that should give reason for me to rejoice if I weren't as detached from my parents as I am. I haven't seen either of them in over a year, despite their attempts of getting in contact with me. My mother wrote letter after letter trying to win my affection. I never received it as a sign of repentant and loving parents, but only as instrumental to mark their way out of prison. They know of my wealth and influence, and for all I know, they just want to use it to shorten their sentence by as much as possible. They lost everything, and I am just as aware as they are of their dependence on me. Their attorney looked physically hurt that I wanted to see them behind bars longer rather than shorter. He has known me for years and should know of my broken relationship with those two, but he still couldn't refrain from being reproachful when talking to me. Too bad for him that guilt-tripping has never worked with me. The car stops and I curse myself for drowning in unpleasant thoughts until now. My somber mind is of no use when I'm with her, and I need to cast the annoying shadows of my parents aside, just as I cast aside Scott and his worrisome unreliability today. Same as always? My driver asks from the front. I barely look at him as I reply, yes, I'll let you know when I'm done. He acknowledges my response with a silent nod and waits for me to get out of the car. I slam the door shut with more force than intended, displaying my inner tension to everyone around. Luckily, that only includes my driver and the doorman, who is trained in discreet behavior and doesn't bat an eye at my aggressive gesture. "Mr. Graves," he greets me, his voice dark and husky. I can't remember his name and respond with a wordless nod while he opens the door for me. I should have a drink to calm my nerves and get into the right mood before walking upstairs, but I'm too restless for that. Elene deserves better than to be treated like a simple distraction from life. She's more than that to me, though I'm not sure whether the assessment I chose is any more flattering. She's like a long-lasting drug operating in soft and secular waves instead of providing me with a short-lived rush. It's hard to imagine she could ever wear off, but the fear of that happening is what keeps me at bay even now. The venue is not as crowded tonight as I have seen it on other occasions, probably due to the fact that it's the middle of the week. A few familiar faces dart in my direction, but very few come with a greeting or a smile. The madam appears in my vicinity only moments after I step through the door, once again proving her omnipresence in the velvet rooms. I wonder how she manages to run the agency and the club at the same time when she seems to be present at the venue on every single night. She is one of the few faces who regard me with a welcome as I make my way through the room. My mind shifts to a better place once my hand closes around the rail next to the stairs that spiral up to the second floor. The image of her kneeling with obedient patience while she waits for me is enough to cast aside the sinister reflections on my misguided parental units and the lack of reliability shown by Scott. My pulse speeds as I approach the dark curtain that hides my ethereal secret, and it leaps when I push the curtain aside and enter the black velvet room that has become our private sanctuary. She's kneeling right below the spotlight, her head lowered and her palms resting on her thighs, displaying the position of the pleasure slave with perfect poise. But something is different today. I can tell from the moment I lay eyes on her. She's not wearing her long platinum hair in an updo tonight. In fact, she's not wearing it in any kind of particular fashion. The stark, bright locks just flow down her shoulders in unkempt waves, hugging her narrow frame in unusual disarray. Wild. She looks wild. I step closer, relishing in the soft flinch of her dainty body as she can feel me approaching. "Elene," I whisper, tasting her delicate name like an exotic fruit. "Look at me." She does. And as her piercing blue eyes lock onto mine, I finally understand what it means to have your heart skip a beat. I almost jolt back on instinct, as if her beauty was an attack on me. In a way, it is. It takes a few moments for me to realize what she did to have this effect on me, but the moment I do, I'm brought to my knees. A shy smile mixes with the confusion on her bare face when I sink down in front of her before reaching out to her. "Shit, what are you doing to me?" I whisper, holding her face between my hands. I study her with a fascination that's reserved for first-time meetings. In a way, this feels as if I'm seeing her for the very first time. The real her. Today, she didn't try to be someone else. It's not like she's not wearing any makeup at all, because she is. But she didn't paint a mask on her immaculate face. She only emphasized what was already there. She brushed her face with a light powder, dipping her natural lashes in a gentle coat of black and highlighting the bright pink of her lips with a hint of gloss. Nothing but the bleach in her untamed hair disguises the natural beauty she is. "You asked for me bare and real," she coos in a soft voice. "This is it. This is all I can give you." A moment of tense silence stretches between us as she awaits my response, while I try to calm the monster inside me. Fuck it. There's no use. Not tonight.
Chapter 32. Elene. He pulls me closer with desperate need, his lips meeting mine with such force that all doubts about my decision are instantly cast aside. I was worried that he'd take my toned-down appearance as a sign of laziness, the same kind of laziness that people in long-term relationships accuse each other of once they get too comfortable around each other. But he took the minimal paint on my face just as it was meant, a gesture to show him that I'm willing to show him the woman behind the mask I was forced to wear for so long. I was taught that attraction had to be earned, and attention forcefully drawn to you by acting as peacocks do. It worked well for years, but it never granted me with a kiss such as this. His lips are hot and surprisingly soft as they meet mine. Seconds pass with me being unable to breathe, robbed of air by the vicious way he claims me. His tongue invades my mouth in a rigorous rush, as if I had been the one to make him wait. I welcome him, easily joining his greedy dance while I fight the urge to move my hands up to him. He's keeping me locked in place, holding my face between his hands during our ravenous kiss, while mine remain on my thighs. Obedience has always been my strong suit, but it has never been this hard to contain myself. I melt into our kiss, somersaults assaulting my core and making it close to impossible to lull my agitated body. Hope blossoms within my chest as I allow the idea that this could be it, that tonight I would finally get what he's been denying me for reasons only he fully understands. I try to shut it out, determined to savor this astounding kiss that feels strong enough to crush my soul. If he decided to leave right now, I would lose it. I know I would finally lose my mind, and I would do whatever it took to get him back, to make him give me what I need. Because he owes me. It's a strange realization, but it couldn't be closer to the truth. Despite evoking climax after climax from my sore body, I feel like he's the one taking things from me while I'm the one who doesn't hesitate to give. He never breaks our kiss, but amplifies the force of his assault when he lets go of my face and pushes me back instead, his left hand moving between my legs while he guides me to the floor with the other. I want to protest, but am silenced as soon as he begins toying with my center. Instead of fighting him off, I lie down on my back, stretching and spreading my legs to let him in.
Good girl,
he praises, his deep voice sounding right next to my face. The moan that escapes me when he glides between my wet folds is created by a blend of pleasure and agony. He pins me down on the floor with his strong body, pushing my legs even further apart with his knees while his skillful fingers brush along my clit, evoking one explosive sensation after another. I shake my head in protest, searching for his eyes. "No," I plead, having to clear my throat. "Please don't."
Don't what?
He asks, his gray eyes narrowing with ominous threat. The tip of his finger collides with an especially sensitive part of my throbbing core, and I jerk beneath him. "Don't make me come," I beg, fixating him with a supplicating look. "Not before I have seen you." His eyes flicker.
Seen me?
I bite my lip, gathering the courage to voice my demand. "Seen you like you have seen me," I clarify. Understanding scurries over his expression as he nods. He lets go of me, leaving an uncomfortable void as he straightens up, while I'm still sprawled on the floor, hesitant to move. He gets up on his feet, already pulling at his tie, while I slowly follow on instinct, sitting upright as my gaze is glued to him.
"You may help me,"
he says, getting rid of his tie first, before he opens the first button of his suit jacket. I don't need to be told twice and gather myself up in a hurry to get up on my feet and lend him a hand. A foreboding chuckle graces his handsome face as he watches my somewhat clumsy excitement. The suit jacket glides down over his shoulders, revealing a pristine white shirt underneath. My fingers are shaking when I reach for the buttons, opening one after another and slowly exposing his hairless chest. My eyes seek his for quick reassurance before my hands glide under the shirt, skimming the tanned skin that stretches across his sharp muscles. I make my way up to his chest, to the right and to the left, opening the shirt and finally draping it off of his marvelous body. It sits tight around the muscles of his upper arms, asking me to force the fabric down with a vicious yank that almost causes the material to rip. I don't want to gape, but I can't help it when I'm faced with his chiseled physique. A well-defined landscape of ripped muscles graces his upper body, all the way from his broad shoulders to his bulky chest, then tapering down to a narrow waist. My eyes linger on his sculptured abs and the V-lines that stand out against his pelvis, pointing down to the massive bulge still hidden behind dark fabric. He stands tall before me, letting me explore his marvelous physique with both my hands and my eyes. I've never been with a man like him. I don't even think I've ever seen a man built like him in real life. My awe culminates in a move that I would have considered silly and embarrassing if I were told about someone else doing it. But my reservations are put on hold as I'm overtaken with his erotic appeal. I close my eyes and lean forward, inhaling his scent before my tongue meets his skin. I follow the outlines of his ripped torso as I drag it along, a hint of salt playing at my taste buds. I sink down to my knees in a slow and gradual descent, never leaving the connection with his toned body until I reach the waistband of his suit pants and my chin collides with his hardness. I look up at him, a mischievous smile tugging on my lips as I begin to fondle the buckle of his slim belt. He watches me, smirking as I fiddle clumsily, struggling to free his erection as neither the belt nor the zipper of his pants are playing along with my uncoordinated movements. Impatience gets the better of me, causing me to hurry when I shouldn't and only worsening the delay. He is visibly amused at my misguided attempts, but sighs with relief just as much as I do when I finally manage to pull down his pants and reveal his hardness right in front of my face. I let the pants slide down his legs, paying no further attention to them as my eyes are fixated on his impressive girth. I don't wait for a command or permission to touch him, but reach forward on my own accord, wrapping my slim fingers around his size. An odd sigh escapes my lips as I feel his length again, unable to imagine what it must feel like inside me. He is gigantic, his tip about half the size of my fist. It's glistening with pre-cum, a telltale sign that I'm not the only one who is tortured by anticipation. He doesn't stop me when I lean forward, my fingers gliding down his length as I replace them with my lips. A groan comes from deep within his chest and he cocks his hips, thrusting forward while I struggle to take him in. My lips wrap around his glistening tip, slowly moving forward until I have swallowed it whole, using my tongue to tease the lower side of his shaft. I'm taking it slow, savoring every inch, pausing and teasing, making sure I drive him just as insane as he did me. He's trembling, fighting to hold back, when I feel his urge to grab a fistful of my hair and fuck my poor throat in brute thrusts. We move toward each other, his pelvis leaning into me while I choke on his massive size. There's no way I can take all of him, but I'm disappointed to see how little I manage. I've often been praised for my blowjob skills, but his cock brings me stretched to my limits. I suppress a gag reflex when his large tip is pressed against the back of my throat, still leaving about half of his length uncovered. I leave my fingers wrapped around him, the tips barely touching when I apply pressure, using all of my strength. The moan that departs his lips is all the approval I need before I allow myself to retreat. I am trained at breathing normally while having a cock pushed down my throat, but it's hard to hide the effort before him. I try to hide my exhaustion by fully withdrawing, sucking and licking on his round tip while I discreetly fill my lungs with much-needed air. I use my second hand to cover his entire length, wrapping my fingers around him as good as I can while I stroke him with a strong but calm force, tasting the tip of his member with relish. I can feel him shaking, his muscled legs tensing up as his hands turn into fists right next to me. A smile mixes in between my toying with his length when I'm overrun with a rush of power. I jerk in surprise when I feel his hands on my shoulders, pushing me away from him, while simultaneously stepping out of his pants. I can barely cast him a confused look before he's down on his knees, joining me at eye level, and forcing me to let go of him. Before I can begin to understand what's going on, his lips meet mine again, sealing another kiss that tosses all questions aside. Our kiss is gentle at first, but turns into a ravenous assault within moments. My heart is racing, fueled by his touch, his hot lips colliding with mine again and again, while our tongues intertwine with greedy urgency.
You've been a bad girl,
he hisses between our kisses, his lips barely leaving mine as he speaks. I want to protest, but am robbed of my breath when he pushes me back, once again forcing me to lie down on the black carpet. I squirm beneath him while he pins me down with his body just like he did before. But he's naked this time, his massive erection poking against my belly, while he moves my hands above my head, joining my wrists and keeping them in place with one hand while the other travels along my body. "Fuck me," I beg, trying to catch his eyes with mine. To my disappointment, he shakes his head, averting my gaze while he skims along the side of my waist down to my hips, following the outline of my pelvic bone.
"Not yet,"
he whispers, his voice heavy with dark foreboding.
"You will come for me first."
My eyes widen in shock. No, he can't do this to me. Yet he is. I jolt in his hold when he reaches my center, parting my lips with 2 fingers while a third crushes against my swollen nub. I'm so sensitive, so erect with excitement that even this short touch sends a blitz through my core that feels like a rapture of bliss right then and there. "No," I protest, trying to close my legs, but he blocks me with his knees.
"Yes,"
he objects.
"Fight me and I'm out of here."
His warning comes with a harsh look, his eyebrows creasing as he fixates me.
"Do you understand?"
I scoff, which he regards with an arched eyebrow.
"I'm serious, Eleni. You're not the one in charge."
Yes, I am. Or at least I was a minute ago when he was trembling under my hands. I nod helplessly, moaning in agony as he continues to massage my clit just the right way. Fuck. Why does he have to be so good at this?
"Stay,"
he hisses, confusing me yet again when he lets go of my hands, hovering over me for a second to see whether I will obey and leave my wrists just where he put them. Of course I do, as hard as it may be. I don't move, not even when he trails down, cupping my breasts with both of his hands, and not even when he takes my left nipple between his lips, sucking on it, and nibbling on the sensitive skin while kneading my tits. I arch my back, leaning into his teasing as he grows more violent. He's assaulting my body with such vicious need that it feels like an attack, as if he were eating me alive, savoring me like a meal he has been waiting on for far too long. His nibbling turns into bites, digging into my sensitive nipples while I yelp in pain blended with ecstasy. It's the first time he ever inflicted physical agony on me, but he's doing it so fucking well by pushing just the right buttons and knowing just how to crush me. I'm nothing more than a shivering mess with glassy eyes when he lets go of my tortured tits, crawling along my body, leaving bites and kisses on my pale skin until he reaches my mound. I hold my breath while he pauses, his eyes moving up to mine, and staying there while he kisses my hot lips. I'm having trouble focusing, my vision impaired by the light from above and the daze he put me in. A suppressed shriek fills the room when his tongue collides with my throbbing clit. He slides and twirls around my most sensitive spot, wet and hot from all the teasing before.
Come.
His command vibrates close to my core, accompanied by hot breath that sends me over the edge. Overwhelming sensation casts aside all other emotions, bringing me into a state so far away that I doubt the reality of what is happening to me. A single tear rolls down my cheek when a bitter realization blends with the delight he's giving me. During my climax, no matter how intense it may be, I'm clenching around agonizing emptiness. Chapter 33. Elaine. Of course, my tears confuse him. He parts from my hot, dripping sinner with a final kiss, and then sits up straight, his heat-filled eyes trailing along the sweaty curves of my shaking body. I'm a good girl and never left the position he ordered me to take. My hands still meet, pinned to the floor, at the wrists above my head, with nothing except for me obeying his command as my incentive for keeping them there. I'm writhing as I try to suppress the tears that threaten to fall. My legs are still spread wide, and my tortured tits still throbbing with the slight afterburn. He's hovering above me, blocking the light from the overhead fixture from blinding me. All I see is his gorgeous face and his eyebrows furrowed with worry.
Hey,
He says in a soft voice, stroking the side of my face tenderly, where a strand of hair is sticking to my wet cheek. He beckons me to remain quiet by placing his index finger on my lips.
You know I hate that,
He whispers, using a tone of warning. A shy smile plays at the corners of my mouth. I feel weak, as if my body has turned into jelly, and I find I'm unable to support myself when he helps me to sit up. He reaches for my arms first, finally allowing me to lower them as he gathers me up in his strong arms. I sigh with relief when his warmth surrounds me, an overriding feeling of comfort consuming my senses from being pressed against his hard chest and his muscular arms wrapped protectively around my shoulders. I close my eyes. We remain like that, two bodies breathing in sync, locking in one another's arms. I feel as if I'm melting into him, relaxation and trust finally overturning the sting of disappointment. My eyes fixate on his rock-hard length when I open them sleepily. I reach for him on instinct, expecting him to push me aside as I reach into his lap. To my surprise, he doesn't stop me. Instead, he lets out a soft moan when I close my hand around his girth, stroking it with gentle motions. "Why, Damon?" I breathe. "Why won't you fuck me?" He squeezes me in his embrace.
Who said I won't?
"Then when?" I wonder out loud, tilting my head back to look up at him. "Why not just do it now?" The smile that encompasses his face has a tinge of somber darkness.
I wanted to taste you as you came,
He says nonchalantly.
There are too many things I wanted from you before burying my dick between your legs.
He places a finger below my chin, tilting my head back a little more before leaning down for a kiss. His lips barely touch mine, only brushing them. Even now he's making me ask for it. I stretch up, claiming for myself what he's so reluctant to give. He doesn't retreat but welcomes my need for more. This is his game, his way of ensuring he gets everything I'm willing to give, but nothing more. Our kiss is sensual, but also patient and almost innocent compared to the one we shared before he made me come on his tongue. I'm the one to break it, searching his gray eyes for a clue to what he seems to be hiding from me. Things you wanted from me, I repeat, past tense. He nods with a reflective smile but doesn't say a word. So did you get everything you wanted? I ask. Is it time for me to finally get what I want? I never noticed his dimple before, the one that appears on his left cheek when he smirks in a certain way. Maybe it doesn't show with a simple smile, but only when he makes a face like the one he's making now. There's an intimacy to that smirk, something I want to believe he doesn't share with a lot of people.
Well, I made you dance on my fingers. I felt you climax while I was inside of you. You exploded on my tongue. I tasted you while you were writing that last orgasm.
He lists, pausing as he licks his lips.
Damn, that was delicious.
I blush at the thought of him eating me out. Years in my profession should have hardened me to such eroticism, but somewhere buried deep inside me is that young, chaste schoolgirl I was before I became a high-class escort.
And still, you look like that when I talk about the things I did to you,
He says, shaking his head.
Why does it feel like I'd be corrupting you if I'd fuck you?
Corrupting me? He nods.
I might take more than you're ready to give.
Is that what you're worried about? I ask, a bitter laugh escaping me as I shake my head at his nonsensical comment. I may not look like it, but I can handle more than you think, Damon. His eyes flicker, suggesting that when I speak his name it has the same effect on him as it does to me when he says mine. There's a certain intimacy that neither one of us is accustomed to. I increase the pressure on his cock by tightening my grip around it. The moan that flees his lips sends a tickle of pleasure radiating down into my core. I've just recovered from the most recent high he forced on me, but my body is still begging for more, still begging for him to be buried inside me.
I might eat you alive,
He breathes as I continue stroking his massive length.
Jeez, Elaine, if you keep doing that.
Then what? I say seductively, casting him a cheeky wink. You'll eat me alive? Go ahead. His eyes are dark, just slits, as he zeroes in on me, and his breathing is erratic as I continue doing to him what he did to me. I make sure to brush along the most sensitive spot along the lower part of his tip every time my hand moves up, before squeezing his rod with all the strength I have in my persistent vertical motions along his shaft. My slow, deliberate movements are evoking sparks of pleasure throughout his system. He closes his eyes, presses his lips together as he revels in my kindling touch. My breath catches as I watch him, tension sizzling and encapsulating the small space between us, and I ponder my next move. Should I? I don't give room to any apprehension that could deny me what I seek most, and decide to follow my instinct. I gather myself up, ignoring the pinching tingle in my numb leg as I straddle his center in one quick motion. His eyes swing open in surprise, catching mine as he's now the one looking up at me. He fights to shake his head at me, his long, thick hardness slapping at his belly. If you're too shy, then I will have to eat you alive, I breathe, my face so close to his that our noses bump. He tries again to protest, but not fast enough. I manage to paralyze him by grinding against his length, my hot, wet entrance dangerously close to him.
Shit, Elaine.
He breathes, unable to stop himself from lifting his hips in rhythmic motions. I feel powerful and my heart is racing as I feel his bulky tip pressing against my folds. I continue grinding against him, moving closer with each swipe of my hips, my throbbing nub colliding with his rock-hard shaft. We moan loudly and hungrily in unison, both of our bodies begging to be united, but neither of us willing to take the final step. Until one of us does. I don't know what happens first. Whether it's his hands landing on either side of my hips, pulling me closer, or me tilting my pelvis until the tip of his hard-as-rock cock parts my lips. Everything happens in perfect harmony, orchestrated by two people who know what they want, who know what they're about to do. My chest heaves when I finally lower myself down onto him, his steeled dick parting me forcefully as he glides into me, stretching my canal inch by inch. I groan as I throw my head back, savoring every moment as my body clenches around his impressive proportions. It hurts. It physically hurts to take him in. Despite the many men I've been with before him, I have never been this enlivened, this ready to feel a man pumping inside me, and the sheer spark mixed with his enormous volume is enough to almost send me over the edge right then and there as he first plunges into me. I struggle for breath, trying to keep my body in check. Not yet. Not yet. I can't come again. Not this soon. We groan in unison when I manage to burrow all of him to the hilt, my split lips pressing against his pelvis as he fills me up completely like no one ever has before. Fuck, I hiss, moving my hips slightly to accommodate him. He casts me a wicked smile.
Do you really want that monster to run wild?
I bend my hips slightly, reciprocating his smile as I nod in consensus. He may be more than I have ever had to handle in every way, but no, he's not too much for me. He digs his fingers into the flesh on my hips, encouraging me to move, a demand I obey with pleasure. I hold on to his shoulders, slowly ascending my hips, stopping just before his fat tip leaves my core, and then I plunge back down on him again.
Good girl,
he praises. I continue riding his massive beast, writhing my hips at an angle to accommodate him. Each plunge sends a blissful flare blazing through my core, reminding me how close I am to my next climax. I mewl with delight when his hand lands on my ass, meeting my pale skin with molten iron, a pain that spices our play in just the right way. It also accelerates my movements, causing me to break into a sweat as I ride him voraciously. I'm panting for air by the time he insists that I stop. I knew he wouldn't allow me to be in control for long, and as much as I enjoyed it, I'm more than happy to give the reins back to him. Damon wraps his arms around me, our bodies never parting from each other when he turns us around, lowering me to the floor, so that I'm lying on my back with my legs spread and my hands still clasped onto his shoulders. He doesn't pause for even a second before plunging back into me, thrusting violently right away, evoking gasps with every brute shove. I'm short of breath, inhaling audibly every time he pulls back and puffing with an ever-heightening buzz every time he plows back into me. He's on top of me, his hands placed left and right of my face, his ripped biceps tense and strong to support himself.
Look at me,
he utters his usual command under short breaths. My eyes get lost in the gray depth of his, and I see his orbs widen when he locks onto mine. He lowers himself down onto his elbows, giving him added leverage for ramming his carnal lust into my depths, while my back is against the carpet. Still, I'm fighting off my own impending climax. He feels so good, so close and intimate, as if he's not fucking my body but my soul. It's more than just feeling full, stretched. There's a connection between us, a connection I have sensed with him before, but it's never been this strong. My hands leave his shoulders, weaving along the ripped outline of his chest, where pearls of sweat are starting to bead. I wrap my legs more tightly around his waist, clinging onto him, and drawing him in even further, my naked feet likely bruising his toned ass. This changes his angle, so that he's applying pressure on my clit at the same time he continues jabbing his cock into me. Shit, I hiss, as I realize I can't prevent it any longer. The first jolts are already playing havoc with my center when the curse leaves my lips. I don't have to tell him. The way his face lights up when I'm overrun with hasty pleasure is telling enough. He can feel my muscles clenching around him, and he sees it in my eyes, just as I can see it in his. In an equal expression of blissful euphoria, finding his release deep inside of me, a feral groan escapes his lips as he coats my inside with his hot seed, adding 2, 3 more deep pounding thrusts before collapsing exhausted on top of me. He barely manages to support himself so he won't suffocate me. His body melts into mine, Both of us are still breathing heavily, our bodies throbbing with fulfilled need as we lie there together, our limbs intertwined and his hardness still buried between my legs. My limbs are wrapped around him, holding him close as if I were terrified of losing him. And to be honest, I am.
Chapter 34. Damon. I feel like an idiot. How could I ever think I'd get enough by fucking her only once? Addiction has never been a problem for me, despite the bad example my parents set for me, but if I've ever been close to becoming addicted, this is it. To her. Nothing has ever been enough for me. No amount of wealth, no woman, no drug, no individual experience. And when it comes to women, I have always felt the need to move on to the next one once I've had her. They were too willing to surrender themselves to me, but only in ways that I'd long grown tired of. Elene ran the risk of meeting the same fate as every single woman before her. She followed her professional routine, offering the same boring dish I've been served hundreds of times before. But she didn't disappoint when I asked her to let her guard down. She readily showed me a side of her that not a single one of her previous clients were allowed to see. Her previous clients. Is that what I am to her? Another client? My mind certainly seems to like that word, as it keeps popping up every time I think about her. And I think about her a lot. Way too much. It's been a week since she finally swayed me to bury my cock between her legs, and I have seen her every single day since. Every single evening she continued waiting for me, kneeling naked, her face obediently lowered until I asked her to look up. I never made her wait long, not because I wanted to be nice, but because I couldn't wait to see her. My work life has been on an unscheduled pause ever since Scott disappeared. We still haven't heard from him, and I'm beginning to think that my investment in this guy's startup may have been a big mistake. But the thing is, I don't really care. So what if the money is gone? I invested a lot in his company, but only as much as I could afford to lose. It would be a vexing setback, but it wouldn't destroy me in the least. Still, not knowing what the hell is going on with him and this whole business endeavor of his, the first I invested in after years of doing nothing, drives me up the wall. Maybe that's why I seek her out every night, craving her body as much as her company to distract me from life outside the sinful black velvet room. She has presented herself to me in her rawest form tonight, following my demand to not wear anything, no lingerie, and not even a hint of powder on her cheeks. I could tell that she didn't feel comfortable about that at first. She has been naked in front of me countless times, enduring my inquiring gaze and probing touch, but not being allowed to shield her pretty face behind a mask seems to be her greatest sacrifice yet. All that insecurity vanished once I ravished her delicate body, lashing into her with such greedy lust that it could be mistaken for our first time together. She's lying in my arms now, still breathless, and a small river of sweat is running down the valley between her perky breasts. We're lying on the floor, as we always do. This room has become more than a simple place to meet up. It has become our sanctuary. Ours. Once I step through that curtain, I forget about the outside world. Faced with her, that is an easy task. I can't get enough of her, and I would be lying if I didn't confess how much I love this feeling. I've never been hooked on a woman before, but damn, it feels oddly liberating. "I need a drink," she whispers, nestling against my chest. I watch as she lazily lifts her left hand to trail along the sculpted lines of muscles she adores so much. I'll admit, having her look at me as if I were a fucking god feels pretty damned good. "A drink, huh?" I reply, my eyes following her unhurried journey down my ripped body. "Yes, please, sir," she responds, making my heart ache with an uncomfortable sting. "You know I don't like to be called that," I remind her. She flinches, realizing her mistake. But instead of apologizing like I expect her to, she unfolds out of my embrace, turning to lie on her tummy. She rises up, supporting herself on her elbows, and looks down at me. "Why do you not like to be called sir?" she asks curiously. "Almost all of my other clients wanted to be called that. It may just be occupational habit, but with you I feel—" She pauses then, her eyes diverting for a moment, and then regaining her composure, she clears her throat. She inhales a much-needed breath before she concludes, You deserve it. You really are my sir. She blushes, trying to cover up that she lumped me together with her clients. It's an endearing sight that almost makes me forget she used the words all of my other clients. There we are. I'm just another client. Her phrasing is a healthy reminder of that. I am not your sir, I say, my tone coming out more bitter than I intended. I don't like to be addressed like that. But why? She asks again. I sigh. Because it's what people used to call my father. Sir Graves, especially his subordinates. Sir this, sir that. I would hear it all day long as a child. For me, that damn title is too closely connected to that man. Awkward silence stretches between us, and I begin to regret my honesty. Why did I have to mention him? She doesn't need to hear sob stories about my dysfunctional parents. And you don't want to be reminded of your father? She asks, her voice cautious. Correct. My brusque reply was a feeble attempt at finishing this conversation, but she's not ready to let go just yet. Why not? She presses, not realizing that what she's really doing is forcing me to talk about my least favorite topic. You don't want to know. She pouts. Yes, Damon, I do. That's why I'm asking. She uses her elbow to nudge me in the side. It's a tickle more than a shove, but it makes me flinch nonetheless. I don't have the best relationship with him, I confess. Let's just leave it at that. She sighs with disappointment. I knew that already. I arch my eyebrows in surprise, casting her a quizzical look. She responds with a sheepish smile. You mentioned that you invested your trust fund in Bitcoin to piss off your parents, she explains. No loving son would do that if his family all got along. Fine, she doesn't need to be a detective to figure that one out. My childhood wasn't exactly picture perfect. You could say that, I admit. I expect a sympathetic smile, even pity, but that's not how Elene reacts. Instead of empathy, she just huffs. It's hard to feel sorry for a boy who grew up on a silver spoon, she says. I mean, you told me about the private schools, nannies, a trust fund. A lot of us can only dream of such things. I never said I was poor, I say agitatedly, and I didn't ask you to feel sorry for me. There's obviously no reason for that. Damn straight, she says, playing off her words with a cute wink. So then, what was so terrible about your childhood? I sigh. I didn't say it was terrible. In a word, I guess you could say it was lacking one major thing. She regards me with renewed curiosity. Parents, in the full sense of the word, I answer her unspoken question. Or parental guidance, parental love, whatever you want to call it. Her expression hardens as she nods along. So they weren't there for you. They paid people to be there for me, I elaborate, and I wouldn't blame them if that's all there was to it. They were goddamn busy building their company, especially during the first years of my life. It was the project of their life, their major centerpiece, not the child they never planned to have. But they provided all the necessities for me. It would be fair to call me ungrateful, if that was all there was to it. But it's not, she concludes, a questioning undertone accompanying her statement. It's not, I say, biting at my lip as I ponder whether I should go on. It may not be smart to tell her the truth, but the idea of sharing this grim detail of my past with someone other than Dean felt almost cathartic, like it could possibly lift a huge weight off my shoulders, from my life, one that I had tried my best to ignore for as long as I could remember. They were users, I finally blurt out. Drugs, cocaine mostly. A lot of it. Oh, shit, she gasps, her blue eyes widening. Productive users, my father liked to insist on calling it, I add. They started seeking solace in snow shortly after I was born, maybe even before that. I don't think pregnancy would have stopped my mother if she had been into it back then. Of course, as a child, I didn't know. At that young age, I just noticed that I didn't really have any parents. They were never around, and when they were either drunk or high. They were either trying to push themselves to do more work or trying to force their active minds to slow down so they could relax. They needed a hit for everything, but cocaine was really what got them into trouble in the end. They became addicted? I shake my head. More like they got caught. I pause and then pick up again. Addiction isn't really the problem, but they got roped into some shit. They started accumulating large amounts of coke and storing it in our home without thinking twice about it. They got caught many, many times, but were always able to bail their way out. Until they no longer could. They were in prison? Elene asks, her voice a little too loud for my taste, and the expression on her face is one of shock. Were? They still are, I say, and if it was up to me, they'd stay there for a very long time. She raises her eyebrows in surprise. That's harsh. They're your parents. I shrug, used to this kind of judgment. Their attorney agrees with you, but I'm not sure I'm ready to forgive them for being so dumb, so fucking careless and stupid. My voice is shaking, as it always does when I'm forced to talk about those two. I hate it, and especially doing it in front of her. Elene doesn't need to see this side of me, this fucking weakling I become when I'm reminded of the two people who have let me down for most of my life. There's nothing sexy about vulnerability, but the look on Elene's face right now makes me think that she may disagree.
Chapter 35. Eleni. The pain is all too visible on his face when he speaks about his parents. I've never seen anyone this tortured, and it makes me question if I've been fair about my own judgment of him, or men like him. I've always envied those who could afford the luxuries he seemingly takes for granted. I have no idea how rich he really is, but the mere fact that he's a VIP member of this club tells me that he's among the upper echelon. If that wasn't a dead giveaway to his wealth, then his tailored, custom-designed suits, his sleek-looking brand-name wristwatch, and the polished dress shoes he kicked off on the floor when we attacked each other certainly are. Damon has appeared in the same unmistakable high-quality threads since the first time we met, and there is no doubt that he exudes a power reserved for the wealthy. It's been like that since he let me undress him for the first time. Admittedly, our routine has evolved, so that I'm no longer a passive participant during our playtime, but an active player who gets to take and give just as much as he does. Once a button ripped off of his shirt when I was hastily stripping it off his marvelous body, and we both laughed about it. He spanked me, hard, but in a playful manner that only made me more hungry for him. This man is turning me upside down in a way he shouldn't. He makes me act insane and clumsy, and being around him turns me into a giggly mess, like a love-struck teenager. I shake my head to shut up the voices echoing inside my head. He's a client. A client. A special client, okay, but still there shouldn't be any room for confusion here. Despite the intimacy we share, despite the raw and honest side he just revealed, despite the trust he puts in me to keep his secrets safe, I shouldn't be confusing our relationship for anything other than what it is. A client and call girl business deal. I can sense his discomfort at sharing such a personal detail about his past with me, and I know only one way to ease this concern from his mind. I understand, I say in a soothing voice. I mean, I don't know what it's like to have parents in prison, or even anything about the whole drug-using part, but I know what it's like to despise the people who brought life to you. Damon sits up then, supporting himself on his elbows. He directs his full attention to me, cocking his head to the side in question.
What did they do to you?
His question appears spiked with two conflicting emotions, possessive anger and worry. He appears visibly upset about the idea of anyone hurting me, even though his voice was soft and calm when he posed the question. I sit up too, so that we're at eye level, and place my hand on his thigh in a calming gesture. I wasn't neglected the way you were, I tell him, and I don't hate my mother. If anything, I feel kind of sorry for her. My father left us when I was still a toddler, just walked out of our lives, leaving my mother with 2 small children.
Fucking asshole.
Damon hisses, not even trying to hide his anger.
I'm sorry, but
No need to be sorry, I quickly assure him. He is a fucking asshole, and if I knew where he was, I'd march right up to him and give it to him straight. He nods, his face still strained with anger.
what about your mother?
I sigh. She is a hopeless romantic. Despite all of this, I've had 2 official stepdads since my father left, and a lot of unofficial ones in between. She declared each and every single one of them to be the true love of her life.
That's almost admirable.
Is it? I offer a solemn laugh. To be honest, I haven't quite decided yet whether to envy or pity my mother. It's hard to read the expression on his face. There's a hint of a smile when he looks at me, one that gives the impression there's something he wants to say. Whatever it is, he can't bring himself to say it. I return his look with an equally quiet smile, suddenly reminded of the fact that I'm naked and thirsty. How about that drink now? I ask. You still have some time before you have to leave, right? He nods.
Definitely. Let's get your well-deserved Manhattan.
Well-deserved, I repeat, as he helps me up on my feet. Are you saying I did a good job tonight? He throws me a sinister smirk before wrapping his arms around me again. He pulls my naked body against his and plants a sensual kiss on my unsuspecting lips. It awakens an insatiable craving that's still nestled deep inside my core, despite the erotic time we just spent together.
Does this feel like work?
He asks, his gray eyes locking onto mine. I shake my head. Not at all. And that's the problem, right there. It is work. I shouldn't want to be lingering here after we're done, and I certainly shouldn't be daydreaming about this man when, for all I know, he could disappear from my life at any moment without owing me anything but the payment for today's services. He's still paying an extra fee to reserve this room for just the 2 of us every single night. I need to remember that. We have an agreement between us, a contract, and he's paying a lot of money to secure our time together. It's a business deal, not a romantic relationship. But it's so fucking hard to accept that.
Chapter 36. Damon. I have been waking up in rather good moods lately, maybe because I've been going to bed and falling asleep with my balls emptied and my heart as full as my head. Elene occupies almost all the space I have to give, even pushing aside the business that I would have agonized over way more than I do if it wasn't for her. I have seen her every single night for almost 2 weeks now. She's keeping me stable, satiated, and happy. Happy. A word I've never, ever tied to myself. Is this what it feels like when a high doesn't end after a violent rush? It keeps you elevated for days, weeks, maybe months. Is this something that could last for years? I wouldn't mind drifting along on these comforting thoughts for a while longer, but reality calls for my undivided attention like an officer beating down my door, threatening to destroy everything I have built over the past few years. "Fraud!" I yell at my poor advisor, watching him flinch under my enraged voice. "What the fucking hell, Dean? Fraud?" Dean is sitting behind the large desk in my office, as always surrounded by mountains of paperwork as if it's going to protect him from my fury. I'm pacing angrily up and down, back and forth, trying to remain as far away as possible from him in the confined space. He's not the one to blame for this shit, I know that. Dean is merely the messenger, bringing me news that is far more shocking than the possibility of losing my investment in a risky startup venture. "How the hell could this happen to us?" I bark at the poor guy. "Is this not why we incorporate anti-fraud provisions in our contracts? We must have some kind of insurance for this." Dean raises his hands in defense. "I'm looking into it. You don't have to worry." "Don't have to worry?" I cut him off, yelling louder than I had intended. "We should have seen this coming. This is why he has been so ambiguous about his use of proceeds, because that motherfucker never intended to execute the fucking business plan he presented to us in the first place." Dean nods along as I recount the things he informed me of this morning. Scott, That little shithead committed fraud on such a large scale that I'd almost be impressed if it wasn't that he got caught and decided to drag my name through the mud with him. As his startup's primary investor, I'm also liable for the crime he committed, even though I had nothing to do with his actions. He used the provision that his business was exempt from having to be registered with regulatory authorities to his advantage, Dean explains to me again, only echoing the things he already told me earlier today. There will be an investigation, and as long as that is going on, I suggest we keep our heads low. I have scheduled a meeting with our attorneys for later this afternoon. You'll see, in a few weeks, tops, this will all be behind us. He clears his throat and then adds, as will the money you invested, I'm afraid. Fuck the money, I snarl. That's not what I'm worried about. You know I didn't invest more than I could afford to lose. He nods. As always, you made a very smart decision. Thanks, I say, unable to hide the sarcasm in my tone. Scott is the one at fault for misstating his security offer toward you. The authorities are focused on him, Dean says, in an effort to calm me. They need to talk to you first to confirm that you were truly unaware of his plans and he deceived you. Easy enough, I snarl. Until then, I suggest laying low, Dean adds. He has an odd expression on his face, one that almost appears painful. I jerk my chin in his direction, asking for him to clarify his counsel. Well, I had to contact everyone you're doing business with at the moment, he stammers uncomfortably, shifting in his seat as he always does when he's about to deliver bad news. That lady, the madam at that club, the Velvet Rooms, I had to call her to share what we're dealing with at the moment. And, I urge when he stopped speaking, only adding an unnecessary pause when I was already at the edge of my seat. Any further investment from you has been withdrawn, he finally ventures. Or rather, it's been put on hold. My breath catches, and it feels as if a tight clamp is closing around my throat, cutting off the oxygen to my lungs. A strange, nauseating feeling churns in my gut, a fiery and sickening blend that delivers an unexplained sense of foreboding panic and loss rushing through my veins. What does that mean? I produce through clenched teeth. They're no longer accepting your money, Dean states, and your VIP status has been revoked. For now. For now, I repeat. I feel dizzy. Does that mean I'm no longer allowed inside the fucking club? Because I have a criminal lawsuit pending against me that I have nothing to do with? Dean sighs, pinching at the bridge of his nose. It's temporary, he insists quickly. The woman was adamant. She has a business to run herself, and I'm sure you can understand why a business, of that nature especially, wants to stay as far away from any legal trouble as it can. Yes, I fucking get that. Of course Miss Barry is worried about keeping anything associated with her business on the up and up. I'll have to talk to her, I utter, my voice shaking. This is unacceptable. I would advise you not to, Dean interjects. It's best to stay low and not draw any more attention in our direction. We need to figure this situation out first. He sighs then and leans back in his chair with his arms crossed in front of his chest. It's a position I rarely see him take. Besides, he adds, your affiliation with that club is a far smaller investment and just a leisurely pursuit. Nothing we need to worry about right now. Miss Barry was clear that she doesn't want you contacting her directly as long as you're still involved in a pending lawsuit. I growl at his words, doubling up my fists in anger. He's right. I know he's right, and I understand where Miss Barry is coming from. But I can't believe I'm fucking banned from the Velvet Rooms. Just a leisure pursuit, Dean says. If only that was true. My rage turns into a suffocating fear of loss when I think of her, when I think of Elene and spending time together every evening in our sanctuary. What will become of us? And how the hell am I supposed to see her again?
Chapter 37. Elene. What? The way I utter the word makes me sound like an idiot, and I'm incapable of formulating anything else. I can't believe what she's telling me. Miss Barry had been standing right outside the door to our dressing room when I almost ran into her, in a hurry to get upstairs to take my position, like I do every evening. Up until a few seconds ago, it was a night like any other. I got to the club around 8:30, chatted with Sandy, who started working her shift an hour earlier, and then went to the dressing room to change, or rather, to undress. For the past few weeks, I've only been wearing the black silk kimono and black flat-heeled sandals. I always removed both articles as soon as I stepped into the black velvet room, and then lowered myself to the floor to wait for him, kneeling with my head down. Ever since the first night that he fucked me, he has shown up every single night, never making me wait long. Sometimes he'd step through the curtain just a minute after I'd taken my position, making me wonder if he'd already been at the club and had just been waiting for me to get ready for him. My deal with him was clearly spelled out and agreed to by Miss Barry, who promised not to interfere unless we were somehow disturbing other club guests. This is why her words aren't making any sense to me. When I bumped into her standing outside the dressing room, with her hands on the hips and her red painted lips pursed in a thin, solemn line, I didn't even consider that she might want to talk to me. Judging from her rather annoyed and impatient expression, I figured one of the other girls had messed up and was in for a reprimand. She had been waiting for me, though. I followed her to her office, my hands clasped together and head lowered, a slew of silent questions running wildly through my head. I couldn't figure out what I may have done wrong. She gestured for me to sit down opposite her desk, my eyes flying to the clock on the wall, worried that this meeting would make me late for my date with Damon. And then she told me in a cold, monotonous voice that there was no date, that the room was no longer being paid for, and that Damon was no longer a VIP member of the Velvet Rooms. My mouth fell open, and my eyes widened in disbelief, as I frantically tried to comprehend what this development meant for me. For us. "I can no longer reserve that room under your private contract," Miss Barry says, repeating her previous statement, but using different phrasing. "Sir Graves is no longer paying for the room, and is no longer a VIP member of this establishment." Sir Graves. He hates to be called that. My insides twist in anger. "Why? What happened?" I demand. "Did he just cancel?" Miss Barry sighs, visibly annoyed by my shocked reaction. "I can't go into detail, and you know that, Eleni," she says, raising an eyebrow in warning. "Client confidentiality. All you need to know is that he's no longer coming here, and you no longer have exclusive rights to that room. You're free to return to your normal shifts at the club." She pauses, clearing her throat. "The choice is up to you whether you want to be an angel or a devil. Devils are in higher demand, and the pay would be better." I just sit there, staring at her as if she'd just given me my death sentence. This can't be happening. What's going on? She must be lying. I shake my head in disbelief. "Are you sure you're not confusing something?" I ask. "He didn't mention anything last night about no longer meeting with me, and—" "Eleni," she cuts me off. "I'm not confusing anything. I was contacted by his financial advisor today." "So you didn't speak to him directly?" I prod, my heart racing with hope. "You didn't hear it directly from him. He never said that—" "I may as well have heard it from him," she interrupts me again. "His advisor said he was speaking on Sir Graves' behalf." She let out a deep sigh, supporting herself on her elbows as she leans forward on her desk. "I don't know why this is so shocking to you. Clients come and go all the time. You of all people should know that." Her eyes study mine, searching them for something I'm not willing to divulge. I know her gaze holds a warning, a silent reminder for me to remember my position. It's the same look I received from Sandy, the same look I've been giving friends when they were in danger of falling into the same trap I just have. Never fall for a client. No matter what they do with you or for you, no matter how intense and intimate the time is that you spend together, it's not real. None of it is real. They play their part just as much as you do, and when they fear things are getting out of hand, they leave. That's what must have happened here. Damon and I have spent every single night together the past 2 weeks. He arranged and paid for me to be available only to him with an exclusive contract, something I've never done before. Things between us were wonderful. Too wonderful. It was all too good to be true. His sudden disappearance is proof of that. I grit my teeth, pressing my lips together as I hold back the tears threatening to blind me. Shit, not in front of the madam. She can't see me cry like a rookie, like one of those dumb teenage girls who don't know the rules of the game. I'm a fucking pro at this. I know how things work here. I should have known better. So, what should I sign you up for? Miss Barry asks coolly, seemingly oblivious to my inner turmoil. I swallow hard, casting the painful thoughts aside so I can finish this conversation with her, with my dignity still intact. Actually, I would like to take tonight off, I whisper, trying to play off a touch of shakiness in my voice as a dry throat. She nods. You weren't on the schedule tonight to begin with, so that won't pose a problem. I throw her a quick smile, trying to express my gratitude without words, and rise quickly from my seat. I need to get out of here, right the fuck now. I turn on my heel, ready to dart toward the door when she calls my name. Let me know your decision tomorrow, she says, as my eyes trail back over my shoulder. We could really use another devil like you, Elene. Please think about it. I will, I promise. Turning the doorknob and darting out of the room in one quick leap. I lose my composure as soon as I'm away from Miss Barry's strict gaze. My hand flies up to my mouth, purposefully hiding half of my face as it contorts into an ugly cry that I don't want anyone to see. I lower my gaze, hiding it behind my blonde waves. I hurry back to the dressing room, stopping myself from jogging so as to not draw too much attention to myself. I can't stop the hot tears from spilling any longer, and I don't want to. I just want to be alone, hidden somewhere in the dark where I can cry my eyes out. I wish I could go up to our room. Even though I know he's not coming tonight, it would comfort me in a way that nothing else can right now. It's the closest thing I have to him, the only memory. Our sanctuary. A simple black room, cushioned in tufted walls and black velvet curtains. My heart breaks for the girl I used to be just a day ago. A girl full of joy and hope for something she never thought attainable. And now it's gone. Because that girl was just like the rookies, stupid and naive. My eyes catch the entrance located near the main guest area as I make my way down the dark hallway. Soft music and the mumble of voices pervade my solitude, revealing the superficial world I was once a part of. The urge to throw up torments my insides. I know what I'll have to do. It's a long overdue decision. I'll have to talk to Miss Barry.
Chapter 38. Damon. This is bullshit. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Is it just to punish myself for being so fucking stupid? How could I make such a gigantic mistake? How could this ever even fucking happen? I should have known better. Scott was acting so strangely at so many of our meetings. He postponed deadlines. It took him forever to come up with a halfway cohesive business plan. He was nervous every time I saw him, but I never thought much of it. Why not? Usually my sixth sense about people isn't that far off. Was I too distracted because of her? No, don't fucking blame Elene. It's not her fault that you are such an idiot. My thoughts are running a marathon in my head. I don't want to turn into my parents. It's almost as if I want to repent, as if I am willing to accept their mistake because I've made mistakes of my own. But our mistakes are so different, despite both being seeded by stupidity. I'm waiting in the visitors area, not outfitted in my usual business suit, but in a casual shirt and dark blue jeans. Nothing too fancy, but still dressed nicely enough to not feel like a slob. My hands are fiddling nervously in my lap, and I'm staring at the table in front of me. No man should ever be this nervous to see his mother. Yet here I am, feeling again like the helpless little boy I thought I'd left behind. Here, seeking my mother's company for the first time in years. She cried when I let her know on the phone that I'd be willing to come visit her. Holy fuck, she didn't cry. She howled. I don't think I've ever heard her voice breaking like that, or trying to speak through suffocating crying fits. Is it bad to say that it made me feel powerful? That it made me proud and filled me with a sense of relief? Hearing my mother react to me like that replaced that feeling of abandonment and the eventual indifference I felt toward her. Hearing from her made me happy. Having me tell her that I was coming to visit her for the very first time since she got locked up made her collapse in exuberant tears. I can't help but wonder if she would have liked Elene. But what does it matter? I let out a burdened sigh, burying my face behind my hand. Shit, I shouldn't have come here. Was this really the only thing I could think of to get myself out of the house? I've spent the past few days locked up inside my penthouse like a caged animal, pacing back and forth in the living room with a drink in hand and only leaving to meet with Dean and my attorneys. They are working hard to get our asses out of this fucking mess, but things aren't moving fast enough. I need to see Elene, or decide to let her go. She knows my full name, and I know she could figure out how to contact me even if the madam refused to give her my contact details. She could look me up and find a way to get to me. Unlike me, who knows absolutely nothing about her besides her first name, if that even is her real first name, and that she works at the Velvet Rooms. The ball is in her court, and so far she hasn't done anything. What does that tell me? That she no longer wants to see me? I doubt that Miss Barry disclosed the full story behind what kept me from coming back to the Velvet Rooms, and the mere fact that I wasn't coming back could be enough for her to void our agreement. I was just another customer, a well-paying client who was willing to pay a premium to claim her exclusively. For all I know, it helped to make her life a little easier, because she no longer had to focus on landing other clients while still earning the same amount of money. She might be cursing me now, not because I left, but because my sudden disappearance made her work life more difficult. A morose thought strikes me. She could be happy that I am gone because she's grown tired of our repetitive routine. No, I refuse to believe that. Does this feel like work? I had asked her, and when she shook her head in response, it felt fucking sincere. But she is a trained liar, maybe even capable of fooling me. Damon! The voice doesn't sound familiar, but I know it's my mother's. I look up to find her standing at the other end of the room, still about 30 feet away and separated by half a dozen other tables. She's standing there, looking so small next to the officer who accompanied her to the visiting area, her hands clutching her face on both sides as she stares at me with those same gray eyes I inherited from her. I get up from my seat, acknowledging the guard with a short nod, and then my mother is rushing toward me. She has always been a slim woman, always keen on maintaining her figure, but it seems that prison has slimmed her down even more. She looks tiny and frail. She approaches me in a near sprint, wrapping her thin arms around my waist. I reluctantly lower mine around her. I tower above her by almost a foot. "You came," she cries out against my chest. "My boy, you really came." She's sobbing with happy tears and shaking so violently in my embrace that I worry her heart may give in, despite her young age. "I'm not a liar, Mother," I say, unintentionally sounding colder than intended. I gently push her away from me, which proves to be harder than anticipated, because she refuses to let go of me. I can't remember the last time my mother hugged me like this. "Please," I say in a lower voice. "We don't have a lot of time." Right, she stutters, finally retreating and hurriedly wiping her tears away with the back of her hand. She's wearing makeup and has styled her brown hair in a simple updo, maybe in an attempt to impress me, maybe to feel better about herself. "Let's sit," she says, pointing to the chairs arranged at the tables, as if she was inviting me into her living room. "Let's talk." I smile inwardly at her attempts to be nonchalant when I know how stirring this is for her. She has been begging me to come see her for so long, and I've been rejecting her every time until she finally gave up trying. And now I'm here, just because I didn't know where else to go when I was feeling lost and alone. I'm pathetic. "You look horrible," my mother observes, cocking her head to the side as she studies me intently. "Have you been drinking?" I throw her a sinister look. This is the first time she's ever posed that type of question to me. She never worried about me using any kind of drug. On the contrary, she and Dad used to try to convince me that cocaine would make my life easier, more productive, more successful. If I had, would you ground me? I ask with a note of cynicism. Her expression hardens, because she knows that there is an accusation, blame hidden in that question. Parenting has never been her strong suit, and never once was I ever grounded growing up. My parents barely knew or cared whether or not I was doing something bad, let alone punish me for it. "Did you talk to your father, too?" she asks next. I shake my head. "No, just you." She nods silently, prohibiting herself from asking any further questions. To say that my relationship with my father was bad would be a massive understatement. We never really had a relationship. Unlike my mother, he never even pretended to be a parent to me. The only advice he ever gave me was to rely on coke when I wanted to be successful. "It's the rich man's aspirin," he used to say. "So what's wrong?" my mother asks, her voice as hard as mine. "Why do you think something is wrong?" She scoffs. "Well, son, you didn't even call on my birthday, and Mr. Cook told me you weren't exactly excited about the idea of your father and I getting released on parole early, which, by the way, there is a very good chance that may happen. But—" She lowers her gaze, a shadow of sadness passing over her aging face. "Am I wrong to worry that you might be in trouble or came here to tell me some bad news?" I shake my head. "It's none of that." Her face brightens for a split second, and then she furrows her eyebrows. "But why then? Why today? Why now, Damon? After you've rejected me for so long? Does there have to be a reason?" "There is one," she insists. "I may not have been the greatest mother to you, but I still am your mother. I can tell when something is not well with you." I'm almost impressed at her shrewd observation. Almost. I guess after 2 days of not shaving and surviving mostly on liquor, any person would look a little rough, even to a stranger. Before I can say anything, she responds to her own question. "Is it because of a woman?" The subtle flinch of my body doesn't go unnoticed by her. A knowing smile spreads across her face as she leans forward. "It is, isn't it?" she cries. "Only a woman can make a man look like this." I shake my head, smiling weakly. "You know what?" I say. "I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why now all of a sudden I thought it would be a good time to come and see you, but for some reason I did. And yes, that reason may be a woman." The smile on my mother's face widens. "Would it be heartless to say that I am happy to hear that?" she asks. I frown at her. "Yes?" A suppressed giggle escapes her. "Oh, but I am," she says. "She must be quite a girl if she managed to send you here, to me." "She didn't send me," I protest. "She doesn't even know that I'm here." I cough slightly, averting my eyes. "And she probably wouldn't care." I recoil when I feel my mother's hand on mine, a caress so familiar yet so foreign. My first impulse is to pull away from her, but I don't. Instead, I place my other hand on hers, squeezing, holding on to her, so fucking desperate for comfort. "Why don't you tell me about her?" my mother says, her voice soft and patient. "I want to know about this girl who has the power to put a stop to my restless boy's stubbornness." I respond to her request with an exasperated sigh, but a moment later, the words start pouring out of me like a flowing river. It's the first time I have ever given voice to my contemplations about Elene. And it feels fucking good. Chapter 39. Damon. Don't let her get away that easily. My mother's last piece of advice resembles a threat, but she has a point. I need to know. Even if it's true that Elene no longer wants to see me, she should tell me so face to face. I need to fucking hear her say it. I need her to confirm all those conclusions I've been making in her absence, purely based on the fact that I haven't heard from her since I was banned from the Velvet Rooms. My heart is pounding in my chest, way too fast for me to act casual. I hate that. How am I supposed to face her when I'm trembling like a leaf? I don't want to appear weak in front of her. I already feel enough like an idiot for sitting here, in my car, outside the club, like an outcast or a common criminal. My eyes are glued to the entrance. The doorman has taken his position, and he's currently browsing languidly on his phone as he waits for the first guests to arrive. I might be too late already. The club doesn't open for another half hour, but I'm sure that most of the staff shows up earlier. If she's working tonight, she might be inside already, getting ready to be felt up by other clients, by men who weren't stupid enough to land on the blacklist by getting involved in a fraud lawsuit. My insides churn at the thought of it. Images of when I first saw her keep popping up in front of my eyes. The way that guy, that fucking Bartlett, fondled her leg, the way she reacted to it, disliking his grabby hands on her but letting him proceed nonetheless because it was part of her job. I shake my head violently, trying to erase the disturbing thoughts out of my head. She might have gone back to working as a devil since I last saw her. She might have flirted with other men, been touched by other men. She might have fucked other men. And I couldn't even blame her. I knew who she was when this started. You can never have a whore all to yourself. That's not part of their job description. She's not a whore, though. She's so much more. She's the epitome of beauty, of elegance. She's purity. She's brilliance. She's Elene. My Elene. And she's the most beautiful in her rawest form. Fuck. How am I supposed to take it if she really sends me away? What am I supposed to do if she just rolls her eyes at me? Oh, God, no, she would say. Another idiot who didn't get it. Another fool who fell for me when I was just doing my job. What if I'm not just putting those words in her mouth? What if they are true? Do I really need to hear her say that? Just as I'm about to turn the key to start the engine of my car, I catch a figure out of the corner of my eye. A woman walking toward the entrance of the Velvet Rooms. A woman with a familiar face.
Chapter 40. Elene. The evenings are the hardest part. The time I usually spent with him, until a few days ago they were the highlight of my day. I was always counting the hours down until I could finally get out of the house and make my way to the Velvet Rooms. I couldn't wait to see him. I can still feel the way my heart raced with joyous anticipation the closer I got to the club, and I can still feel my core throbbing at the thought of him, my body elevating at the memory of being with him. It's all still there, but buried under a massive heap of misery. I thought letting go would be a lot easier once I stopped working at the Velvet Rooms. I gave Miss Barry my resignation the very next day after she told me that Damon was no longer a member of the club, and thus no longer a part of my life. I didn't wait until the next day because I needed to sleep on my decision. Not at all. I waited because I hoped that it was all just a mistake, a bad dream. When I walked up to Miss Barry the next day, I was still hoping that nothing had changed, that she would reverse everything she'd said the day before and tell me to go upstairs to our room, our sanctuary, so I could do my job. But that didn't happen. Instead, she repeated that she hoped I would dress up as a sinful creature of the night, every night from then on out, walking out to the guest room in black lingerie, ready to continue my job as a call girl, as if the last few weeks never happened. But I knew I couldn't do that. I was ready to quit this world months ago, and I only stayed because I figured that being an angel in this establishment would be different, that it would be easy and safe, something that would keep me financially secure until I knew what else I was going to do with my life. Instead, it threw me into the worst emotional turmoil I've ever experienced. Those who say that having loved and lost is better than never having loved at all are just fucking idiots. That couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, I wasn't exactly happy before I met Damon, but at least I was content. I wasn't trapped in this painful hole, tormented by loss and crying myself to sleep every night. It's even worse now, though, because I have nothing else to do, nothing to hold my mind at bay. I'm spending my time just wandering around my small apartment, a glass of wine in hand. I hate wine, but I always have some at home because Sandy and my sister are regular visitors who love it. I grimace every time I take a sip of the putrid stuff, but I drink it anyway because it helps me sleep. Even my apartment feels emptier now that he's gone, even though he's never been here. We've never seen each other anywhere outside the Velvet Rooms. We never shared a kiss outside those walls. I never caressed his marvelous skin outside that black room. It was always there, at work. But did it feel like work? Not in the slightest. The deep sigh I emit echoes through my living room. I take another sip of the red wine from the crystal glass in my hand. I used to love this apartment. It's my very first home after moving out of my mom's place. I was so proud that I could afford to live on my own in the city. Most of the people I went to high school with had to live in shared accommodations wherever they went. Of course, most of them opted to attend college, something I never aspired to. My sister did, but I don't think she was happy with her choice either. It seems like the grass isn't always green no matter which side of the fence you're on, at least in that regard. Lila sent me a text today, and in a way, it was why I opened that bottle of wine. Her news hit me hard, not only because it was so unexpected, but because it has a way of rubbing salt into my wounds. She told me that she has something to celebrate. She's engaged. To Jim. To the same guy she wanted to break up with just a little more than a week ago. How does it even make any sense? What is the universe trying to tell me? Is Lila truly happy with this guy all of a sudden? Or is she falling into the same trap my mother kept falling into over and over, again and again? Either way, I bet she's happier than I am right now. And even if she ends up regretting her decision, the sorrow won't last long. It never did for my mother. She always recovered in a minimum amount of time, falling head over heels for the very next guy who showed an interest in her. And there was always a next guy. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I am like they are. I've never felt the way I do toward Damon. I've never had an experience, a connection like I do with Damon. There's still so much I wanted to learn and know about him. So much more I wanted to share with him. Shit, we could have been good together. No, we could have been fucking perfect. I resonated with him and he with me. We balanced one another. We completed and complemented one another. Nothing about us was normal from the beginning, and I loved that about him. About us. Maybe I even loved him. Love. A word I'm reluctant to use after such a short time, but it seems fitting. My phone pings for attention, causing me to jerk in surprise. I struggle to produce it from my jeans pocket, fearing it might be another message from my sister. I congratulated her, but in a reserved way that must have been a telltale sign of what I really think about her news. I wasn't ecstatic or exhilarated, but polite and brief. She knows me well enough to read the meaning behind that message. But the text that just arrived is not from her. It's from Sandy. I grimace, wondering what she could want from me right now. She's at work at the club, and that means she should be too busy to be messaging me. Whatever it is must be important, but it doesn't read that way at first. Can I come by for brunch tomorrow? Got something to talk about. I'm bewildered and curious. Why is she being so vague? Sure, come by whenever. Everything okay? I text back. I keep staring at the screen for a few more moments, but it doesn't seem that she has even read my response. She must be busy and planning to check for my reply later. I finish my glass of wine in one big swig, my face still masked by confusion from my best friend's text. I'm really curious about what she may have to tell me. What could she consider so urgent to make it necessary to tell me in person, but not urgent enough to spell it out in the text? I'm puzzled, to say the least.
Chapter 41. Damon. I can't promise you anything. The words have been resounding in my head all day. Elene's friend, the dark-haired devil who greeted me at the club one night, was rushing toward the entrance while I was waiting outside the Velvet Rooms. She was better than nothing, I thought. She was a link to Elene, something, a way to connect with her. So I jumped out of my car, approaching the girl just before she could disappear inside the club. When she told me that Elene was no longer working there, I didn't know whether to be worried or relieved. Knowing that she wasn't willing to give herself to other men for money anymore fueled me with comfort. It meant that those images I had burning inside my head were just that, images and not true. However, it doesn't mean that she hasn't been with anyone else since our last night. It also doesn't mean that she wants to see me. It could just mean that she was waiting for me to leave so she could get out of our agreement and finally quit a job she wanted to quit a long time ago. Maybe she only stayed there because those were the terms of our contract. This fucking uncertainty is driving me insane. I want it to be over. I want her to finally be here and tell me what's what, even if the truth will hurt me. I asked her friend to let her know that I will be waiting at this restaurant tonight at 8. I told her to let Elene know I want to talk to her over dinner. It's an Italian place, neither too high-scale to intimidate her, nor cheap enough to make her feel like I don't care. I don't want her to feel the need to doll up for me or the location I asked her to come to. I just want her alone for an opportunity to resolve whatever this is between us, or whatever this was. Her friend regarded me with a skeptical frown when I gave her my card, telling her that Elene should call or text me if anything keeps her from showing up. There was reluctance in her nod when I asked if I could trust her to deliver this information to Elene, but she promised she'd do it. All my hopes now lie in this friend's hands, and I fucking hate that. I hate relying on other people, especially strangers. My eyes have been glued to my phone all day long, but I haven't heard from Elene. She didn't text or call me, which could mean one of two things. Either she really is done with me and threw the card away as soon as her friend gave it to her, or she plans to show up here and didn't think it necessary to confirm. Her friend didn't give me anything that would sway my speculations one way or the other. She said she'd give Elene the card and let her know when and where I would be waiting for her, but she concluded her words with a disheartening phrase. I can't promise you anything. Of course she can't. But damn, how much easier would all of this be if I knew at least something? Anything other than the fact that Elene stopped working at the Velvet Rooms right after I was banned. She waited for me every single night. Tonight, I'm the one waiting for her. My heart skips a beat every time the door to the restaurant opens. I'm sitting at a small table for two at the far end of the main room, in a semi-private alcove that still allows for a good view of the entrance. The waiter has come to my table twice to ask if I really didn't want anything besides water, and both times I send him away. My stomach is churning with nervousness. Water is all I can handle at the moment, and even a good scotch would only heighten the painful anticipation. I thought coming here early would be a good idea and the best way to keep my nerves in check. Boy, was I wrong. The longer I've been sitting here, the more I'm beginning to doubt. With every minute that passes, a negative outcome seems more and more likely, even though there's no concrete reason to believe that. All my contemplating, my dwelling, my doubts, my fear of a negative outcome, all of that disappears when the door opens again and her beautiful face appears, scanning the room in search of me. She's wearing tight-fitting jeans, white sneakers, and a lightweight navy blue coat with a white scarf. I've never seen her in a casual, everyday outfit, only all dressed up or completely naked. This look is new, and it's fucking delicious. I jump up from my seat, watching from afar as a waiter takes her coat and scarf, but her beautiful blue eyes are glued on me the entire time. Her platinum hair is straightened today, and it's streaming down her slim shoulders in stark contrast to her dark top. The bright strands bounce as she rapidly approaches my table. She wears minimal makeup, a hint of powder, a sweep of black mascara on her lashes, and her bright pink lips are kissed with a touch of gloss. I freeze in place as she comes closer, incapable of knowing what to do, what to say, how to greet the girl whose absence has been tormenting me every waking minute. She shows no such inhibitions. As soon as she closes in on me, she wraps her arms around my neck, rising up on her tiptoes and pressing her lips full on to mine. My entire body melts into instant relief as I scoop her into my arms, taking her with such force that she's lifted from the floor, pressing her delicate body against mine. I breathe her in, all of her. Our kiss is clumsy and eager, speaking of our impatient need. She's the one to start it, and the one to break it, her blue eyes moving up to meet mine. Please tell me I'm not misunderstanding this invitation, she whispers, her lower lip shaking. Please tell me that you didn't ask me here to buy me, to sign another contract. Sadness and fear consume her expression, and it pierces my heart like a hot dagger. A smile tugs at the corners of my mouth, lightening the shadows on her face for a split second. All I'm buying tonight is dinner for us, I tell her, slowly letting her go. If you can spare the time. A shy smile, still riddled with uncertainty, appears on her pretty face when she nods.
Chapter 42. Eleni. He hasn't said a word of substance ever since we sat down and ordered drinks and appetizers. He was the one who asked me to come here, so it seemed only natural for me to wait for him to start the conversation, especially after I was the one who went in for a kiss he didn't dare initiate. We clink our Manhattan glasses, and I watch him over the brim of my glass as I take my first sip. It's the first time that I see him in something other than a suit. He's wearing a light blue shirt and dark dress pants. The shirt stretches over his buff arms, emphasizing his broad shoulders. The sleeves are rolled up, revealing his strong tanned forearms. The watch around his wrist probably cost more than my monthly rent, and its light blue details match the color of his shirt. The stubble on his strong jaw is lighter than it was the last time I saw him, suggesting a fresh shave just before he came to see me. He is distinctive from head to toe, suit or no suit. So tell me, I finally request. Tell me what happened. My question makes him visibly uncomfortable, even though he must have seen it coming. He puts his drink down and the glass meets the table with such force that I fear it might break.
Do you want to hear the short version or the long version?
He asks. I smile at him. You know I always prefer the long version. He nods, his gaze browsing through the room for a few moments before he turns back to me, taking a deep inhale before he can gather up the strength to start speaking.
My investment, the one for the startup, didn't exactly go the way I was hoping it would. On the contrary, it pulled me into a lot of shit.
He begins, his eyes nervously darting back and forth between me and the table.
The guy I invested in turned out to be a fraud.
Shit, I exclaim. So your money is gone? He nods his head.
Yes, but that's not the problem. The problem is that I, as his major seed investor, am getting drawn into this. All my assets are put on hold, and I may be facing a lawsuit if my attorneys don't find a way out.
They will, though, right? I inquire. I mean, you didn't know about this. It's not your fault. He huffs.
No, I didn't know about this.
He agrees.
But I should have known. There were so many uncertainties with this guy, so many signs that should have warned me, but I didn't listen. I should have been more careful, more aware.
He looks pained, his shoulders tensing up and his hands clenching together on the table. It's easy to see how hard it is for him to tell me all of this. But why didn't you just tell me what was going on? I want to know. Why did you just cancel your membership? Were you afraid to tell me the truth? He looks up at me, his eyebrows arching in surprise.
I didn't cancel my membership, he says. I was banned from the Velvet Rooms. Miss Barry was very insistent that I stay away from the club as long as I was involved in a criminal investigation and impending lawsuit.
My eyes widen in understanding. They just threw you out?
Me and my investment, yes. He says, it's only temporary, I'm sure. This will get resolved, but it will take some time.
I see. I reach for my glass, unsure what to make of this. He didn't leave on his own account. He was forced to forfeit his investment and banned from entering the club, so he had to stop seeing me and was left with no way of contacting me. I, on the other hand, knew his name, which should have been enough to look him up and find a way to contact him. If I had dared to. I was so busy coming up with my own conclusions that I didn't even think of running after him. My head is shaking as I let out a helpless chuckle. He cocks his head to the side, a puzzled look on his handsome face.
What's so funny?
I thought you were done with me, I explain. now realizing how silly I must sound. I thought you didn't want to see me anymore, that I was just a throwaway whore to you, and now you're telling me that it wasn't even your choice to stop seeing me. I pause, biting my lower lip as I ponder my next words. It's just, I utter, the past few days have been horrible, excruciating, and to know that I wouldn't have had to go through that if I'd just... He reaches out to me, taking my hand in his.
You and me both, he says. I interpreted your silence the same way you took mine.
Our eyes met, holding each other in a tense and silent stare for several moments before I ask my question. So, this isn't over? He shakes his head.
If you're asking me, it's only just beginning.
The weight that's falling away from me in that moment nearly causes me to burst into tears from the sheer overpowering relief that comes with it. I'm trembling, and my vision blurs as our appetizers are brought to the table. I fear speaking because I know I can't stop myself from crying if I do. But why should I? He wouldn't want me to hide this from him. So I don't care that tears are running down my face when I respond, we are, yes. My voice breaks after that pointless stutter, but he understands. He squeezes my hand across the table, the smile on his face widening.
Shit, you're pretty when you cry.
He winks at me, lifting the tension with his remark and the gesture. I laugh, hurrying to wipe away the tears on my cheeks. Tears that weren't caused by sorrow or loss, but from overwhelming joy. I stopped working, I tell him, because I don't know what else to say, and because I think it will make him happy to hear. I'm not working at the Velvet Rooms anymore. He nods.
I know. Your friend told me.
Of course. Sandy. When she came over to my place for brunch today, I was still the sad little mess that thought I'd lost him forever. How could I have known that she came with a message from him, with a card that had his name and number on it, delivering the news that he wanted to see me tonight? I don't think he's done with you, she said, sharing a cautious smile with me. She knew how unraveled I was. All day long, I stared at his card, wondering whether I should let him know that I'd been thinking about him non-stop, that I missed him and that I couldn't wait to see him. But I was too scared. I was scared that I misunderstood his intentions, that this was not what he wanted to see me for. I was scared he'd just wanted to set up a new contract, to buy me in a way my former clients did when I was still working at Violent Delights.
I probably don't have to tell you how happy that makes me. He adds, you know how much I hate sharing.
I shrug. You know I wanted to quit a long time ago. I knew I was done with this line of work. The way he lowers his eyes at me makes me think that my words are making him uncomfortable. After all, he was a paying customer just like any other man in that club, and he had been a client at Violent Delights before that. He has a tainted background just like I do. You don't plan on going back either, right? I ask, stammering. Even if you were allowed to? He lets out a single laugh, shaking his head at the idea.
I only went to the Velvet Rooms for you, Elene. He says, if you're not there, I have no reason to return.
He pauses, fixating on me with a mischievous smile on his face.
We'll have to find a new place for ourselves.
He adds. I smirk at him. Got something in mind? He nods.
Yes, but we'll eat first.
A real date, I say dreamily. Dinner and everything. Just like normal people.
Just like normal people,
he repeats, picking up his fork. Our eyes remained focused on each other, the flicker in his telling me that he considers us as normal just as little as I do.
Chapter 43. Damon. I can't turn my eyes away from her naked silhouette as she stands by the window, absent-mindedly twirling the drink in her hand as her gaze wanders across the cityscape below. She moves so naturally in my home, as if she's been here 1,000 times before, as if it was her place. She doesn't feel like a stranger in my home, but like she belongs. I should have brought her here right from the start. I should have stolen her from the velvet rooms before we were torn apart by circumstance. Our clothes were off a minute after we stepped inside, the hunger for each other so strong that I didn't even bother carrying her over to my bedroom. She curled up in my arms, our lips pressed against each other as I moved her over to the couch, ravenous as I claimed her body for the very first time outside a place that was more public than it was private. It was different to have her here. It was loud, it was messy, it was violent in a good way. She tried to climb on top of me, her lithe body clinging to mine with desperate need, but I wouldn't give up control today. The spanking she received was met with mewls of pleasure, and if anything, her mischievous beam only egged me on. I was driven by feral desire, fucking her with vicious force, as if I was afraid of losing her again. I plunged into her tight wetness with no regard for anything but her face, her body, her hair as it draped across the cushions of my sofa. I will never get enough of the spark of pain that flickers across her face every time I thrust my cock between her limber legs. I know I'm far bigger than average, but making her moan in a blend of agony and bliss brings me more delight than it ever did with any girl before her. She's trained at seduction, in controlling her body, and equipped with knowledge that makes her a skilled liar, but none of that comes to light when she is with me. She's the most beautiful when she lets go of everything she's learned, and no one can savor the result of that as much as I can. When she came, wrapped around my cock, her tight muscles clenching with hot fury, there was nothing fake about what I witnessed on her pristine face. She rode that climax with an exuberance that cannot be simulated, and it's the most beautiful sight I could ask for. I was defenseless against it, and joined her in an instant, my pelvis pressed against her spread lips as I found my release deep inside her. Knowing that my cum is still dripping from her tender lips as she roams my living room instantly gets me hard again as I sit in one of my armchairs watching her. She's walking toward the massive panorama window that stretches the full length of the wall, from the floor all the way to the high ceiling, placing her dainty fingers against the glass as she looks out on the city. "You could lose all of this?" she asks, without turning around to me. "It's such a lovely place." I shake my head, even though she cannot see it. I won't lose anything. They have nothing against me, and I have the best attorneys you can ask for. My innocence in all of this is easy to prove. Her gaze trails back over her shoulder, catching mine. "I bet your parents had good attorneys, too. And still, they are in prison." "Big difference," I say. "My parents were guilty. They actually did something wrong. I didn't." She nods. "Right." The ice in her drink clinks as she brings it up to her lips. She takes a tiny sip, barely more than dabbing her lips, before she twirls around to me. Her rumpled hair falls down her slim shoulders, giving her the look of a very brightly colored lion as she walks back to me. "Do you think you'll ever forgive them?" she wants to know. "My parents?" She nods, leaving her glass on the coffee table before she curls up on my lap. "Actually, I went to see my mother this week," I reveal, my pulse accelerating as I share another secret with her. Her eyes widen. "You did? You went to see her in prison?" I nod, unable to hide my smile at her excited reaction. "Wow," she exclaims, beaming at me. "She must have been so happy to see you." "She was ecstatic," I say, and Elaine giggles on my lap. "I told her about you." She tenses up. "You... what?" Our eyes meet, and I try to hide the buzz it gives me to share these things with her. I've never been this open with anyone, and I never felt the urge to share things like this. With her I do, but it still needs some getting used to. "I was having girl trouble," I say, trying to give my words a light-hearted spin. I thought she could help. The smirk on Elene's face widens. "And? Could she?" I shrug. "I think so. She can be a rigid and stubborn woman, traits that make a good fighter. She told me not to give up on you that easily." Elene leans in closer, placing her hand on my cheek as she moves her face closer to mine, close enough for our noses to touch. Warm intimacy is radiating between us, heating our skin and wrapping my chest in unfamiliar comfort. This girl, she's stronger than any drug, any high I ever experienced. The effect she has on me is not going anywhere, not receding, but growing stronger with every moment I spend with her. Well, mothers always know best, so I'm glad you listened to her, she whispers, her lips brushing mine with a promise for a kiss. I'm glad you didn't let me go, because I never wanted to leave.
Epilogue. Elene. 6 months later.
Were you nervous?
His question catches me off guard. I turn around, meeting his inquiring gray gaze while the driver starts the car. Damon is sitting in the back seat next to me, dressed in a navy blue suit and matching tie, his brown hair gelled back and 2-day stubble adorning his strong jaw. I wonder if I will ever get used to how stunningly handsome my boyfriend is. Of course I was, I reply. Meeting the parents is a big deal. He chuckles.
It didn't show, I can tell you that.
Good, I sigh, letting out an exaggerated sigh. They were so nice, though. It was easy, especially your mom. He bobs his head to the side.
Nice,
He mumbles.
Maybe. She's been trying very hard, especially since they were released. I give her that. She's getting there, more so than my father.
I nod. His father was a different story for sure. I felt weird when we drove up to their small apartment, chauffeured in a black limousine, both dressed in upscale designer clothing, while they can barely make ends meet. I could see the way his father was eyeing him and then me, literally scanning us from head to toe. Well, I wished I wasn't sporting my new Valentino dress and Louis Vuitton heels. Both were a gift from Damon, and he insisted that I dress up tonight. Maybe he wanted to make his parents, and especially his father, feel bad for their mistakes, even though they've already paid with everything they had. Your father needs a little more time, I offer. You didn't go easy on him. Damon nods, reaching for my hand and squeezing it lightly.
I know you want me to patch things up with them, he says, but I can't act as if the past never happened. Not yet. I need time just as much as they do.
That's fine, I assure him, as long as you're willing to forgive them. He looks at me, his handsome face displaying a cautious smile.
I'm getting there.
My reciprocating smile is wider than his, laced with encouragement. I guess that is all I can ask for now.
I am going to help them get back on their feet like I promised you,
He says,
but only if they prove themselves worthy of my help.
I roll my eyes at him. You wanted to do something meaningful with your money, didn't you? I ask him. Isn't that why you started investing in the first place? He sighs.
And you know where that got me.
Yes, to me, I pipe, winking at him. I know he's still hung up on that startup investment that went down the drain and almost got him into legal trouble. But ever since that was dealt with, I no longer let him dwell on those dark thoughts. That guy, Scott, was the only one who faced an actual lawsuit in the end. And while the money Damon invested may be gone, he still has a clean history. He got off the hook, just like he said he would. It is nothing more than a bad memory. The car comes to a halt in his building's driveway, and I follow him through the lobby, balancing on my new and way too tight heels. I can't wait to get upstairs and get out of them. Maybe take a hot bath. Maybe he'll join me. The penthouse has changed since I first saw it about 6 months ago. It was a stunning place back then, but kind of sterile feeling and empty. The changes since then have been small and gradual, but I've never noticed it as much as I do now. Everywhere I look, I find something that doesn't belong to him, but to me. I left my Kindle reader on the coffee table next to a stack of my magazines. There are 3 pairs of shoes right next to the door that belong to me, and 2 coats hanging on the rack next to it. The mail that's piled up on the countertop that separates the open kitchen from the living room has not been sent here, but brought up by me. A lot of it is info material about design schools that I've been thinking about applying to. That pile is probably the most telling sign of how little time I still spend at my own apartment. I only go there every few days to pick up the mail, water my dying plants, and say maybe hang out with Sandy for brunch. She's still working at the club, but has recently told me that she's thinking about quitting too, because she met someone. It's not a client, but a guy who is not a part of that world. I've never met him, but he's the first guy who means enough for Sandy to stop sleeping with others. She is no longer a devil at the Velvet Rooms, but an angel, the first step to take before getting out of the business. Damon wanders to the kitchen, loosening his tie. He turns back to look at me, mid-trip.
A drink?
I shake my head. My head is already buzzing from what we had with dinner.
Tea, then?
He doesn't wait for my answer, but reaches for the kettle right away. I join him, wrapping my arms around his toned waist from behind and deliberately pressing my tits against his back.
You're asking for trouble,
he warns me as he fills the kettle with water from the tap. Maybe, I whisper, adding another squeeze before I let go of him so he can finish his water-boiling business. Do you think I spend too much time here? I blurt out. He turns around to me, furrowing his eyebrows.
What makes you ask that?
I shrug. My stuff is all over your place, even my mail, and I can't remember the last time I spent a night at home. His eyebrows rise.
But you're still calling it home.
I inhale sharply. Yeah, well...
I don't like that,
he says, closing in on me, his hand digging into my hips as he pulls me closer.
This should be your home.
My anxious heart flutters at his words, and I tilt my head back to catch his gaze. What are you saying? I ask, my lower lip trembling. He smiles, displaying that wayward dimple that only appears on his handsome face every so often when he's absolutely, totally sincere.
I'm saying I want you to move in,
he says.
It's long overdue.
We've only been dating for 6 months, I add for consideration. But Damon just shrugs.
So, what would change, really? Except for you not having to go back there to get your mail.
My eyes remained locked on his, narrowing as I try to figure out whether he's being serious or not. But he's keeping a straight face, showing nothing but loving anticipation as he awaits my answer.
I love you, Elaine,
he adds, feeling the happy fluttering within me. A smile gives voice to that joy.
I love having you around. I love being with you. Fuck, it's so much better to have you with me all the time than it is to be without you.
A coy laugh joins the blush on my cheeks. I love you too, Damon. He leans down, placing his index finger below my chin to tilt my head back. His lips meet mine with tender affection, a kiss that is more of a gentle seal than foreplay, spiced with intimacy and belonging. Okay, I breathe between our kisses. Okay, Damon, I will move in with you. His lips break into a smile, and he retreats, just enough for our gazes to connect.
You'll have to promise me something, though,
he whispers, holding me in place with his gray eyes. I nod. Yes?
You'll have to wear white for me again one day,
he says softly, his voice whispering an elusive promise.
It'll be just for me, but I want hundreds of eyes to see you when you do.
I nod, my face beaming with understanding, as a single tear steals its way down my flushed cheek. Yes, I promise.
You've reached the end of Book 1, here on Ember and Echo Audiobooks. But every ending sparks a new beginning. Stay tuned for Book 2 in the series. And if you loved this story, like, subscribe, and ring the bell to be the first to hear what comes next.